All right. Okay. Should be good now. All right. Let's see it. Oh wow. Wait, hold on. There's some crazy things going on in the chat. Welcome guys. It's been a while since I've done a voice of all thing. Voice of all things? Voice of all. Oh damn, is my wife in here? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, am I in trouble? It's really me. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Wait, are you the right kind of mod? You should be. Yeah. I mean, it's not like you know what to do with that power anyways, but it's fine. Um there was something. Oh, is my thing lagging? Dropped frames 143. Uh-oh. Rutro. All right, then you know what we got to do? We got to close some tabs. Let me close this one and that one. Give me a second, guys. It's been a while. It has been a while since I've done a voice of all things. But I'm glad that we're doing it again. And hopefully this will mark the start of something amazing. Just kidding. Well, yeah. You know how it is. Okay, let's see. Boom. Boom, boom. And then I should be good now. Let's see. Still some drop frames. Making sure no extra videos are playing. Oh, I guess I can close these. Oh wait, what? Why is this thing? No, this thing's not going. All right, cool. Close that. Cheesecake and One Piece discussion, best Sunday ever. Exactly. Yo, the late and great ParVision, Shanks law. Oh wow, the Twitch emotes look pretty good. I mean, they're on YouTube as well. Um, let's see. Okay, so it should lag a little bit, and then we should be good. Par looks scared. Do I look scared? Yeah, I mean, I'm scared of what's to come, honestly, with the stream. Also, the other thing is like I have. It's not like doxing myself, but I want to show you guys some pictures because what the play is, and I was gonna do a whole itinerary, but it's been a while. It's been a while since we've done this, so my play was to what's it called? Just start the stream. Everyone's gonna start coming in around like 4. I'm in the chat. Yeah, the chat's open, so around 4 they'll start trickling in. We'll do it's kind of like a pre-game kind of thing for the summit, and I kind of just want to that I've been holding off on a few things, which was like I still technically am not prepared for it, but as you guys know, I went to LA Expo. I didn't get much that time. I did get one shirt. I already wore it. I didn't get much because I flew day of. And then I went to Comic Con and I went to Animenyc. And I feel like as we what's it called, progress on our One Piece journey, we wherever you started, you watched the anime, you read the manga, you're watching One Piece. Some guy on TikTok, you got into an argument in some comment section. Oh no, like Naruto's better, blah blah blah. And then you unironically fell into One Piece, and it's great, right? And now you ran down the rabbit hole with YouTube, and you're with all these people watching the videos. And that's not the last step. The last step is connecting. The whole point of, not the whole point, but the community. The community is like, I feel like 90% of the reason why so many people stay, and value the community. What's up with the frame rate? Is the frame rate really bad? It shouldn't be. Turning down what? What does it tell me to turn down? Give me a second. Uh, is it on like, you know what it is? This thing. This thing is no good. There, we turned that one down. And then we should close this. Give me a second, guys. At least I'm not dropping frames anymore. But I should be back up in a second. Okay, the error went away. Oh, I see the issue. Hold on, hold on. I figured it out. I figured out the problem. The problem was I accidentally closed something I needed. 1 second. Split cam. And kind of important because my camera is coming from the wrong place. But at least we fixed the other problem. Properties. Okay, should be fixed in a second, guys. Give me 1 moment. It's watchable, Par? Gotcha. Yeah, but I should just fix this last thing because kind of important. Come on, open up. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. Well, where was I? Where was I? Yeah, so like just meeting up, talking to everybody, like it's just such a important part of the community that I feel like the time is dwindling. You know what I mean? Like when One Piece ends, sure, we'll all reminisce, you know, maybe we go out and see each other, blah, blah, and we talk about One Piece. But it's so much crazier to be like One Piece is concurrent and you're just like talking about it and arguing or whatever it is, right? And and you know, Cole, Hidden, they both tweeted stuff this weekend, like videos that they took, and I'm gonna share those videos before everyone comes in so we can like preface what we're gonna talk about, and just like the kind of conversations that we had, like we can't have it like in a few chapters. It's gonna be debunked. One of us is gonna be completely wrong, and I'm pretty sure it's Cole. But Cole also drank a little bit. But the other people on his side are just as crazy. It's just wild that like we're doing that. But and you know it's all fun. It's not like meant to be like antagonizing. You know what I mean? It's just like you'll see me shouting in the video and stuff. But it's so funny. Like I'm dying inside every single time I hear it. And it to me it was also fun. Also keep in mind, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I will show you after I'm done, like, you know, talking. We'll get in chat. Like around like 4 o'clock, I'll show the videos. It's on Twitter if you haven't seen it yet. But anyways, what I was saying was, like, the funniest part to me was that I asked these questions because I thought it'd be crazy. And I thought everyone would agree, and then they didn't. And then we left. We all went our separate ways. And then in the group chat, people are like, "Nah, we gotta talk about this. This needs to be settled." It was almost like we couldn't look at each other the same way until we understood each other's positions. It was kind of funny. Remember, Shanks greater than all 5 elders together. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about that. That's for sure. Okay. Is it super laggy right now? It should stop in a second. Hopefully this thing works. Oh my god. All right. So we're just going to have to deal with that then. Hopefully this thing can just hold up on its own then. Damn. I wasn't expecting that kind of a bug. Can I turn off display? There we go. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me see now. Should be good. Is my camera like super laggy now? Damn it. Anyways, we have like 30 minutes till the main event begins. Let me see if I can fix this right now. Let's see how this goes. Worst case scenario, you guys can hey, Mr. Parr, are all the guests going to come at the same time, and how long is the stream going to be? Oh, good question. So we're going to start, like, the group session starts at like 4. I'm going to be talking about like the cons, just random conversations about like stuff that happened. My favorite part of it being the cosplaying part, as you guys can tell. Oh, you guys can't really tell because I zoomed out, but let me see if I could pull this camera back. Let's see if I could do this. Let me see. No, it you know what the main thing was? The real reason why I was late, guys, is because I couldn't find my earrings. Not my, like, I don't have my ears pierced, but yeah, my my clip-on earrings. Anyways, what was I saying? So the schedule is around 4. People are going to start trickling in. From what it sounds like, everyone's going to come in around the same time. And from 4 to 5, we'll segue from my convention talk to what we talked about over the weekend. I kind of want to get everybody's, like, essentially how everybody felt about it. Some people's, it was their first times. Some people brought friends, you know, that kind of a thing. EST or PST? EST. So like in 30 minutes. And then we're going to start talking about the conversations we had. And that should be like a majority of things. And at the end of it, before we get into 1099 fully, I'll go through some super chats to filter them out, and then we'll talk 1099 and 1100, because a lot of our conversations actually, you know, obviously surrounded chapter 1100, and that was, we had some varied takes there too. So let me see. Okay, should be good on desktop audio. Okay, gotta turn this up. Cool. If my camera lags, it's fine because everyone else will be fine. What was I gonna say? Okay, so first things first. The haul. I think I showed most of my stuff in various, like, at various times. I didn't like show everything, but and I still, there was like one bag. Obviously, when you have a baby, like, sometimes you just like misplace some things, and, you know, all of a sudden it's with this pacifier and you're like, oh no, that shouldn't be there. I mean, that's not really the case because my wife does that. It's just my excuse. But I did want to show some of the things because some of the things are really cool. My favorite thing actually might not even be something I bought at the convention. It's something I bought for the convention, which I'll spoil. I had these made. I tweeted about them, but I didn't exactly. So there, it's a sword, right? And then it pops out and it's a black blade. I have a silver one too, and I can wrap different things around it, so I can make them like Roger's sword or whatever. I forgot it when I wore my Roger cosplay, which that was really like so many people stopped me to take pictures, and it was awkward because, you know, this, it's not a flex, but like some people stop me because I'm ParVision, some people stop me because of the cosplay, and some people stop me because their cosplay related to my cosplay, so they wanted a picture. And I never knew what they wanted because they were just like, can I take a picture? And I was like, and then they were like, oh, and then one dude literally got on their knees. Yo, what's up, Phantom? Long time no see. Literally got on his knees, and I was like, and my wife doesn't even know this story actually. Out of pocket, out of pocket. What I was meaning to say, he was Luffy, I was Roger, and so what he did was he took off his hat and he was just like, can you put this on my head? I know you're not Shanks, but and I was like, oh, okay. And he just started with, can I get a picture? And no knock on him. I told him to tag me when when he posts it, but that's because, you know, if I want to get the picture, right? So like I'm like, oh, tag the ParVision, and I feel like that sounds a little douchey, but what else am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? Stick around, wishing the best, appreciate it. Yeah, so I was like, can you tag the ParVision? And then so like he followed me. I don't think he's tagged me. I gotta check. Maybe that picture's up. I'll share it in the Discord later. But yeah, so this is like, I got 2 of them. So I don't remember where I put the second one. It's somewhere, and you'll see it in the pictures. You'll see it in the pictures. YouTube fan would shout out ParVision from far. So that takes us to a fun place because oh god, how am I gonna do this actually? Because I just realized the pictures are not. I probably sent them to myself, right? I sent them to myself. They're here. So I actually, let's start out with this story. If I sent them, yeah, I did. Cool. Okay, so let me see if I could pull this up. I can. There we go. So this is not me on the first day, right? This is what I wore the first day, like what I'm wearing right now. You guys may or may not be able to tell who I am or what I was, which I'll tell you guys about later, because that's honestly not my cosplay, but someone else's cosplay was my favorite part. So obviously you see Hidden, you see him in the boxing gloves, you see me. I was trying to be ParVision for the day, so you see the turtleneck and everything. And then, oh, my One Piece jacket. I've showed you guys that before. I got that at Comic-Con. So many people actually stopped me for this jacket. I'll show it again, maybe later on when people come in, because then I'll go grab it while people are arguing. And the Luffy guy tagged me. The Luffy guy did tag me? Oh no, let me see if I can find it then. Then it's on my Instagram, which was a whole other issue of mine. So I got a new phone. But oh wow, this is pretty good. Okay, wait, I can show this. I got a new phone, but I didn't get any of the apps because I don't like social media, so I left all the stuff there out. Yo, I look kind of sick. Wait, hold on. Wait, now I get why people. I was looking like that. Okay, I get why people were stopping me. They're like, damn, that guy really is Roger. He's dying. No, I'm joking. Did he post more? Sick. All right, I'll share this on my story later. We'll give this guy some support. That's pretty dope. Yeah, it came out better. Roger Co has that aura. Yeah, that's another thing. Damn. I was gonna show all my jackets, because technically I got all of them from LA Expo because I met somebody who I'm gonna shout out. He just got licensed, so his store went down. Now it's back up. Now they just have Kill la Kill stuff. It's called Anime Gear Guru or Anime Guru Gear, something like that. I think I've shared them before. I have like an Akatsuki jacket. I have a Jonin jacket, but as far as like One Piece goes, I have a Blackbeard jacket, a Roger jacket, a Luffy vest jacket. I also have an AOT jacket. I wear that all the time. It's so funny getting recognized for that. Yeah. So that was fun. But so the last day I was Roger, but this was the second day, and this was right outside the Viz One Piece cosplay meetup. So we didn't even know about this. Hime reminded us like last second about this. or not reminded us, like notified us. It's like, hey, yo, there's a One Piece meetup. And I was like, what? Since when? Why didn't you say that? And then she's like, she just found out that day. So, you know, all that's good and gravy. Let me see this thing. I think I showed you guys these before. You guys have probably seen in Orz's face reveal video. He has this one in the back. He has this one in the back. I've showed you guys this one. And I'm still contemplating giving one away, but my wife says she wants to hang them up. And so if I don't end up giving one of these away, blame her. This one might be one of my favorite ones because it's Ace, Luffy, and then Sabo. So it's kind of sick. I like the brothers. And then this one's my favorite. Hidden copped this one at Animenyc. So it's the monster captains, all with the 3 billion. And this one's probably like my favorite. But that one was the one I that caught my eye, and then I saw the rest, and then the guy gave me a deal. So that was good. That was good fun. Let me see. Oh. This thing. Okay, so some of you guys may not know. At every convention I go to, I bring a straw hat. So from the first one on, I have now 3 straw hats, because I didn't bring one to Comic-Con because I wasn't planning on telling people that like I went, because I was going with my son primarily, which is you know, you guys are here. I'll let you guys know on my little thing. If my son's coming, I'm not gonna, you know, publicize it, advertise it. It's just like a thing, you know. But Sunday I did, and so some people did see me, which was dope. But my son didn't come with me. But yeah, so I got everybody who came from Animenyc. I got to write on the hat. Roger wrote down for LA Expo, but this one, let's see. You got Eden's coming. All of these people are pretty much coming through to the stream today. Ooh, we got Hidden in here already. Okay, Hidden, what's up? Oh,
how's it going, my man?
Yo, hold on, let me see if I can just pull up the thing. I mean, you know, I'm just telling stories right now. I'm just and I was gonna segue into this part. How was the wedding?
Oh, it was great. I don't know if my cam's up, but I'm in I'm in hangover mode right now. So
yeah.
The hidden hangover, but we're here.
Yeah, so people, you know, they're gonna start trickling in, coming through. Ooh, wait, is that my screen? Oh, it's because my camera stopped. It's fine. I'll just turn it off. Just technical difficulties. I was telling everyone that it's been a while since I started streaming, like this, at least, like with guests, like on the regular. Yeah.
Same, man. I feel that.
Yeah. So this is you know, that's why I gave myself like an hour buffer to like come into this and then not stress myself out with the guests at the start, and then, you know, just hang around, chill out. But like I was saying, I think Hidden, you've signed, just not the LA one. If you want to, I can.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
If you want to, I'll give you like, I'll let you sign the inside of it just for like the memories, you know. But just so you can, yeah, you signed all the hats. But yeah, so we got I tagged everyone down below, but Hime's coming, Chestnut, they always sign together there. Who is that? Who is this? This is a nice signature though. Whatever this is dope. Well, can't read it right now. I'll figure it out later. This is Hidden. Then we got Axe. If he said he won't be here until like 6 as he's at work. Shout outs to Axe. He's one of the viewers who met up with us, and we ended up grabbing dinner, hanging out. Axe was a good time, great fun. Yeah. Like he also, he's not just the, you know, the casual viewer. He watches all my stuff. So shout outs to Axe. He has a better. Axe's memory is probably, like, if he wanted to, he could like rival probably like Tekking and Artur, and, you know, I'm gonna throw myself in there because I did make the finals at the last you know, thing, but you know how it is. But yeah, Axe D Charlotte. Yeah, we're gonna run that back. We're gonna run back the thing, but we have to like nerf and handicap Artur and Tekking a little bit. Last time Artur was on his phone, so that was a solid one. He was also at the airport. Maybe next time we'll have to do the same thing. And then teching, he already has internet problems, so it's fine. Um, we don't need to nerf him anymore.
Yeah,
Let's.
I think with them we might have to just not even show the prompt, like just have him just like spitball an answer without even
Yeah,
like
yeah.
any
Don't even give him the question.
don't give him a hit, don't give him a question, just be like,
Yeah.
all right, what's the answer?
Just guess off of everybody else's wrong answers.
Yeah.
That actually would be kind of funny. Teching, what was the question off of Cole, Brago, Vinland? Wait, no, Brago didn't. I'm trying to shout out all the people that think that Shanks walks out of. Oh, Rogers base, Cole, Vinland on Twitter.
Crazy. That was crazy.
But to be fair, I got Roger pulled back a little bit, pulled back, and so did Vinland. But we'll talk to Cole if he shows up.
Yeah.
You got
I'm
Dax.
I'm glad
Dax took the
I'm
time.
glad they saw the light. I'm glad they saw the light.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then there's a few. I didn't get to talk to TikTok people because again, I mentioned like I'm not on TikTok just yet. But I got DZL. If you guys remember, it's DZL. I've shouted out a few theories of his before, even though he doesn't call himself a theorist. We talked about his like crocodile revs Ivankov like theory. Really like that one. Kai So's. He should be posting an interview I did of him. And then, oh yeah, we got Saiga runner Tiberius, and I met his family. Great, great, great crowd. And actually, hitting you came at a decent, great time actually, because I was just telling everybody about this, the family that met up with us at
Mm-hmm.
the cosplay thing, and I was just gonna tell
Yeah.
them the story, the first story, but then also you talked to them too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Saiga's
Yeah.
not here, but I'll get Saiga on one of these days. What are you saying, Hidden?
No, I was just saying, yeah, I definitely have my story too. They were really cool. It
Yeah,
was really cool
yeah.
meeting them.
Um, the was it Desna's? You said this earlier, like, oh, any YouTube fan would shout ParVision. This is actually factual with this family right here. This is a family. They all sit down and watch my streams. And the mom, so the mom is Lucci, and she had Hattori as well. I don't know if you could see it in this picture, but she had Hattori, and then
Awesome.
he had the Shaka outfit that he said was inspired because of me last year, which is like I'm just honored because at the time I didn't have the coloration and he did, and so like he went extra hard, and I can't even be upset, but like and then their daughter was the one who shouted my name, and I was just like, I literally could not believe it. Like, it was me, my wife, and my son. I was dressed up as Mario. If you guys saw that, the from Comic Con. So my wife was Peach, Zen was Toad, and I was Mario. So I wasn't even trying to be like found, and they just recognized, screamed, and then they told me. And yes, this is the pants check mom who scolded me a little bit for and then my rebuttal is it's called the knock up stream, so it's like it's kind of on brand. Yo, what's up, Randy? um
Hey, what's up, Randy?
but yeah, so like, they were great, and then they told me what they were going to cosplay last time, and they absolutely nailed it. Absolutely phenomenal stuff, and it's all handmade, custom, incredible. And if you guys don't know, wait, Hidden, do you have the thing, the postcard thing that they
Oh yeah,
uh
yeah. So it's
yeah,
actually in my probably can't see it on the cam, but it's in the background there. Hold on.
are you able to? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. So if you guys don't know who this is, I long time ago, Hidden and I shared. I think we both shared this. It was a Christmas greeting card from the Straw Hats.
Bad
The
lighting.
lighting's a little, my bad.
Yeah.
I was like, all my
Um,
stuff is like either with Teresa or whatever. So just
my desk is like a mess right now because I caught a cold a few days ago, and like my
uh
room's just been disheveled, and now
yeah,
I'm also coming back from this wedding, so I haven't had time to like
yeah, yeah,
tidy. Yeah,
yeah.
the lighting should be good. There you
S
go. Beautiful,
yeah.
beautiful artwork. Great Christmas card. I love it. I
It
love how it says Merry Xmas, and the X is like the Jolly Roger with the skull and crossbones.
yeah.
Really, really creative. I love it.
So I'll be sharing that. I'll be put that in the description, but I'll be sharing that on all my socials because it's just awesome. If you got also like people are like being shy about it, and he's like not considering himself like an artist or anything. Like if you have anything and you bring it, 100% show it. Like don't hide it and then like regret it later, which is ironic coming from me because when I the at Comic-Con uh the way my wife would want to tell the story because she loves the story, but we were walking by and we were searching for a Toad plushie, and we couldn't find any. We were just going through all the aisles, everything, and then I saw a One Piece cosplay. So it was Doflamingo, Fujitora, and Sugar. So the mom was Doflamingo, and their cosplays looked amazing. Like I could tell that it was like handmade, custom made. So I told my wife, like, yo, their their cosplays they handmade it and it's really really nice. And my wife was like, you should tell him that. And I was like, it's fine. We're too far away. It's cool. You know, I was being a little shy. And then my wife was like screamed from like across like the aisle and was like, hey, your cosplay is really cool. And then they turned around and then they screamed ParVision. And I swear that whole thing just felt like a setup. Like I felt like my wife paid them to be like ParVision fans for the day. But there was no way you could make up everything that they said. Like they came with the receipts. The mom, I literally got scolded by a mom, which is funny because like I'm also like a dad now too, so like I'm kind of on the same like, it'd be different if I wasn't a dad and I got scolded by a mom, but now I'm also a parent, so I get it.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. So that was really fun, and it was great seeing them again at another convention. So
Yeah, I remember the first con I ever went to was Animenyc last year,
yeah,
and I mean they're decked out every time they pull up. They got great cosplays. I remember last time the mom who did Lucci this year was Onigashima Sanji last time. That was also a dope
mm,
costume. Yeah,
mm.
and yeah, it was cool. Very cool. I gotta they got me thinking about like stepping up my game though. I gotta pull up next time with like a cosplay because they're like they're decked out, and I'm
Yeah.
just like in this like dumb boxer outfit or whatever. I'm like you know next time I gotta really go hard in the cosplay so it all matches. I don't know what
Right.
it's gonna be. I was thinking about doing Blackbeard because I really like doing the Zehaha, and I want an excuse to do that all day in the venue and not just look like a freak, like just like a guy, like just like right there, like just doing it. So I need to be decked out. I have to have the whole black beard.
Well, we
Yeah.
do. I'll share what my family did, but after that, we could possibly tease what we're thinking of if you want to. That group one that
Oh.
we
Yeah, yeah,
could
yeah.
tease that one.
I'm down.
Yeah. But and that's reliant on a theory. You know what I mean? Like if Oda listens to us, then we get what we get. But right before that, I just want to share kind of one of my favorite things that I got. I got a few things. Other things that I brought around here. I I got these Black Panther like these the beads, like the vibranium beads things. They're really sick. I got them at Comic-Con. I always wear them too, but they're not One Piece stuff, so it's like whatever. And then I got these mystery boxes which I'll give away. I don't know what's inside them, but apparently it's like one of these things. And so eventually we'll do a giveaway. I'll give them out. And then
Ooh,
soon
okay.
the other creators are going to come in and we'll um I'll ask them about like their experience at the cons and stuff, and then we'll segue into the other stuff. But real quick, I got some of these. I saw these and I just had to buy them. And then it didn't help that the price kept on getting cheaper because I thought these were gonna be expensive, and then they were like, I thought it was like $10 each, and they're like, no, it's seven. I was like, oh, it's like I was like $15, and they're like, no, it's seven. I was like, wait, it's like $20 each, and they're like, no, it's seven. I was like, oh shit, wow, it's $7. We literally had a back
I
and forth, and I felt like I was brain dead by the end of it. I was like, wait, what?
I like
Um,
those art. I like the art style on those. It reminds me of like you ever been on like newgrounds.com like back in the day with like
yeah,
all the flash games. It reminds me of like a Newgrounds like flash game like character like you like a One Piece fan game and they would have drawn him like that.
Yeah,
Keep it simple. I love that.
I
But
love
yeah, that one's
these.
good. Yeah,
Yeah,
that one's
this is
good.
this is my favorite for like multiple reasons, which I'll show right now. So if you guys are looking at me, you guys probably can't tell what I'm cosplaying because I don't have the earrings. It's hard to kind of see everything, anyways, in the first place. Um, you know, most people thought originally that I was Zorro, which is fair guess, fair assumption. But what I actually was Zorro's dad. And here's a picture of the whole squad. Let me see. And I'll show you the other picture in a second, guys. So this was me, my wife, and my son. So my wife is in the chat. She's always been fine with giving her first name, but that's because she's like a normie. She's a normal person. So like, like us gamers were like, ew, real names? That's gross,
Yeah, I only go
hit,
by my gamer tag.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, hidden nose. Um, but so I am Arashi, right? My wife is Terra. Her real name is Teresa, so like Teresa, but Terra. And it's funny because even like growing up or whatever, like people always called my wife like Mother Earth, or like just like a motherly figure, that kind of a thing. And so it just like worked out that Zoro, as soon as we got the SBS that said like the family name, I locked it in. I bought the swords, I locked it in. That was immediate. Like, a lot of people's headspace like, oh, how do I spin this SBS for content? I'm like, how do I get my son in this SBS, And so if you guys can't see it, which I'll show in 1 second, my son Zen is actually, let's see if I could just, so this is how he was at the con. We took extra pictures. He's Kid Zoro. He's actually just Kid Zoro. I think this picture, my wife took a second picture. He can use all 3 swords too. I actually, damn, I'm gonna try and pull up the picture later. I found a picture my wife took, and he was sparring with me. It was crazy. But yeah, so he
Amazing.
yeah, so he's got the whole fit. We even got the boots. We got the whole shebang right here.
Oh, the pacifier sword is one of the most ingenious things I've ever seen. I'm just gonna put that out there. That was brilliant. That's
Yeah,
brilliant.
I did not think it would work so well. He actually like loves, like, you remember we didn't get a picture of it, but or we did get a picture of it, but it's also a little interesting. But he fell asleep with the pacifier at the convention, so he was just Zoro with the sword in his mouth, and just like as a child. This is so funny.
So dope.
Can't wait for
I
him to
think
grow
that's
up and see
canon.
his pictures.
I think that's canon, actually. When Zoro was a baby, he had the sword as a pacifier. That has to become part of the canon, I think.
It has to be. Oda has to see it. It was funny because we saw, let me see if I have the picture here. I don't. So everyone's coming in. I might as well put up the group picture here.
He also got the aviators on. No way.
What? I didn't know there was a glasses meeting. I mean, listen, I'm wearing glasses.
Oh my god.
I'm wearing glasses.
Everyone's
I don't
wearing
know.
glasses?
Does
Wait,
it
hold
work?
on.
No, I'm just the bright lights are getting to me, so I have to put these on. This is a medical purpose here.
Medical purpose.
I'm so naked right now.
Listen, I cannot see without them.
Dak, I think your mic isn't coming through.
Yeah, Dak, we can't hear you.
So
if you check your Discord mic settings.
This is the whole gang, guys.
Is it working now?
You're good.
Yes.
You're good.
Okay. Well, my PC crashed like 3 times in the last hour, so
Oh, so
What
the
is
glasses
happening?
I'm making it work.
So the sunglasses are to hide the tears, right? It's like
yeah, that's exactly it. And like and Hime was saying how she can't see without her glasses. Well, I can't see with these glasses, but it works. It looks good.
Listen, bro, if Dak would just stop building his computer inside of a whale, we wouldn't have this issue, okay?
Fair.
Inside of a whale. Whoa. I
What
didn't know
does
this was
that even
happening.
Wait, why did you take that as offensive?
I didn't know I was doing that. It is.
Okay, so you're the one sitting at Laugh Tale.
I just wasn't ready. Yeah.
I like
Crocus. Crocus was waiting inside Laboon at Reverse Mountain. I'm inside the whale waiting for Luffy to get there.
Yeah, that's how Dak doesn't pay rent, bro. He just lives inside of like a giant whale.
That's actually true. I actually built the whale myself too. Which actually Crocus did, which is actually kind of funny. Like he actually did, build the inside part. But still.
Let me see. I think maybe I could get away because like Discord's like not lagging, but my camera is. So maybe I just show up on Discord and then
Yes.
I don't even need to put a separate one. I could probably do that. But yeah, so my audio should be fine. Guys, let me know real quick if their audio is fine. Obviously, I mentioned before I redid my setup, but also I haven't been streaming with guests in a while, so appreciate the patience and thank you guys for coming in. So real quick, I've been talking about everybody, and I think I'll show the video, the roundtable video a little bit later, because that one just like goes, it's just too good. Definitely, I almost want to buy like a giant round table and just ship it every time we go to a place, so we can just
that would be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, but like also that table that we use, it's like how often do we congregate around round tables with a giant lazy Susan on it? You know what I mean?
That's what it was, just like the Reverie. It was like, the big round table. That was awesome.
Yeah. So I'll show that in a little bit, but while I'm getting the overlay situated, do you guys want to introduce yourselves, since it's been a while? I kind of forgot who you guys are. And we got a lot of new people in the chat, so I don't know if you guys have the visual order, but Tanuki's at the top of my list at the moment, so if you want to start from Tanuki, Dax, Hidden, Hime, go for it.
All right, we're up. Hello, everybody. My name is the Chestnut Tanuki. I make shorts content, mostly on One Piece, but also on other animes. And my theories are bad. So if you guys want bad theories and bad takes, come over and watch me. I would appreciate it. And thank you so much, Par, for having me on. And I'm so happy to see everybody again.
Yeah, it's a long time coming to have you on the channel also.
Yeah.
I took my break, and then I was like, no, I gotta stream with all these people. But we're here now. And I think you did yourself a little bit of a disservice, because I think, at least from what I saw, you Gear 5 watch party reactions, you and Hime, you guys cracked like 100,000 views or something in a single night, which was like, like why have a 20 people reverie when you could just Gear 5 with Chestnut and Hime? That's all you need. That's crazy.
It was kind of crazy. It was kind of crazy.
I feel like the egghead reacts are gonna be even more crazy.
Oh yeah.
So
For sure.
I'm ready, bro. Listen, I don't even need to make my bad theories anymore. All I need to do is episode reacts.
Like the episode that's coming up with Blackbeard, that one is going to be peak. Like all of them are going to be peak, but that's like the next one I'm really looking forward to.
Oh my god, my king,
the goat. I got
literally the goat. Yeah,
I got it.
Notice. Oh my god, I literally love Blackbeard so much.
Oh, he's the best.
Yeah, me and Dak are going to be beefing this stream. I got the ace one.
Yeah. That's actually why I got the aviators. I was like, I saw you had the thing on. My mic was off when I said it, but I saw you had the Whitebeard thing on. I was like, I got the Blackbeard one. I got to get the shades.
I hype it, bro.
That's dope. Well, since I started talking, maybe I'll just do my intro now. It's my turn anyway. I'm Dak. I do a bunch of One Piece theories. I think most of you guys who are in the chat probably know me by now, because I've been on Par's streams a few times. He's been on mine a few times. I've been on pretty much everyone's here's streams a few times, so I'm really pumped to be back. And Chestnut said she had bad theories, and I was actually on Twitter earlier, which I've been getting a million notifications because of the King of Lightning post. And Twitter did say that she had bad theories, and a lot of us also had bad theories. I've seen a lot of tweets, so everything you read on Twitter is true. So we all have bad theories.
I was gonna say,
hilarious.
Twitter's the king of great content for sure. Which is ironic because the last I was saying I haven't done a voice of all things in so long. The last person I brought on was Gio on Twitter, and we were talking about how Twitter's not for it's for fun, you know, but people don't know how
Yep.
to have fun, you know.
And like 100% objective facts. Those are the only two things you get from Twitter.
Exactly, 100% agreed. Let me see if I could swap out. Oh wait,
I see Roger's base in the chat. Roger, appreciate you sliding
shit.
through.
Ooh,
Roger.
hello. What's up?
Roger's base on the right side of the debate. Let's go.
He
We
pulled
love
up the
to
slander.
Listen, I love Roger's
No,
beats,
he's
but I
not.
disagree on the Shanks one.
No, he's not. Wait, he pulled up to slander the Gorosei. That's crazy.
No,
Just for the
Roger's
slander.
base
We
is
can't even
not
get
on
done
your
with the
side,
intros.
Chestnut. He's not on your side.
We got two introductions through.
No, that was listen, bro.
Just
Like
came
I
up.
said, he's walking out. Go ahead. Let's get the rest of the introductions. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right, what's up, everybody? I'm Q from Impractical Jokers. I'm here. This is actually the longest running joke I've done so far, my YouTube channel. And you know, once One Piece is over, I'm gonna lift the curtain and reveal that I've actually just been joking this whole time. I don't actually know what I'm talking about at all. So, all right.
Same.
A few things actually. I forgot I was gonna say this too because Dax also. I thought Dax was gonna show up, Mr. Hollywood, and he said like, oh, a few guys know me because I showed up on Par streams. Like, oh, it's like, oh, maybe the 50-minute 900,000 view video where like I could be in a live action comment section and people are like, oh, I think the One Piece is an afro. And I'm like, oh my god,
Did that happen?
That happens.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. So
I'm
you
feeling
have
good
that,
now.
and then
That made my day.
and now Hidden's also acting like he isn't bigger than Q from Impractical Jokers. I'm pretty sure all of his recent videos are cracking over like 100,000, 150,000. That Mihawk one, I think that one's going insane too. Still,
the Akainu one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, some of
It's
your
all part of
videos are.
It's all part of the practical joke, bro. You don't gotta hype it up. It's all. I have an editor. He's been writing everything. I don't even know what's going on in One Piece. I'm just winging it today.
Yeah, we don't know our theories.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
wait,
I
Kev
said
doesn't have
something like, oh yeah, Kev doesn't have the role. He needs to.
My fault. One other thing I was gonna say about Hidden was our goal for One Piece as a community. By the time we find out Laugh Tale, we're gonna turn it back on its head. How does Kev should definitely already have the role? What the heck? I've literally talked to this man till like 6 a.m. like multiple times. What is happening? Oh, there it is. Okay. But our goal by the end of One Piece should be that people literally go up to Hidden and go like, "Are you Q?" Blah blah blah. Like this is a real issue.
It happened yesterday on It happened on Twitter yesterday.
Yeah,
I posted the James Bond pic.
And eventually, we're gonna get it to be that people are gonna go up to Q from Impractical Jokers and be like, "Are you the Hidden Island? Is this? Oh my god, you look a little older in person. That's crazy. We need to have that full through, you know."
He's gonna be like, "Who the fuck is that? Like, who's Hidden? What?"
He's gonna be like, is this an impractical joke right now?
Is this an impractical?
Yeah.
Oh my god. But yeah, so that's the goal,
I'm
guys.
telling you, it's the most common one, man. It's so funny.
Imagine if it made one of their episodes, like we have a viewer here who gets into one of the things, and then in the episode they're like, "Are you the Hidden Island?" That'd be crazy. That'd be so cool.
Yeah, that's the dream, man.
That's the dream. So we got Eden's here. You popped up before Hime, so we'll save the best for last for right now. Eden's, sorry, you're not the best at the moment. It's fine. You get it.
Oh, yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
It's been we this is also another long time coming. I'm pretty sure like you know, I among the names at the start when I started my channel, yours is probably the most appreciated one because I knew people were just comparing me to Morge because we're both brown, but a lot of people said you and my theories were like they were in the same wavelength, and then we ended up talking.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wow, I did not know that.
But yeah, so feel free to introduce yourself.
Yo, what's up, everybody? channel is Eden's Blue. I have not posted One Piece content in quite a while, so I'm working on a video right now, making a little comeback, and meeting a lot of these One Piece content creators at Anime NYC was a nice little start to that. Get me back in the groove. Got to meet a lot of cool people in the community, and I'm just excited to be here. I never expected to be on a ParVision stream.
Hey.
Edens, is that Plank behind you?
Oh yeah. You already know.
That's Plank. Yeah, well,
know.
he and I are Plank bros. It's kind of hard to see, but
Oh.
I see you.
let me see. There it is, right here. There's Plank, right there.
I just want to throw out that
Love
we
that.
waited like a solid hour and a half for that plank to be painted.
And it was worth it.
It was worth it.
Oh, yeah.
How many times
yeah.
do people see plank? Like, that's such a sick thing. So I'm not even mad. And honestly, my legs were dead from walking all that time. I just wish Anime NYC had chair. I mean, I wish the cons had more like seating areas within the
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And I think
Oh, yeah.
New York should really invest in what Marijois is doing, where they have like the sidewalk moves because there's like slaves underneath. That would help a lot with the walking.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
that would help.
You know, I thought Deck was gonna go with like the slaves to sit on to like walk. I was like, oh my god.
They got to figure it out. I mean, they can pay him if they want to. I just don't want to walk. You know, they don't have to be slaves.
Kev in the chat. In all caps.
Wait, Kev, you should have the role. Try leaving and coming back because I gave you the role. You should have the role.
There he is.
There he is.
All right, cool. Nice. My camera decided to disconnect as soon as he came in. That's sick.
We still see you. No, you're frozen. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dak. I had to hop in for that, bro. Holy shit.
Well, real quick, you guys might see my dogs playing in the background quite a bit. I don't know if anybody.
Yes, we see.
Yeah,
The two dogs.
Yeah, they're very energized because it's raining here, and so they haven't been outside too much.
Oh, so cute.
Adorable.
But anyways, what, Kev? You have a problem with my proposition?
Yeah, that was kind of crazy, high key. Like, I know Jay and Recon, they've what's it called? Not exalted. They've gotten rid of their Saint title, but are you picking up their slack? Like, what's going on now?
I'm trying to get that Saint title. I need it.
Okay.
You're not even on the Saints team in this.
Hey, also you got to remember. I mean, they Vegapunk just called Kuma a saint, so I'm trying to be that kind of saint.
Okay, that's a good saint. That's a good one.
Yeah, but those saints don't get slave labor in New York City, which, by the way, like, we're borderline just got rid of. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
hey, they can be robots. Or well-paid workers also. I just don't want to walk anymore whenever I go to New York.
I just want to let AI know, ChatGPT know, I do not know this man. Okay, if you AI, I am a friend, not a foe. We love you here. Yeah, please don't hurt me. Dax, you guys probably have his address. It's fine.
Wait, Par, what happened to your picture? You're gone.
Yeah.
It's like some strange sideways thing.
Okay. As long as you know.
Yeah. I'm trying. I'm.
Who's this King of Lightning guy that just pulled up?
Is that the King of Lightning?
Is that King of Lighting?
The King Instigator.
The King of Lighting.
You're muted, Chestnut.
The King of.
It's me. The King of Lightning. The lighting.
The lightning.
Yo.
You are. Let me.
Yo. What is good?
What's good, Cole?
So I'm fixing my camera, but as you guys can obviously hear right now, you hear King of Lightning, and but just before we move on fully, I want Hime and KevDog to finish through their introductions, and then we'll carry on to stream.
Cool. So I go first, or Kev go first?
Well, H is before K, so I think you can go first.
Yeah, Hime, your center attention.
Yeah, that's true. So all right. So it's Hime from Ohime Tenshi. I make like mostly short content, reviews, cosplays, talk about One Piece, and also go to war with people on Twitter. I think my Twitter is funny. Follow me on Twitter if you want. I have a lot of enemies. It's really funny. But yeah, so and also co-hosting also a podcast with Chestnut all the time. So happy to be here. Yeah.
I think I caught that. What was it, the Luffy plot armor post that you? Put
Oh
up
my
the other
god,
day?
people get mad about
You were
facts.
you were getting roasted for that one. But I respect the take. I genuinely I agree. I think sometimes the plot armor is strong.
Yeah,
Plot
no,
armor,
but
yeah.
I'm getting roasted for like talking nicely about either the Admiral, Sanji, or Shanks. People are just mad on Twitter.
Yeah, it's funny because I've been getting my friend into One Piece lately, and he's like getting caught up. And like whenever like a main character is like caught in a situation where it's like teased that they're in danger, he's always like, "Wow, I bet they're gonna die." He like, "Oh yeah, they're totally not gonna make it out of this one," and it's like they always do. It's like every time. So it's like yeah, plot armor's real.
Yeah.
Listen, just don't say it on Twitter, bro, or else they'll come after you.
Oh, no, do it. It's fun. It's fun.
I think for
You
once
bring up
the-
things that exist, and they're out of here.
For once, Cole had a lot of support this time around, but most of it was memes. Most of it was memes. I just need you to know that, Cole. I literally spoke to half.
Wait. I just came back. Hold on.
Don't act like
rewind.
you just came back. This piece of.
Yo, what do you mean? Bro, say it again. I swear to God. Don't bullshit me, bro. Don't bullshit me. Say it again.
Wait, did you make the thing? Did you do the?
Hell no, bro. Yo,
Are you actually gonna wait for this stream to build it on stream? Do a teching stream, build it on stream. We'll tell that story in a second. I think he might be getting it, and then we'll say it. So, he might come in loud. Okay.
Oh shit!
It's massive.
What is?
Oh,
my
he got
God.
it. Yo.
That's really
That's dope.
I am jealous.
So
This
this is a
thing
funny story.
It's epic, but yeah.
Yeah. This one was funny because low key,
For you. Fuck you, bro.
there was like this really nice Aokiji statue on the side, and I was like really curious at the price. And I was walking with Cole. I walked up to it. I was like, "Yo, does that say? Is there a decimal point?" And he's like, "Nah." And it was $1,200. It was a very nice Aokiji thing. I was like, "Yo, Cole, you should just get it. Put it in the back whenever you do like a Admiral thing with Brago. Just have it in the back and be like, you mean this guy? You know, just constantly just talk about it." And he's like, "Damn, $1,200 for that? Like just this the meme on him?" I was like, "What? Aren't you the king or whatever?" And then we walked to the corner, and then there was that thing. And it was the most expensive thing on the table. And so, the main thing that was, I feel bad now, but Cole's like, "Yo, I'm not gonna carry this around." So I talked to the person, and I was like, I got them to literally drive it to Cole, which was awesome. And then but leave it to Cole. Midway, I'm like negotiating this entire thing. A swarm of fans comes in while he's like taking out his card, while he's like while I'm telling him he's got it, all this stuff, and he's just like getting swarmed up by fans. I just look like his manager at that point.
Bro, I need one. It's beautiful. It's actually beautiful, bro. Let's stop the swarm from coming.
It was definitely worth getting, but the funniest part was I think Cole definitely regrets getting it the way he did, because now he has to put it together because they took it apart. And so
that was the problem, bro. Like this thing, it was basically like a picture of Ace and like Luffy in the post time skip breaking out of Impel Down. Like you see the melted bars, you see the chains. I'm like, yo, this is epic as hell. And so I get this, and like it's huge too. So I finally get it because they do the Uber thing where like you can like have the Uber delivery, which was cool. So they come from like the city all the way down to Long Island. They go from like Manhattan to Nassau. They make the drive. I get the box. Box is massive. Open the box up, and now I have to play Legos because they broke it down. I was like, wait, no, what the fuck? I want it already like made for me, but you have not to go through the process of building all these Legos and setting it back up, which I'm not gonna do for a while. It is what it is. So it's gonna just sit there in that box for like I don't know, untold decades until I actually get to it.
Like your PS5.
Yeah, baby. PS4 be PS5 be sitting, bro. Be chilling.
Yeah.
Can I say something? Hidden, you said something really important in the comments, and you're right because I did it too. So if you guys have, he's right. If you guys have your the stream on the quality auto, it's not gonna be good. Change it yourself and pick the highest quality. And me, it made the stream so much better.
Yeah.
Just
Yep.
it's really
Yep. Or
Yeah.
go down to
Yeah, if I'm too
720p
loud, let me
if
know.
you want.
Yes.
Yeah,
But-
720.
Yeah, if you do auto, it's gonna cook you. Like mine
Yeah,
will
yeah.
go to 144p, but
Yeah.
lag if I do auto, which makes no sense. But if I click 720 or something, it'll work just fine. I don't know why it does
Exactly.
that.
Yeah, mine was
Exactly.
defaulting to 144p. So
And it
Yeah.
still lags. Like it's not like it
Yeah.
even helps.
And
so.
by the way, me it was on 1080, but like it was still lagging. But I had to like click it myself, and it was working then.
Wait,
Yep.
is that a me
Sorry, I
problem or
didn't
is that a
want
YouTube problem?
No, I think that's a YouTube problem,
It's
maybe.
YouTube.
It is.
I think the lag on your stream might be coming from the moving pixel art that
And
up a lot of the bit rate of the stream.
Yeah, the bit rate.
Yep,
Yeah,
correct.
and-
It's also blocking Kev's face, which is kind of funny
and
because like
also-
Kev's like peeking through the leaves.
I'm the
Somehow.
lurking
but
legend.
also,
bro.
I want
I'm
to
the lurking
say,
legend.
Kev still didn't introduce himself. Like, I feel like we should give him a little.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
That's true. We should.
Go for it.
Hello.
Floor
It is
is
me.
yours.
I was the lurking legend in the chat, but now I'm finally here. So excited to ramble. It was super great to meet all you guys in person finally. And also nice to know that I was not freakishly taller than a lot of you, because that happened the last time. And I was just like, okay, here we go.
That was
but
the
yeah,
first thing
Black-
you told me, Kev.
Yeah, I was like, Dak, I'm so happy you're tall. I'm so happy you're tall.
My apologies
Yeah.
for being short.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
As a short king, I also apologize. I was having to dodge Kev's and Cole's footsteps the whole con. I almost got stomped a few times while walking. So
Yeah, and
It was
that's
tough,
why
it
you
was
had the
tough.
Tims on. That's why you
Yeah,
had the
I
Tims
got
on.
the
Like, just in
Tims were
case you have
making
to
up,
fight
bro.
back.
Needed
yeah,
those.
yeah. I needed the Tims to give me a little bit of a boost, you know.
I don't know what
It
you
was
guys are
at-
talking about. I felt like you guys were tall.
I mean, like I was taller than everybody, so like it really
That's
be
true.
like that.
It's not like I was wearing heels or anything.
Chestnut stands on her money. Now she's 6'6". That's all I gotta say.
Amen.
Fair enough. This I think Chestnut definitely had some of the biggest energy. That's for sure. The biggest presence at the pretty much every conversation. It also didn't. Her and Cole got a little out of hand, but we'll talk about that in a second.
Oh, you're on point. What are you talking
Yep.
about?
No, Cole. You think everybody on
How
Twitter
dare
is on
you,
your side?
bro.
It's Twitter. It's
How
Twi-
Honestly, I can't believe people are actually on your side. I'm really shook.
Yeah.
I'm really shook.
yeah.
Bro, I have listen.
so many
Me and
questions.
Twitter, we don't get along, but I'm cool with that. Listen, for the first time, they're like, "Yo, listen, hold on, Par's out of pocket, bro." Oh, even Roger's like, "Yo, Par's out of pocket, bro. Par's talking nonsense, bro."
What do you mean? What do you mean he said?
No, just
Nah,
because
nah.
history will
Literally
show
said I was
that
right.
myself and Chestnut, we were on the right side of history. I promise you. Make no mistake, all right? Make no mistake. Oda stands with us, all right? Not against us. Yeah, make no mistake.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
get-
sure.
Wait, so Oda has confirmed that he agrees that Shanks would drop all 5 Gorosei? Is that what the
Oda,
It wasn't confirmed.
Is it a no diff? Like, what is the difficulty?
was that the wording? Was that the wording? I think Oda said if Shanks was in a room with all 5 Gorosei, he'd drop all of them. Low diff. I think that was the quote. Yeah.
No,
and here's the
negative.
thing. Here's the thing. And then the narrator himself would say it was quite a feat. The narrator himself would
Yeah.
say that.
It was quite a feat that we should refer to all the time.
Yeah, that
nobody
whole
gassed
thing.
up Shanks when it's your Oda. Big facts, all right? Oda does it himself. It's not us. We
That
just
is true.
report Oda puts out there, okay? Oda loves this man. He loves this man more than water. It's ridiculous. Right?
Listen, bro,
Oh,
Shanks literally
that's
carried
not
an
true.
entire movie. Shanks
Yeah.
carried a whole movie like by himself, bro.
That
If
was not
Shanks
canon.
Listen, bro, if Shanks wasn't in that movie, nobody would go see it. So like Oda understands that like
Damn.
Shanks
I
is
agree
held
on
to this
that.
reverence that nobody else is.
Nah.
So
I
if
agree.
Shanks
Listen.
Shanks is going in somewhere, you're gonna see Shanks is gonna have the best performance out of anybody.
Listen. Okay,
Mm.
see,
Shanks
that's
got
where you
low
lost
diff
Cole a
in his
little
own
bit because
movie.
Cole watched the movie 9 times or something like that. I feel
9?
like he would have watched the movie with or without Shanks, right?
No. What? Are you insane? It's
Y'all
One
are
Piece film
admitting-
red, bro. Not film blue, not film green, not film purple. It's film red, dude. What are you talking about? Shanks is literally like the main cover Like, what are you talking about? Bro, you are insane.
I
Bro,
agree.
he got overshadowed in his own movie. He wasn't even the main guy.
That's not even true.
That's true.
Like,
That's totally
Shanks
true. He
is
was
literally
like,
I
tag
didn't say that's
teaming
not
with.
true. You watched it 9 times.
He did get multiple.
Year
Oh
5
my
Luffy.
God.
What are you talking about?
Bro,
I
he
did
was like,
expect more
literally,
Shanks.
he pulled a Zunisha. He just like pulled up to the venue and was like, "Oh, word, Luffy's here. Let me help him out real quick." And then he bounced.
Nah, that's not
Shanks had
true.
like the most
He
like
did save his
light-skinned
daughter.
scene.
He did a
literally
little
put his
more.
sword
He
up
didn't
the
even
Kizu.
he couldn't even save her. He couldn't even save his daughter.
Yep.
That's true. But I mean, hey, the Marines
Later on
will get her.
about that. What do
You
you
know
mean?
what?
Actually, technically, Uta is technically still alive, but
Yep.
that's
Yes,
a
right?
conversation for another
Is
day.
that true?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
No way. She
Why
survived.
Yeah.
unfortunately?
No.
Bro,
It's a not. She's dead at the end of the movie, but it's a non-canon movie, so it's like, is she dead
So,
in
like,
the canon?
So,
Is she
like,
canon?
technically, they said that it was an open ending and that they
Yeah.
didn't confirm her death. So
Mm.
it's like
Yeah.
Yep.
she has a casket, but that's okay. Whatever. Oda, listen, bro. Like, honestly, if you don't see their dead body decompose, they aren't dead, bro.
Nobody,
Nobody know
death.
Yeah, yeah, everybody's
Nobody
still
knows.
alive.
I feel like the
Everybody's still
coffin
alive.
is as good as we're gonna get, though.
Can I just? I gotta air this out right now, okay? I love Oda. I love One Piece. I love happy endings. I like characters being happy. They get to sing and dance and party and chill out and have reunions. I'm not gonna lie. I'm starting to get a little bit tight. We're at Endgame right now, and characters just aren't dying. They're
I
just
mean,
not dying.
Hey, Ashura Doji.
No, it has
Izo.
had some people
Oh,
die.
What
Who
Izo,
are
right?
those people you
He
just
never
Yeah, but
died.
you're
Yasue
like,
died.
it's like
Yasue got executed like biblically, bro. Like it was.
It was a
horrific.
sick death.
Well, we
Yeah,
got
I'm
people
happy it was
dying in
real, too.
Egghead, though.
I want characters to die that are actually people's favorites, not characters that people forget
Okay.
about in like 2 weeks.
I also want the big bads to
When
kill
was the
people,
last time
like
you thought about
Kaido.
Ashura
There
Doji?
is-
When was the last time you thought about Ashura and you're like, man, Ashura Doji was such a dope character? Like, when was the last time you said that to yourself? I don't think anyone
Said
said
that
that to themselves.
yesterday, Hidden. Okay.
Sure.
Really?
Actually, I really like that death. To be fair, I actually really liked Hawkins too. Like Hawkins was like one of my
Yes.
favorites. Like,
Oh.
But
super-
he's not
But I
dead.
can't-
A great
He's
death.
actually dead.
He's
A
not dead.
great
He's
death.
he's
That's the
definitely
thing.
dead.
Yeah.
Hidden, if he isn't dead,
But we didn't see
I
his
don't even know.
decomposing body.
Uta has more of a
Yeah,
chance.
Okay,
of being
listen.
dead than Hawkins
I
does.
believe that
That's
kid is dead.
crazy.
I believe that kid is dead, bro.
no,
Really,
bro,
kid?
kid's coming
No
back.
chance.
Kid.
No
I
chance.
don't need
kids.
No
every
chance.
character. I don't need every character to just like die or whatever. Like that'd be too dark. But like sometimes
Somebody.
Oda's got to just let someone go. You know, like you got to just let
Mhm.
the character go. Let him have
Like-
like a honorable exit from the story. And if you tease the death and then reverse it, it actually makes the character worse for me. It's like now the
Absolutely.
moment
Like
I
if
thought,
Pedro was alive,
yeah, like
I'd be
Pedro,
upset.
I hold
Yeah, I
Pedro in such
agree.
a high regard
True.
because of that moment. And if you were
Yep,
to take that away,
exactly.
now you take away half of what I like about Pedro. And it's
Who
like,
do
now
you
it's
want?
gone.
Who do you
No,
want?
they don't die.
Who do you want Oda to kill? Please tell us.
Well, I
Shanks.
mean, Shanks, but like going off of the last chapter, like
Shane's gonna be dead.
like why? Okay, just we all read 1099, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is King
Spoilers?
Bakori still alive?
But I was
Like-
crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah,
Thank
why
you.
is he
Thank
like
you.
why
No,
is
that's
he
Dragon
That was
How is
crazy.
it not-
He
how
doesn't
you're gonna
die.
have
Yeah.
a one-man
Dragon
revolution
times.
and
Yeah.
like so this is what bothers me about it with Oda because it seems like he picks and chooses who's allowed to die in a story in a way that seems almost unjust because he has no problem with like innocent civilians getting killed to further an evil person's backstory, but when it comes to the evil guy himself getting his just desserts, all he gets is like a bandage on the nose. The dude took a point blank paw nuke to the face, and he has a bandaged nose. That's it. Like, but meanwhile, civilians are just like dropping left and right just to like make a guy look evil.
I mean, hit it.
So
Keep
feels
in
like-
mind that
Bakori was there 3 times. Like you would
Yeah,
think
but-
after
yeah, but-
they should die the first
Yeah.
time. Definitely the
Keep in
second
mind
time.
that-
The third time.
Just
Yeah.
drop this
Yeah, just
dude.
drop
I hate
him.
this dude.
he
Just
could,
drop
but
him.
keep in mind that you have like someone like Charlos who literally had like size dragon drill, dragon nail like, that cut like an entire mountain in half. He took that and got compressed. And now he's an accordion. He's still alive somehow. It's like, bro, what's
Yeah.
happening here?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
like
be honest.
I agree.
King
That's a good point,
Bakori
Cole.
not getting a proper punishment like any of the times was upsetting. But I was also a little bit more upset in the chapter when he came back. Like he got his nation taken from him, and he comes back with like a fleet of ships, thinking like that's gonna do something. I was like, wait, hold on. If you're coming back, like you literally called the day a one-man revolution. You saw your entire castle got blown to smithereens in one attack. What the heck is a few ships gonna do to this man? Like, come with a Mihawk, come with an admiral. Come, like, did he go back and be like,
That
oh man,
would
me
be
and
too
Kuma?
much, bro. Some random king gets Mihawk or an
I thought he had
hell
like,
no.
the Marines with him. Didn't he have the Marines with him?
Yeah, he had Marines.
Yeah, but
they
like
got-
not like any like substantial one. Like
Yeah.
come with somebody, bro. Like at least come with like a Green Bull, bro. Like somebody.
No,
Green
that's
Bull.
too much. Asking too much.
It's just
No,
like,
but
what
a
is
random
listen,
king
listen.
what is
middle
Kuma
of
alive
nowhere
add? What is
gets
it?
the same-
What gets
gets
added
the
by
same
keeping
love
him?
as a Tenryubito, bro? No.
No,
way.
He's a
No.
random
but
dude.
listen to this. Like, it's like at the end of the day, in the chapter, Saturn was like, "Oh, it's a shame that this is like the situation, right?" He was making it sound like he cared. Then he sends him back again with nothing, and I'm like, I don't get it.
He
Do
sent
you want
ships.
the nation liberated, or you want this man humiliated? Like, I don't get
Send
it.
ships.
I think they
But he said
underestimate
ships.
Kuma. They underestimate Kuma. I think that's the thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably. Because listen, hold on. Isn't 3 ships half of Buster Call?
Bowser
I thought
calls
it was
what? What is it?
10.
How many
I
ships
thought it
is
was
it? Like
I thought it was
Like
10
8 or 6?
10? I think it's
I
like
thought-
something
I
around.
thought it was 10.
Something like
but
that. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was 10.
Calls like
Yeah.
5
It's
vice
like-
admirals, 10 ships, or some shit.
Yeah,
like
5
Yeah,
vice
something like that.
admirals,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. Yeah, something like that.
But,
So it's like, bro, it's like, and then you can't have it to where, because it's very clear that Saturn is backing Makori, because he's like,
Right.
hey, Kuma, he's a Buccaneer, I hate him, I let him run away, he saved all these lives in God Valley, so I have to make sure that he dies or he gets usurped. So I'm gonna try and do some machinations in the background. But are there any good admirals outside of like Garpus and Goku at that point in time? I mean, I don't think even like
I think the
Like,
way
is
this
Kuma
There
on
happened-
his
probably was. We just don't know about them.
Yeah,
Maybe.
what Hime said, I agree. I think there's always like strong people. It's just like
Mm-hmm.
we're focusing on a different set of characters. And hey, at this point, I've always said this. Like, I almost feel like we don't need any more characters. Like, I don't. Every time Oda introduces a group now, I get sad. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Like, Holy Knight's sick, but also like, don't do the Scabbards again. And then not only the Holy Knights, then we got the Revs. I just wanted the commanders. We got the Voat. Oh my god! When I saw those, I was like, she has a robot arm, but like she's not gonna matter. I got so sad. And then he'll. Oh, and then sword. Oh, don't even get me on sword. Like we got a little bit. But
sword as well. But me, I don't even know how we're gonna how the scaling is at this point in the story. Like there's too many people.
Yeah.
It's tricky, but I mean, you have to wait until actually do something. And because Dragon isn't doing anything at all right now, we have to kind of wait for a while before we actually get them to get their focus. Like when we actually finally scale the red line, then we'll find out more about the Rev vice captains. Find out more about Yonji's cousin. We'll find out more about the egghead dude, the weird cow, like the random cow guy. Yeah, we'll find out more. The milkman. Yeah, so we're gonna find out a lot of these guys, but Oda has to. Hopefully, what he'll do is that he'll do what we see in Elbaf in this arc. So we'll leave the strats, let's say like 4 or 5 chapters, and just focus on like the Rev as they prepare. We'll do something like that, and then we'll give them their shine for like 5 chapters. That's what I hope we'll get from Oda next arc. Honestly, because we need it.
I hope.
I agree.
Real quick, guys. Major shout out to Axe D Charlotte in the chat. He spent like all Saturday night with us. It was a very serendipitous occasion.
Yeah.
But major shout out to him. Very cool guy. Glad you could stop through, bro.
Peace.
Shout outs to Axe. He was dope.
Very cool.
Yes.
I kept telling him, man, you got stories. You got a story for the rest of your life. The fact this panned out, he got to stick with us the whole day.
Listen, he also listen. My knee is still look.
Bro, yeah, when Hime like took like a
From
dive,
falling? Oh, yeah.
bro.
That's the
Because
thing.
Hime was so wasted, bro, that she like took a dive. I can walk fine, and then bam, right on the concrete.
Crazy.
That was
And catch her like dramatically as she fell. Like no, that didn't happen. No.
Slow motion fall.
I think this might be a good time to real quick, like we'll cap off some of the convention talk. I just want to hear from you guys too, because like Hidden and I think the first convention we've ever went to was the same one in like last year, right? The Comic-Con for Film Red, right? And I think for a lot of Kev is first time, right?
For like an anime thing, yeah. I went to like some video game stuff when I was younger, but this is
Okay.
like the first like huge one, and I was just
Yeah.
like, it was very overwhelming, but kind of in a cool way because at least I had like you guys who actually somewhat have an idea of what's going on, so that was
Right.
cool.
And then Dax and Eden's, you guys first time with conventions?
First time for Anime NYC, but I've been to a couple conventions in the past.
Gotcha.
Yeah, all my convention stuff was like work related. So I went to like agriculture ones, like nothing related to anime, but I've been to a bunch of other ones, so I kind of knew what to expect. But yeah, this was the first fun one I went to.
Wait,
So,
agriculture
yeah.
sounds kind of sick. Was Jupiter there?
So yeah, so like, yeah, it was actually kind of cool. It was like a bunch of tractors and stuff like that. You know, like I said, I was working it. It was not an interest thing. You know, I was there getting paid. So, but it was pretty cool.
Gotcha. Yeah. So
If
then,
Jupiter was there, that would explain the Saint Dax stuff from earlier. Maybe he
Yeah.
got influenced there.
that influence.
Yeah, you guys don't know what goes on behind the scenes at these cons, guys. You know.
So if we could just go around real quick, just with the Anime NYC, like I guess like a memorable, like what your favorite point was, or something you got, and if it was like really dope or you want to share it, something like that, feel free. I feel like Tanuki's always ready. So do you have anything for that?
Yeah, I think that my favorite moment of the con was trying to find that Zoro plushie that didn't exist because
my
all 3 days we tried to find this Zoro plushie that was just not there, and we went to every booth, and every time was like, "Do you see something green?" And it
so
never
funny.
existed. It was so fun.
To give everyone insight, I gave everyone a mission, and I just can't believe that this is my life every single time. So at Comic-Con, we were looking for a Toad plushie. There were 0. I literally skipped the One Piece stuff to try and find this plushie, and they just weren't there. And I found one at Anime NYC. I found a Toad plushie at there. And so what our plans are essentially that like every time we go out with like Zen, I'll be bringing like what's it called? Like whatever he's cosplaying, we'll buy like something for him to remember, so that when we tell the stories, and we're like, oh yeah, like at Anime NYC you were Zoro, and at Comic-Con you were Toad, and it's like a cool way to tell the story. So I told everyone this mission, thinking that it would be possible, and then 3 days later it's not there. Which I was also gonna announce that technically, Tanuki is the winner of the mission. She won so we called it finding the One Piece. She went out above and beyond and found it in her local hometown, and then just so
Oh man,
That's perfect.
Pretty dope.
That's
I know.
perfect.
That's
That's
awesome.
crazy they wouldn't have it at the con, but you found it right when you went home.
I
Like you would
know.
imagine the
Wow.
con would be the place.
They have
Facts.
any One Piece plushies.
And it's so cute too. And I literally I was just going shopping, and I was like, oh my god, I found it. And I texted Par, I was like, Par, I finally found it.
The Holy Grail.
I love how accurate the 5 head is on his green head ass.
So it's a metaphor for the actual treasure is somewhere in Fuchsia Village. I like it.
Musthead.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was so
No, and
cute.
I'm so appreciative. She found the One Piece. She won the thing. There was gonna be some kind of prize for one of you guys, and I wasn't sure what it was, so I just wasn't gonna say it, but I said it anyways. So
Are you gonna say it now?
Tanuki,
Wait, what was
they'll-
it? I didn't even
Tanuki,
know.
There'll be something. There'll be something. I was thinking like a free merch thing, but I was like, she doesn't want merch from me. What the heck? So
Yo, I'll
figure out
rep
something.
your merch, bro.
No
Par, give me your
custom
merch.
Par pillow.
Par,
No
yes, I was about to say,
custom
Par. I got the pillow
Oh,
right here, bro. Are you disrespecting the Par merch? Wait,
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
just-
that's like my proudest thing. Hold
can't
on,
believe
Par. I
this.
sent you the picture. Whenever I set up this room, the pillow was the first thing that I put on that bookshelf. So
This
I'm
is
a little
true.
sad.
No, I appreciate that, but I also like Dax. You know, it's a little bit different between me and you. I'm not trying to send her a pillow of me. You know,
That
what I
would
mean?
be
Guess
kinda-
what? You'll love it. I promise you're gonna love the pillow if that's
It's
what he
I'll
said.
just-
comfy.
I'll just have
I
a
love how we double
pillow
down. I love the
Par.
double down.
It's gonna be the fourth chibi girl, you know?
Yes.
That
yeah.
is true.
We
I
are
feel
trying
like
to grow.
Listen, Everybody in here is an honorary chibi girl.
Yes.
We have one legit chibi girl who's been on the podcast. We all know who it is.
And
Dak.
y'all are gonna be on it
Dak.
too.
Dak,
And Dak.
yeah, listen, bro. Dak is the
Yep.
cutest chibi girl too. So
Yeah, on my resume, it actually says Chibi Girl. Like it's my top line
Yes.
above YouTuber.
Skills.
So we got Ors here under masquerading as Preach.
What's
How
good,
you
Ors?
doing?
Sir.
What's up?
Pretty good. How you guys
What up?
doing?
What up? What up?
Yeah, we're doing good. Wait, is Preach? Are you guys both on the same thing?
Nah, Preach is sick right now. She
Oh,
said
But
sorry
how are you
about
on
that.
his Discord account? You're on his Discord.
Oh, well, all right. That's kind of a long story, but I don't know what's up with my Discord right now. It just was not working for some reason. So I came to his house and he was like, "Oh, everything's already logged onto the computer." And then he pretty much just told me like, "Just get on the computer, hop on, and then just go that way pretty much." So
Dope.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you're like-
dude,
yeah.
I gotta say about your Discord. Whenever we were hanging out Saturday night, I was so confused when I got a message. I won't say what your name was, but it wasn't Ors initially, and I'm like, "Who is this guy asking what bar I'm at? Like, who
Oh
is?
yeah.
Like, who is? Is this just a guy at the convention that found out I'm here? Like, who? I was so confused. How does they know I'm here? So,
Yeah.
something must be going on with because I know you have a couple accounts. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that exactly.
We'll take care of it. Wait, do you know if Preach is coming through or?
He told me he's not. I don't know
Okay.
if he.
No,
I'm
that's
pretty
fine,
sure
that's
he's
fine.
not.
He said he
Yeah,
wasn't
it's-
feeling well.
Yeah, he's
Hope he
pretty
feels
sick
better.
from what I heard.
Dang, he's still wasted from last
Still,
weekend. I guess.
Yeah.
still hungover from last
Yeah.
weekend, I guess.
Um,
I'm so
So-
exhausted from all the walking. Yeah.
All that water, bro.
Yep.
we'll take care.
I'm
of
ready
it
to run
in
another
one
marathon.
sweep Then, Ors recently did a face reveal, so if you guys don't recognize this handsome face, it's the Marshall D. Preach channel, Wizard of Ors here. Got to meet him. Let me see the pictures right here. He's on the left side. See him over there. So we were just feel free to intro yourself, but then also we were just about to do something like our favorite thing or something that you got from the convention.
You want me to pull that up right now then?
Yeah.
Just-
What? Oh.
Okay,
oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go
I
grab
got
it.
a few things. Oh, for sure. Just give me one sec.
All right.
Nice.
Damn,
Also, I want to say, because he didn't say it, so they might be changing the Marshall D. Preach channel name to Preach and Ors, by the way, so that people don't get
Oh,
confused
okay.
anymore. It is Preach and Ors right now, so I don't know if they're going to keep it, but
Yeah, I
Mm.
saw
really?
that, but
Hold on.
I didn't get the official, I didn't get the package of how to do the
Oh.
marketing, the brand.
yeah, we didn't get the newsletter. Yeah.
Oh? What is that?
You know how all One Piece creators just pass around changes, so we're all up to date. We got that back.
Yeah, 100%. We all
The
read
patch,
the
the
debriefs.
patch notes for the
The
community.
patch
I,
notes.
Yep.
I like
Yep.
the Preach and Or's name change, and I like how you still have the @ as Marshall D. Preach. I think that's a nice
Mhm.
lets people find
It's
you.
the best
still,
of
but
both
it's a
worlds.
good, yeah, best.
And
of
it's
both
Preach
worlds.
and Ors, not Ors and Preach, because people know the name Preach, so I think
Right.
it's a good idea.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, because
Also,
way
Preach
too
is
many
so
people are always asking about that. Like if we're the same person or yeah, so
Right,
that
and
we
now
had
if people look up either name, they'll get the channel now.
Yeah, it's super
Mhm.
smart.
Makes
True,
sense.
true.
All right, so you got.
All right, what'd you get, though,
What you
Ors?
got?
Yeah, show us.
Oh yeah. So I don't know which numbers these are, but I pretty
Fine.
much got a few of the Egghead newest volumes. I think they're only in Japanese right now. And I had
Nice.
to get the one with Divine Departure and Galaxy Fist. Let me try to pull that up.
I'm
These
like
are so
on the side
cool.
doing
Oh,
like a
that's sick.
giant Mr. Beast react to his thing. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Oh wait, how do we do the point?
Let me see if I could get it.
Wait, you got that at the con?
Mm-hmm.
What the heck?
For like $10 too for each book.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Wait,
I'm not translated, but that's cool as hell.
What
I
was
think
all
it's
that?
this one. Did everybody else already go?
Where?
No, we were just starting. You need some time?
Oh. No. I'm just trying to. I was just wondering.
Gotcha. My camera again. I don't know what's up with it today. That's so weird. Somehow I can make it through a full 4 hour.
Too many people
Yeah.
here. It can't handle this amount of
Yeah.
But it's only him, though, which is so weird. Like,
Yeah.
we all
That was
look
way too
fine.
strong.
Yep, that's probably it.
And I love it how the host is having it. The captain of this ship is kind of dropping the ball so the crewmen have to carry up. All right, bro.
Hey,
Oh my
that's
God.
how it. That's how it is. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Luffy, you
yep.
know, needs some help sometimes.
Luffy can't operate a ship by himself at all.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Nolan can though. My
He can't
goat.
do anything by himself.
True.
Literally.
We'd be,
Can't even
we'd
cook.
be still, we'd be in a barrel still, technically without. Kobe.
Yeah.
Started from the barrel. Now
That's
we're
true.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. Wait.
But yeah,
Let's pull it up. Let's see.
here's
if
the
it's-
Galaxy Fist though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
That's
That
hype.
is so
That's
cool.
Yeah,
That is really
had
nice.
to cop that one for sure. And then the
Let me
other
see.
things, the only things I got too was this. I'm gonna put it back here soon.
Oh,
And
that's
then this
nice.
That's it.
Poster right here
Yeah.
too. The straw hats. Try to.
Oh, that's
Whoa,
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
that's a
really
good one.
lit.
Really cool.
Ah, that's a good one.
Nice.
Yeah.
David got Jinbei there. Love to see it.
Yeah, that's like the only things I got.
If we had Eden show off everything
Oh,
he got,
oh,
we'd
oh
be
my
here for like
God.
2 hours, bro.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Dak
so-
had to pull me out of the artist alley.
Yeah,
Because I was
Plank was the last one, bro. Plank was it. I had to cut you off after Plank.
like this wall right here. I don't even have everything I got up yet. Like half of this wall is stuff I got at the con.
Oh my god,
my
this is so
Yeah, it was
cool.
crazy.
So wait. So Eden,
And I
do you want to go next with
yeah.
your
Really?
favorite thing
Uh,
or favorite
Oh,
memory?
favorite thing.
You have the holographic thing, Eden's? That, I see it on the wall.
Yeah. So I can't take it all because it's stuck. Well, actually, yeah, I can. Give me a second. Hold up.
Yeah, get the Pokemon card one.
You're
got it.
bringing it down for us. That's
You guys
crazy.
gonna ruin this whole setup, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, he
I
took it
like
out?
the minutes of the free.
Cole, we already
Okay,
know
that went off easier than I expected.
Okay.
Hmm?
Yeah. I thought it
Search
was gonna be a
command
struggle.
strips.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a struggle. So this was probably like the favorite thing I got. It's this like holographic Pokemon card with the final evolutions.
wow.
That's
This
cool.
is so cool.
Wait,
Oh
can you
my
get Pikachu
god.
or no? Yeah, you
They got these.
can. Okay, yeah. I like that.
Yeah, it's like all
Imagine
them.
pulling that
Super
out
dope.
like you go to a Pokemon like a card competition. And you're just like
It's all three at once.
Yeah, exactly. Straight up cheat.
Yeah,
Love it.
yeah.
Oh my
Which,
god,
wait, hold on,
that'd be
though, hold
awesome.
on. This is a real question though. Which start are you picking though?
Oh, me, I've always been a Charmander guy. I've
Charmander.
always been a
Good call.
Charmander.
Yes, sir.
Squirtle
Any
solid
black-
too, though.
Any
Yeah,
any
Squirtle all
Black
the way,
boys,
bro.
any
Squirtle.
Squirtle gamers in here?
Yeah.
Guys, guys,
Squirtle.
Squirtle. Where you know?
I do
I
love
gotta
water
say it.
types. I do love water types too.
I
Yeah.
gotta say it.
I
The
just like
fire type is overrated. I gotta say it.
Oh my
I don't know. The grass type, clear top one, bro. The grass
Grass?
All
type.
right, I'm not mad at that.
No,
I'm not
so
mad. I'm not
high.
mad. Okay, I'm not mad at that. All right.
I'm just saying, Bulbasaur doesn't grow up to get tank cannons on his back. That's all.
That's
I'm
true.
saying.
I'm
That's
saying,
true.
man.
Very true.
That's
It's just
not-
bigger
you're not
flower,
popping
but
that.
like,
yeah.
Like
But, like,
you
if
pour
we're
a
not
cup of water on
if we're
Charmander's
not
tail,
gen
he dies.
runners,
That's kind of lame.
we'll know.
No offense, you know. Like, I mean, I have a literal battleship, like as my
no,
mate. That's
Blastoise.
amazing, bro. Like, come on.
Blastoise is sick.
Yeah.
Blastoise is sick.
So we already know what Cole's favorite thing was, and you probably don't want to wheel that in unless there was something better
Oh,
than
no.
the impel down thing.
Well, my number 2 was just the walking. I just love the walking. Walking was amazing, bro. Like on God, just walking for miles upon miles upon miles, losing water was fun.
Yeah.
It was a trick. Yeah, absolutely. I love the walking. But number 3 was meeting everybody. That was cool. Just seeing everybody.
Cool.
That was dope. Seeing all the cosplayers too. Everyone came on point. I even met a Pell. I was like, what the?
There's always a pill. I
that
swear,
was-
there's
that
always
was
a pill
fire.
every convention.
That was crazy. Yeah.
That threw me off guard. But there was some good cosplays. I know that Tanuki Ohime, they came with the Sailor Moon energy. That was dope. And then there was one person that I was like, he was the Killer Bee guy. I was like, damn, he had a good Killer Bee. It was really cool seeing all these cosplayers just pull up with the energy. I liked it a lot.
Love the commitment.
Agreed.
Senor Pink was the best.
Oh, the
one.
Senior Pink.
Yeah, that's
Senior
what-
Pink was crazy.
Ooh,
He was born to be Senor Pink, like literally speaking, like
Yes.
inherited will incarnate.
That guy nailed it actually.
Mm-hmm.
I
think my favorite part of the con was when we were there, someone was doing an IRL tier list and they were tiering anime religious figures.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
and we get like all these like anime religious figures, like Cole got God Usopp and Nika. I think there was like an Evangelion one. There was a few, and then I go up, and then I get Soldier Boy. I was like so thrown off by that, but I was like, all right, that's S tier.
That's
like,
hilarious.
Yeah, and then the only S tier was God Usopp, Sun God Nika, and Soldier Boy.
Yep.
And then
It was
Jesus
so
himself
hype.
was in like
yeah,
B
Jesus
tier.
himself.
Yeah.
They put JoJo Jesus in B. It was just like, okay.
Yeah, that was fire.
Yeah,
I would say
That tier list was great.
I wish I saw.
I would
was
say, man, I think for me the funniest moment that we went through was like outside of the con when we stopped at the pizza place, and then like there's like 5 conversations going on at once just inside this tiny pizza shop,
And the dude's trying to clean, like kicking us out, kind of like, hey, I'm cleaning this table. And then Hidden, you were so nice talking to that guy. I never told you that, but bro, you're so nice for just.
Which guy?
I don't know if you remember this at all. The guy cleaning at the pizza place, and he was like telling us to move. He's trying to clean the tables, and you just like sparked up a conversation with him, and I don't know. It was super nice. That's all. I remember in my half sober state thinking like, damn, Hidden is doing the Lord's work, being so nice talking to this guy, and also like staving him off so we can stay longer at the pizza place.
You see, I don't even remember that part of the night. I don't even remember that part of the night.
I actually don't remember. I don't remember much about that.
Oh, you tipped him, Hidden. You tipped him. You gave him like $10.
I think it was 20. I think it was 20.
It might have been a 20. You gave him a double-digit dollar bill of some kind.
Oh man, that was hype.
You guys are all outside.
Yeah, it was a good look for you. It was good. It was good.
Remember.
Was this the night, the rooftop bar night?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you were gone, I
After we
think.
went to the
That was the night we
rooftop
went
bar,
for pizza.
I was like, guys, you want pizza? And everybody's like, yeah.
That was a great rendition.
Yo, New York pizza
That
is
was
so good.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was phenomenal.
Thank you.
dude.
The pepperoni and sausage from what is it? Two Brothers? Was that what it
Two Bros
was called?
Pizza.
Yeah,
Two
Brothers.
Dos Hermanos in English. Yeah, I love that.
It was
Dude.
so good, man.
Oh man.
When you're drunk at like 2 a.m. and you just hit up the pizza, like
The grease and the floppiness of the pizza, it doesn't matter. It's just
It was a wet
It was great.
pizza.
It was great.
It was so good though.
Stop calling it a wet pizza, bro.
It's not wrong, but it was good.
I thought where that was going was when we were at the pizza place, because Dak, Ors, I don't know if you remember this, right? We were sitting against the wall. We're sitting against the wall, right? And Dak starts eating the pizza, right? He gets down on one
I'm glad
knee.
you said that. I'm glad you said that. I was about to bring that up.
It's like the guy was cleaning the bench you guys were sitting on. And I'm like, I'm not standing this whole time, nor am I bothering this restaurant worker. Because I've owned a restaurant, which this goes back to Friday night when I didn't like the water situation.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I was
I owned
talking
a
about that.
restaurant.
I was talking like, don't lie to me, bro. We saw you literally at Kung Fu Kitchen. Go out of your way to be petty as hell. Like, yo.
No, I
where's
said
my
two
waters,
waters.
bro?
I said, give me
Where's
two
my
waters,
waters, bro?
They brought the waters out.
No,
and didn't give me a
he was
water.
right there watching
Didn't give
you
me
be
one.
petty as hell, bro.
They didn't bring me a water. I asked for
I got the
two.
water though. You know.
Water, bro.
In Ohio, that's a get up and walk out of the restaurant type offense. I'll be honest. Like not like if somebody asks for two waters because they're thirsty and you bring zero, like just to spite the person, that's like walk up and leave. You know, like that is. My lips were cracking at the moment.
The worst part about that is actually
I
I was
don't
in the
know.
bathroom and they still gave me a water.
Yep, he slid it
I
over
was
to
in
him.
the bathroom
I
and
was
they
sitting
still
there.
gave me
Take yours in
The
water
seat
then.
was
I was like,
empty,
oh my
and they gave him
God.
one and not me.
real quick. I don't mean to.
fixed it? Oh, what happened? What happened?
I don't mean to. Yeah, I don't mean to cut it. I just want to see if I can help you troubleshoot real quick because there's still some lag happening.
Yeah.
And
Damn.
could you real quick? Could you pull up your task manager and just check what your RAM is at right now? Your memory.
What's
Yeah.
going on in the background part?
I paused the background, so it should be a little bit better. I think people were saying that it was much better now, but
Yeah, all the moving elements because it has to refresh and check what's going on every time. And if there's something moving and it's changing, it's gonna slow down to keep up.
Yeah, if you can just pause or actually, that
I
background.
paused everything in the
Background,
back.
you
Right
paused
now
it.
it'll lag
Okay.
just with my task manager coming up, but it should be good now.
It looks good to me.
Yeah.
I'm on 720p.
Yeah, tough
It
looks
looks
refresh.
Yeah. Right now it'll just lag
Yeah,
for a second because my task manager's coming up, but it should be.
Well, for me, it is.
People are saying I just need to be a little bit louder. Okay, I could turn that up easy. Cool. Yeah, that's not a huge problem to have have me be quiet. Yeah, there was a lot of good times, honestly. Even because I couldn't be there the whole time because I had a son, brought him to the convention, which that was the first New York City hotel playthrough, and it went pretty well. And half the reason it was thanks to you guys. I want to just shout that out because you guys helped me, my wife, and Zen with anything that we needed too. So appreciate that. Real quick from me, I think the favorite thing, man, I don't even know. I think it was just the food. Like every time we ate together, like it just felt super One Piece. I don't know. And that's like super, it's a little cringe, but even though I brought like my best friend from like high school and he's Japanese and he really, it's just a hidden nose too. Like his wife is the same way where it's like like when the Westerners appreciate the anime culture, it gets a little weird. So he tends to avoid it, but he came to the dinner and we were just talking One Piece and he was like, yo, that was mad fun. And I was just like, like, I'm glad that was the experience.
It was super cool.
I think your wife also had a lot of fun too. So yeah, that to me.
Do you have that video? Do you want to play the circular video? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I could play it right now. Now that my stream.
Oh my god, that was funny.
Yeah,
bro.
Let me see.
Yeah, I was unprepared, but it's a cool video anyway.
Let me see. I think the video should play audio. Let me see.
Looks like the stream's way better now, so.
Yeah.
Dope.
We may be ruining it by introducing the video. I apologize for even mentioning it, but hopefully there's no issues.
Listen, I'm sure.
Guys, nothing's gonna pop on the stream. No,
So me and Chestnut are happy we're not the only one who gets technical difficulties, okay?
Oh my god, bro.
Oh,
Starting up
yesterday
the
for me too.
Oh yeah.
I just I'm up hard stalking, bro.
Oh, hidden.
It was so funny because Hidden was reaching over to go grab food, and we're like, Hidden, no!
Yeah,
See my,
we
my
were
wife,
not
my wife
ready.
my wife yanked my face, ready?
Yeah, I was not ready.
So funny.
I was not ready.
Yo, me too. I didn't know that was happening.
Yeah, and so because everyone's probably wondering what this perspective is, like how is it going around?
Yeah, how
in a
you getting this?
circle?
What's going on here?
Yeah, so there's like it's like a double table thing where there's like a circular part in the middle
And it
that
spins
like a
around.
lazy
So you put your
Susan.
phone in the middle of it. You just spin the. Oh
And we
my
spun it
God.
around. Yep.
That was my wife.
I
yeah.
love how Par
That
is
was
like
so
so
cool.
into the discussion during the video.
Par rambling and holding the bottle is crazy.
It's so funny.
The best part was that the night before, I was gonna play the video before we get into the crazy conversations. The night before, which we'll see the videos at the bar, right before Cole leaves, he goes like, "Yo, Par, like you drunk?" And I'm like, "Nah, I'm sober." And then he's like, "But you high?" And I'm like, "No." And he's like, "You what?" And he was mad confused after everything. And I was completely sober because I had to go back for my son and stuff like that. No sound for the. Oh, you guys didn't get the sound? I thought the sound was playing. I could play it again at the end of the stream. I just don't want to mess up like settings right now. But yeah, and then this night, we went a little bit different. But
Oh man.
she happened to
went
just
very different.
turn on the video while I'm holding the bottle, and I'm like, are you is this of all the moments she could have recorded? But I'm glad that she got that because that was really funny. Yeah, we just happened to get a giant lazy Susan for that. That was crazy.
That was dope. Like every time I go to a big restaurant, I'm gonna try to find a table like that now. Like that was so cool.
That was my first time, like going like a table that turns. Like that was my first time. It was so cool.
Well,
So
I just
doing
love the
family style dinner
style.
like that.
Yeah, family
Yeah.
style dinner. That's hype, man. Like that's like a one-piece banquet because you're not getting your own dish. It's like food for the table. The whole crew reaches in and grabs what they want. It's like that's like the most One Piece like type of dinner to get.
Which guys, by the way, the truffle steak that stole the show. I'm still
Yeah,
thinking
oh
about
my
the truffle
god, that
steak.
was so good.
Luffy would have cooked that
Oh, yeah.
all by
That-
himself.
that would have
Like,
been
it
his
would've
favorite.
gone, Yeah.
Blip
that was-
to it.
that was-
I love how every time, like,
Bro.
you guys like spicy food? They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah. He
I was
made
all
more
for
than
the
just the
spicy food.
peppers.
Oh, the peppers.
Spicy
Yo,
food.
I told them,
Oh.
do not eat the red peppers. They eat the red peppers. Listen.
Literally
I
breathing
underestimated
fire.
the
That's
peppers,
a
to be
mistake.
honest.
That's a
Yeah,
fatal mistake.
that was great.
Always fatal mistake.
Also, just want to say, I'm surprised no one mentioned, but one of the best moments of the weekend for me was when we went to the bar on the first night on Friday, and then we had the live debate. Cole posted the
Oh,
video
my
of it. I posted the video.
Man.
That was so hype. That live debate was insane. I'm pretty sure the entire city block heard the debate, and it was that was
Yeah, you were going
I
on.
agree.
that was beautiful.
That was great. We talked for
Yeah.
a while, and then I thought that like, okay, it was like time to leave at some point. Then no, here's Par. I'm like, okay, never mind. We're gonna go for a little bit longer. Then out come Tanuki, He-Man. We're gonna go for even longer. It's like yo, and then we went, bro. You wanna know a secret? I had a tab at that bar. I left my credit card there, and it's still there. I was like, you know what, whatever. I don't care. I'll get another one.
Oh no.
Bro.
I just left it there. Whatever, bro. But it was a
Fine,
great
they're not
time.
watching
It
the
was
stream.
a good time. Toxic time too. Oh, love it. Love it. People
We
had
could-
to like.
That was so much fun, though,
Folks are sitting
for
next
sure.
to us, and they're like, "We just have to leave because we're not gonna be near these actual nerds."
Yeah, the hockey was too much for
It
normies.
really was.
We could.
Didn't somebody even walk by and ask or say something?
They said something about Shanks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to
someone
me,
said-
it
yeah.
was like I said something, and he's like, "My man," and I was like, "Okay, all right, fair enough." Yeah, so I could show those videos now, and then we can come back to like more, like convention favorite moment stuff, because that's kind of how these conversations go. But real quick, just everyone question: would you guys go back?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
yeah,
Sure,
Absolutely.
I already got my cosplay planned out next time.
I
Can't
am
reveal
planning. We'll have to plan a big cosplay together, y'all. Like, this is happening. I'm not the only one who's gonna cosplay, okay?
Do we show up
Oh,
as
I
like?
need to do
I'm
a
with
better
you.
cosplay.
I gotta match.
You guys
your
gotta do
energy,
One
He-Man.
Piece.
You will do
I gotta match
costume.
He-Man's energy.
Yeah, that's
He
One
may had
Piece.
he may had a different costume for every day. I like that's impressive. Like I had to struggle to think of one. So like next time I'm coming A game.
Well,
That's all I'm saying. A
we
game.
can do like the Rocks Pirate or something like that. I really love that idea.
Yes,
okay.
we were talking about this.
Ooh.
Yes.
Hidden would probably go for the rocks. I might do Garland so that Zen could be baby Shanks, and then we get someone to do Roger, the rocks pirate. So we could do something like that. But I just wanted to say, like everybody here, whether you're first time or not, like it's just a good time in or outside the convention. And again, another thing for me, it's like obviously like we're creators, but when it comes to like the One Piece stuff, it's like we just become fans. And so if you're just a One Piece fan and you're just like, and you enjoy being in these Discord conversations or in the YouTube comment section, YouTube chats, wherever, just come through one of the conventions. I'm going to try my best to go through as many conventions next year, and hopefully to end of time, because it's like, again, the conversation I'm about to show you guys can only happen once. Like we can maybe run it back at another convention, but the moment these things get revealed, it's done. When One Piece is done, we're not gonna run back that conversation that happened last weekend. And Axe knows, he was there. Like we had so many conversations that it's just like they don't make it to these things, but they're so much fun. And Cole said at the end of the video, it's like we were all power scaling, even though none of us really do power scaling, and it was a lot of fun. And as long as like it's so hard to not, I feel like a lot of people are weird about it online, but in person it's like, yo, it's chill, like, you know what I mean? Like we're just having fun, right?
For sure.
And so if you guys want to make plans, like the tickets, they go out of like sale very quickly.
Months
Keep it on your
ahead.
itinerary.
Oh yeah, they do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You-
Like
the
it's in
anime-
August, right? So March-ish, you should honestly look. I would
No,
say.
not even. I saw that they're gonna start the pre order tickets in like on the 5th December for Anime NYC. So like it's coming very very soon for
Yeah,
Anime
because
NYC.
next year they're gonna do it in August. They're not gonna do it in
Yeah. So brace
September.
yourself, guys. It's like in maybe 2 or 3 month max for the tickets.
Yeah,
Now, what you
they're
guys
gonna
should
sell
do-
out March or April for sure.
Now, what you guys should do, because Par did a mad lad play, is because this con was really good, I think, because it was well organized. Even though there was some people there, it was well organized. Try to go to California Anime Expo. Holy hell, bro! I mean,
That's on my list.
Just don't go.
Let
on
it
the
go on
first
your
day.
list just for the
That's on
experience,
my list.
bro.
Too.
Was
When
Get
does
tickets
Anime
hella early,
Expo
man.
Yeah. Is
Anime
anybody
Expo is a
End of
bro.
July.
It is a shit show like no other, bro. It's like
The LA one?
It's
Oh my
stupid
god.
packed, bro.
Wait,
So,
man.
we were there.
When does it
You know what?
happen?
it happens
End
in
of-
August as well. So
Wait,
End
anime?
of
No,
July.
July.
That's July. It's the beginning of
July,
July
yeah,
because
yeah,
I
yeah.
can never go because it's 4th of July. My dogs are scared of
That's
fireworks.
Yes,
That's why I know.
right.
But
I mean,
also-
yeah, but
San
then-
Diego,
Then
too.
bring the family over. Bring the family over. I just listen. We're going together. We have to experience it together, right?
I just
Nerd
got to
stuff.
move to LA. That's on the docket.
No,
Hollywood
don't move
Dad?
to LA.
Hollywood Dad?
There's nothing going on in Ohio.
Are you
guys.
insane? Do you want to coach stuff? Are you a
You're not
masochist?
Hollywood
No,
like
never.
Randy Troy. It's fine. You know
Hollywood
what I mean?
Dad?
He's in the chat
Shouts to
right
Randy
now.
Troy.
Yeah,
Shouts to
yeah.
Matt Owen. Shouts to Roger.
that's-
But nah, let's,
Yep.
Mr.
don't
Writer's
do
Room.
it.
I gotta hit up LA to dap up Randy when we're there.
Yeah,
That's like
hit
part of
up
the,
LA.
that's part of the
Don't
show.
hit up. Make it a one night stand. Don't go back. Look,
go.
don't turn back. Like
In and out.
it's not worth it.
Yo, the funnest thing about Anime Expo when me and Hime went is that we met up with Par, but Par didn't have a ticket to get in. So we went to this guy who was selling tickets on the side, and he was like, "Yeah, it's like I think he had like it was $250 for a ticket," and Par's like, "I can't pay that." I like held Par. I said, "I got this." I went up to him and I haggled it down to 100, and he said, "I'm not doing it." I'm like, "Okay, bye." And I started walking away. He said, "I'll do 100." So we got the ticket. For
Yeah,
100.
she's
She
strong.
asserted her dominance.
I
She
like
was like, "It's 100 or nothing."
Damn.
It was the craziest like
The haggle,
That's
haggle
nice.
fruit.
it was the
She
craziest
brought
brown
the New York
person.
energy to California. Listen, you're not gonna bullshit me. I know it's like day like Saturday, Sunday. No one's here. Shut up. Give me the ticket, bro.
But I want to say about the LA one, if y'all end up going, like there was the first day 350,000 people in the same
Oh my God.
convention.
Oh my
You
God.
couldn't walk, you couldn't
No.
breathe. We were dying.
Yeah.
350,000?
Man.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
like a- that's like
a new
don't go on the
decision.
first day.
Yeah.
In the middle of the
Experience.
summer in
Oh
California,
my god.
the sweat. You know,
Oh,
what I'm like,
God.
it couldn't have smelled good at all at Anime
The
Expo.
weather was
It didn't
really
smell
nice,
great
but not in
at,
the
at
convention.
NYC sometimes.
In the convention is bad. So if I were to like summarize, because I went to all three this year. Last year, Comic-Con, Anime NYC was better last year than Comic-Con. This year, Anime NYC was better, Comic-Con was better, but for One Piece fans, because they literally had like a museum for One Piece. Like they went through all the gears, how the crew joined the crew. Like it was like a museum exhibit where you could stop and they were like, "Oh, we can hold your stuff. We'll take pictures for you." Like it was insane. And they had really nice soft carpet. I was like, damn, how'd you guys afford this? I literally asked the person this. It was like mattress level carpeting, and it just felt like I was being on clouds. And it was in the Gear 5 exhibit. I was like, is this just like all on purpose? Versus Anime NYC, there wasn't much One Piece stuff and official stuff. But even then, the New York conventions were better than the LA ones. LA ones is a vibe. If you like partying, I feel like LA probably has that beat, but I haven't heard too much about the NYC parties. I don't go to them because, you know, I'm a dad. But the one thing I can say, and I think because I wasn't even there, but I can say, don't go on the first day for LA Expo. Do not do that.
Yeah.
And the other thing to expect,
Unless you know catch, don't do it, bro.
yeah. And then the
It
other
was
part
crazy.
is the other factor is that the New York City conventions are way better organized, because the LA Expo, they literally have like a mini airport sized place, but like the organization's so bad, it took us 15 minutes to walk to food. It was me, Hime, Tanuki, and Cole. Me and Cole were just like, are we Zora right now? And they're like, no, we're going the right way. It's just very far. And it took 15 minutes. And it was like, how is this even... This doesn't even make sense.
All the
Like,
food is in the center of the Javits Center in New York, but for the Expo last year,
Mhm.
we had to go all the way to like the very end of like, so we had to go like across
Oh yeah.
from where like the escalators were,
Uh-huh.
like underneath the escalators where like all like where like a lot of the food stuff was. So like there's two food areas, but they're so far apart.
And
So like if you're stuck in the middle and there's a heavy traffic, which there was on Friday and also on Sunday when I met you guys, I was like, yeah, bro, like it's gonna be hard as hell. Or I guess Monday, hard as hell to just get food or sit down. And even sitting down was kind of like impossible at times because there were just so many people. So you had to go like sit down at like a place to eat in like the afternoon. So it
and,
was,
and sometimes
Yeah.
it was even impossible to get to the food because like it will be like, oh, this is the limit of people for inside of the garden, and we were like,
Yeah.
okay, then we'll just eat air.
Yeah.
Like,
And
Yeah.
I just want to add, because Cole won't do this, but I always meme when we're in public, you know, I always meme. Cole is literally like, it's like walking down with an A-list celebrity. When it took 15 minutes to get, we're in LA. This isn't even his coast. We're in LA. Every step I took, it was like, I'm not joking, guys. There was a time me and Cole were in a booth. Some dude recognized Cole from his voice from like outside of the booth. That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever experienced. There was, like I just heard a random voice from outside. It's like, is that King of Lightning? And I'm like, stop. And he's like, oh my God, I recognize you from it. I was like, stop. And then what made it the worst, I think like the worst, but obviously the, you know, like Cole's is crazy. Went to a restaurant that Rogers Base always goes to. Everybody knows him there. But every waiter and waitress knew Cole. They literally stopped him, came to our table to take a picture with Cole. They didn't know any of us.
One
They
dude
knew
was the
Cole.
straight up Samoan guy. I'm like, yo, what is the Samoan brother talking about? Like, oh yeah, watch your videos all the time, bro. I'm like, what the
It was the
Bro.
wildest thing. I was like, oh my God, we got Matt Owens here. We got Rogers Base. We got Randy Troy. Nope. Everyone's like, oh my God, is that King of Lightning from across the, like, it was the
That's
craziest
hilarious.
thing. And that
he's
did not
glazing it.
stop.
Wait. I have to downplay it. All right, he's glazing it. It was like maybe 2 cats, right? Like it wasn't like every.
Bro,
no, at the convention, we were with them. At the convention, people would stop him and be like, oh my God, I'm such a fan. Picture.
Yeah.
It was crazy, bro. Like,
They look like
it
Brad
was like
Pitt over
every
here.
step.
Good
I
Lord.
would like look and I'd be like, oh my gosh, they see King of Lightning. We gotta go.
We gotta go.
Yeah. It was a good time, and given, you know, Cole's star status, we gotta take him down a notch with what was happening on Twitter. All right, let's get into some of the nitty gritty. I think the good first video to start off with is what Hidden posted, which I want to add, like, somehow Hidden could be like wasted at a bar and still have like amazing cinematography. Like I don't know how this happens like this, but here, let me see. You guys, if
What
you guys
can I
have the
say?
audio.
He didn't have like the walk up. Like he has that like certain walk up where like the camera just kind of has to kind of be his, or almost like he's CM Punk or something, like some sort of WWE superstar. It's like he has that certain walk up. He has that energy, and you have to pan on him for a few seconds, like no matter what.
Yeah. This is next level.
CM Punk.
Let me see
That's a
if
first.
if the audio
That's
plays
first.
real quick.
Or king status, yo. Respect it.
That was an elite segue, by the way, Par. I was just gonna say, like, that was masterfully done. Like, now we're talking about the Twitter clips.
Yeah.
Now we're getting serious.
Huh? Why doesn't my audio come through? Hold on, 1 second, guys. Yeah. They were saying this before, but now I actually need the audio. Cool.
Okay. What is your audio source, and are you using Streamlabs, I guess?
Yeah, I'll play it from my computer right now. I'll go through that.
Shots to Randy Troy in the chat real quick. Shots to Randy.
Yeah, Randy, you said he's heading out. Randy, I
Cool,
appreciate you
I
stopping
just-
in, bro.
Peace, Randy.
Bye,
See you,
Randy.
brother.
Hopefully get to see you at
I
the
just
next.
I love the freeze frame right now on Cole PogChamp. That's the.
That's pretty dope.
Oh, that reminds me, actually. Speaking of which, I remember too. There
Oh,
was a
Gio's in
moment.
the chat. What's up?
Gio's in chat.
Yeah, what's up, Gio?
Yeah, what's up, Gio?
What's up?
Perfect timing. We're about to bring up
Toxic as hell, Gio. What's up, bro?
the toxic Twitter stuff. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah, he came to the Twitter segment, huh?
yeah, he did. He knows.
The
why
timing's
he's here.
impeccable.
Yeah, timing. He was here the whole time, right, Gio? You don't have to lie. Oh, Gio started streaming, I think, this week or something like that. He did a.
Oh,
he did a
really?
Oh, word?
shout outs to that.
Oh,
Yeah.
finally doing something.
I gotta hop in those.
Yeah, I saw
I'm
it.
gonna be in. I'll be lurking in chat.
And also, real quick, big ups to because there was one that kind of caught me off guard too. I'm like, oh shit, where I there were these official like cameramen that pulled up on Ohime and Tanuki, like, yo, we need pictures ASAP, and some random like Blackside Tom, like, they pulled up with the energy, like click, 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 like you like something you see at like a red carpet. I'm like, damn, what's in here? That was impressive. Like they just randomly pulled up. You guys get or no? Like on Instagram or did they see pictures, that kind of stuff?
I'm not sure, but they did that to Hime like 7 times. Like I swear to God, I was walking with Hime, and every 10 seconds somebody would be like, "Can I get a picture with you? Can I get a pic with you?"
But people don't even know me. Like they just like, oh, I just want to take a picture with you, and I'm like, okay.
Remember in LA, he made the guy who asked to.
Oh my god, he was. Oh my god, he was like.
That happened again.
Yeah.
Yes, again, he was like, can I pick you up? And I was like, I'm not comfortable.
Yo.
Yeah, I was like, I'm
What
taking
in
the
the
picture.
world, bro? Yo.
I was taking the picture, like, do I need to step in on, like, what is happening here? It was like Cole and Tanuki were on the side, and I'm like, did he just ask that? Like, I had to ask myself. I was like, bro just asked that.
Yeah,
Like,
you remember, like
wild.
Star was taking the picture, and he was like, okay, so if I can pick you up, and then he just like took a knee and looked at me and was like, take a picture like that.
yeah, at first I thought he asked to be stepped on, and I was like, oh, that's kind of normal, I feel like.
Say that again.
That happened in LA, and then it happened again in New York. Me and Hime were taking pictures, like together, like we were just doing our cute little cosplay stuff on our phone, and this guy comes up, he goes, "Hey, can I get a picture of you? Can I pick you up?" And I was like, he was like, "No."
I was like, I'm not comfortable. He's like, okay, just a selfie, and I'm like, okay.
New York is understandable because people are weird over here, but LA too.
Yes,
They mean
but
pick
you
you
were
up like
there.
Yeah,
You were there.
Cole got stopped.
Wait! I didn't see anybody ask to go and pick you up, but yeah, I was there.
Oh,
But
literally, you were there.
Yeah, it was right before we walked into the beer garden. It was right before then.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, we were
must
the
have missed
most
that.
starved at that. I was upset, but I'm just like, fine, take a picture. It's Hime, it's cool, it's whatever. And then the dude said that. I was like, this
I
guy.
didn't hear anybody. I remember a picture, but I didn't hear like, oh, by the way, can I pick you up or step on me?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
That's wild.
Bro, somebody already asked me at another convention to strangle him. Like, I was like, no, I'm not doing that.
Yo.
Oh my
yo.
god.
Bro,
Guys,
maybe he was
please
just
don't
maybe he
be
was having a
this
bad day.
person. Please
Like
don't
maybe
be
I'm
that
like
person.
content brain, but I feel like every time this happens, like Tanuki should be recording and
You
do a
should,
proper-
she should.
It's like anime
Literally
weirdos at
just call it
conventions.
the Anime
Like,
NYC experience.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then just
exactly.
put it online.
Oh
Like,
my
like, make it a TikTok short or
If you
whatever.
did a short, do shorts with it. Like each short
Yeah.
can be a weirdo
Yeah.
or two. Those would
Yeah.
pop off. Those would go crazy.
Oh my
That's honestly a
god.
PSA. Like, guys in the chat,
Yes.
please don't be like this.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you're here, you're not.
Don't be these
like,
people.
That bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
there was
You should just
Oh,
play
go ahead.
bass boosted bruh for like 10 minutes in front of him. Like,
Something, bro.
I was
You're
gonna
like,
say
"Bruh."
when we were walking out the
Oh,
one
no.
night, there were girls with signs like saying like, "Oh, if you want me to do this, you got to pay me for it." And I was
Oh,
like,
yeah, I saw
honestly,
that.
respect. Like I've never seen it before, and I was
Back
like,
to
you know
back.
what? They know their audience. They know
Yeah.
there's weirdos who are gonna come to these places, and I'm like, you know what?
Wait,
They know what
Animenyc?
Yeah, it
Oh,
said
yeah.
step
Yeah.
on me or
Yeah.
something, $10, and I was like,
when you say
$10?
Anime
They know what they're
NYC,
doing.
it like New York, LA. It's a lot of
Bro.
people, and there's gonna be weird
They're
people in the cities, right? Like Anime
They're all trying to make
NYC
money.
boosts it a
Bro.
little bit, but New York also just has weird people too.
Worst thing I
Of course.
worst thing I saw was some guy actually as Miss Valentine's Day. Like, remember that we saw that part?
I
Like,
did see that.
one-
I did
Yeah,
see
Oh yeah,
that.
maybe it's I think we saw brother was Jack too. I'm like, damn, nigga.
He was, yeah. And I was like,
Brother
oh,
was
shit.
Jack coming out with the Miss Valentine's dress. I'm like, yo. Like I had like a triple thing. I'm like, what the?
All right, so real
saying, like,
quick, let
New
me
York,
Oh,
pay
play
funny.
this.
$10 for that.
Have
New
me
York,
rolling.
New York, you lay down on the sidewalk, people step
Yeah.
on you for free. You don't got to pay money for that.
Yeah, it's true.
Wait, hold on.
True.
Hold on. If I go to Anime North, are there weirdos there
Yeah.
too?
I've never been, but I'm going this year, and we'll see. Listen,
That's the
Toronto
Canada
people,
one?
who knows?
Yeah, I need
I mean, probably. Yo, at
Kind of-
Anime NYC, Hime was in her regular normal clothes that she wears, and we were walking like to the bathroom, and like she had 7 people stop her. Can I take a picture? She's like, no, I'm not. And like, who? What anime character are you? She's like, I'm not. I'm just in clothes.
I was wearing my normal clothes, and people were like, "Yo, what anime character are you?" And they were trying to take a picture, and I was like, "What is happening?"
Like, I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
so
crazy.
yeah, it's
That's
crazy. But it's
weird.
like, damn, like you guys need like a third wheel, like someone else to pull up
A
just to
security
record
guard.
you, just to record your interaction with the people.
Yeah.
It's like just fire off compilations. Oh my god.
I remember you guys bringing that up too, but I didn't know it was that bad, like that many times.
I mean, if
That's
we do
crazy.
another convention, I
The
could be the
bathroom.
cameraman.
Listen, I'm happy Chester is there because I feel like nobody would believe me otherwise.
Next time we just have to vlog everything. We're just gonna do like a 24/7 vlog of our
You
experience.
put a
going
GoPro
to-
cam on or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the cosplay.
exactly.
Have a GoPro like hidden
Yeah.
in the cosplay. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Honestly,
Yeah, you'll
like
have to
if
do-
someone walks up to you and be like, "Yo, can you choke me?" I'll just chime. Everyone should just chime in and be like, "Yeah, could we choke you out too?" like,
would be
like as a
crazy.
group,
God.
they'd be like, "All right, let's form a line. Let's form a line. Everyone choke this guy." Like,
Yeah, for the most like range possible, you gotta like
Yeah.
get one hand around.
You know, like I'm not trying to give them a one up, but like either the audacity or the confidence to be able to ask that to somebody in public is kind of like it's not
It's
impressive.
New
but-
York. People are weird over here, man.
Yeah,
It's the
I just,
context.
Like even in Long Island, we have weirdos everywhere,
Yeah.
bro.
No, but
Like,
you know
yeah,
what?
weird.
No, you know what? It's because like they're like the moment they step in the convention, they're like, "Oh my god, it's time. I could be weird," you know. you know, it's time.
Yeah.
We're fellow
And
nerds, right?
Speaking
We know
of
the
weird,
drill, right? We watch anime. We can be weird. Why not? Yeah, let's.
speaking of weird, let's go into
Let's do a
these
step
weird
process.
takes on Twitter that I found.
Segway City. Segway.
Yeah. So the audio should work, guys. Let it play. It's a 40-second clip here, and then we got like a minute, 2-minute one on Cole's side. Just to preface it, and also for the VOD viewers, so you don't have to like go to Twitter mid thing, so you just watch it here. So let's play real quick.
Hello everyone, I'm here.
Should be
It's
going.
Animenyc
There we go.
with my man ParVision. We got Cole over here. We're here talking about Shanks. What do you guys think? Shanks versus all 5 Gorosei. Who do you think wins that one? Shanks. It's not Shanks. It's not Shanks. It's not Shanks. Listen, it's not. Let me just tell you guys right now. Spoiler alert. It's not Shanks.
He's hoping. He's hoping hard as hell. It's undeniable. It's always Shanks.
I don't know what we'd be reading if it was the other way around. It doesn't make sense.
Shanks has one pillow party and they shit themselves.
Where was the shit? Find me the shit, Cole. Where was the shit?
Hello everyone, I'm here. Host Animenyc with my man ParVision.
I still
We
need
got
to know, Cole,
over
where
here. We're here
is the
talking about
shit?
Shanks.
Come on.
What do you guys think?
I like that
Shanks-
I
that's
think
how
it is
that one
fucking hard.
ended. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen to
Cole-
the stream, also listen to you, so you know.
Oh,
Yeah,
gotcha,
you're like a
gotcha.
minute ahead or whatever. So
Yeah.
just have to do it too.
My bad. I forgot about the delay.
Where was the shit?
I saw you arguing with like I think it was Roger and I think also Sandman of All on Park chimed in too, because the biggest, or at least the biggest thing I saw in my Twitter post was when Honky brought up the fact of Road
fact.
to the Laugh Tale, and then you were in the comments arguing with Roger
Fact.
and Sandman about the translation. Like you have to quadruple or quintuple check. Like not even like you do this for like classes in college, bro. But you were like, I gotta make sure this is like, you know, triple, quadruple. Like, do they mean like the side, the Gorosei talking about Shanks, but from like which perspective of a? But maybe the kanji means this. Like, bro, just stop denying the greatness.
What do you hold on? We didn't even play that clip yet.
Yeah.
We didn't even play that clip. One, we didn't play that clip, but also two, before that, Hidden, did you do the homework thing I asked? Were you able to?
I was literally about to ask that.
Oh my god, I completely forgot. My bad, man.
It's all good. It's all good.
At students.
I was actually gonna step away anyway. I could go
Yeah.
do like a real quick one right now and get that for you.
Yeah. Do that. We'll watch the video and then.
Let me. I'll be right back.
All
I'll be
right.
back.
Sounds good. All right. You guys will know what that's about in a second. But, yeah. I just. Cole, at that point, because you did something funny on your video, which we're gonna play in a second. You said you were drunk. I just gotta know, like, when are you gonna cope with that? You know, at this point, how many drinks did you have?
Well, So the only person that knows this is Ev. But I didn't just have drinks there. When we went to that one random location for like
The
that
taco
miniature
place.
One Piece cosplay thing,
Yeah.
there was this like, I forgot what the hell I had. It was like some heavy drink.
It was some.
that was
It was like
the
a
pale ale, the double
trash
pale ale.
IPA.
yeah,
It was
bro.
trash.
It was horrible, but I drank like damn near all of it before throwing it out. I was like, and it was like what, like 20 proof or something? I forgot how much.
Yeah, it was like it was
Something
pretty
up there.
big.
Yeah, I was like, bro, like I should not be eating this at all. And then Kaneki also had like these really nice, like cookie dough shots, and I saw so I had way more than you would think, Par. Okay, damn, don't give me that. Yeah,
I was just wondering, you know, just to set the
Now
record
you
straight,
know.
because midway through your video, you're like, oh, by the way, guys, I'm drunk. I'm like, okay, all right, you get to
I still had a little much to
soften.
drink.
Yeah, I was like, who are you trying to protect yourself from?
Listen,
with that one. Oh man.
For the
So let me-
moment statement, but I say that needs no protection. It stands on fact.
Damn, you heard it here, guys.
Yeah.
Cole needs no protection. Mark that down.
Yeah.
If for all you guys who know, Luffy is a condom boy, so no protection needed.
Oh.
Rubber.
Hello.
Someone commented on that short that's like from 4 months ago, and it's still like people are like, bro just said Luffy's a condom, I can't look at him anymore. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, he protects his friends, he's a security protection, you know what I mean? Same thing. But yeah, let me play this next one, and then we'll jump into the debates, the conversation, or not debates, the conversations,
Debate.
right?
Real quick, what was the line specific? Because what you sent me was like a few pages. What was the line in ref?
So it's right above the Shanks picture. I sent the whole thing because I was like, oh my god, I found the raws, and I was just kind of happy. There's like, you see on the left side, there's like
the one sentence at the top.
Yeah, it's like beneath the lion is quiet or whatever, and then like the black line, like right above his picture, where he's like looking up at the, I think, the wedding thing. Let me see what I sent you. Let me see.
Phantom Greyfire in the chat put Con D
So you see the first picture hidden right underneath,
Yes.
like the Shanks on the left side, the big picture.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see how there's two black lines.
Yes.
That
Those?
paragraph right underneath the second black line. That paragraph right there. That's what's in question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right. So I'll play this video, guys, and then we'll get on talking about it. All right. Here we go. Should be good.
Okay, wait a minute. Oh yeah, I'm close. Stop. No, I need this. No, don't run, Bart. Don't run. Okay, no one run. No, wait. Wait, hold on. Pause. Say what you just said verbatim.
Which question?
The one about me, about Shanks and Mihawk.
So the first question is, can Shanks beat the Gorosei?
And most of us say yes.
No, he cannot. Shanks cannot.
Okay, and then the next question is... No. The next question... Okay, yeah, the next question is, when Shanks walks into the room with 5 Gorosei, does he come out? And
Yes.
some people, you say
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and then the next...
Every time... Oh, he made every time two young guys ever meet up. Every time they ever meet up, the Gorosei literally defecate in their pants in real time. They're so shook. They do.
The shit.
Bro, she's tripping,
And
bro.
then the next question is...
Next question
is, if Shanks can beat all 5 Gorosei, does Mihawk still beat Shanks?
If Shanks lost an arm to the Lord of the Coast, what do you think's gonna happen when Saint Jupiter pulls up on his ass?
Fraudulent.
It's a wrap.
Fraudulent. Shanks or Mihawk?
The godhead of
There it is.
agriculture.
Shanks. Oh, there.
Can 5 Gorosei beat Shanks? I'm gonna be straight with you. If 5 Gorosei pull up on Shanks and he comes out alive, we're having problems outside of One Piece.
No, we're not.
Yeah,
No, we're not. No, we're not, bro.
How are we sitting reading this shit, waiting 11 1,100 chapters for the Gorosei.
No, we're not. We're good. Everything is okay. Tell them.
Bro, in the I need a fact check. Road to last.
So this is where the line comes up
Shanks
with the
went all out.
thing.
The Gorosei said that they don't know if they can handle it.
Yes.
I need a fact check.
Yes.
We have a bunch of theories.
Yes. She's on point. She's on
Where's the
point.
fact?
Bro, she's on. What do you
You didn't even hear what she said. You said she's on point.
She is on point.
Actually, is really funny.
She's on point. Code. They said that if he were to go all out, he would like shake the world or something, and they don't know if he can actually like handle him. Bro. Yes, listen, I did drink a lot today. Don't get me wrong, right? I did it, yes. We had a lot of those.
Cole just
But that doesn't matter.
And Kenny was like, yo.
No. Okay, maybe the shaking the world part was a bit gas. Maybe
It wasn't a
bit
big
late.
gas goal.
And they say power scaling conversations aren't fun. They say power scaling conversations
Fun
aren't
as
fun.
hell. IRL or not, they're fun as hell, bro.
All right, so that I gotta wait for the delay.
Camera
actually.
work. Unnatural.
Whew. All right, did the caught up on the stream now, or I think it's good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good.
So
So funny.
I like Cole. The perfect moments. Like I had a few to drink. Oh, that shit was gassed up. You didn't even hear. What Chestnut said. You said she's on point, and then
She's on point.
read.
She's on point.
She read
I
the
heard-
thing, and then you were like, "Oh, he shakes the world or something." Facts. I was like,
I'm trying to recall what they
It
said.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Go ahead.
because like when I was there, I was like, I specifically remember that quote, and it's because the Gorosei said that he was threatening if provoked, and that Shanks sheds like rumbles or whatever throughout the world, right? And I
Yes.
was like, you were not threatened by somebody that you don't think could beat you, right? Like Luffy would never be threatened by Buggy, right? He might don't say anything.
Unless.
Okay.
Unless.
Yeah.
But like, you know what I mean? Like Luffy would never be like genuinely threatened by like current Luffy would never be genuinely threatened by like Elvita or something like that, right? Unless like Luffy, but Luffy would be threatened by Kaido, because Kaido is of that level where it's like, okay, if all of the Gorosei are like, yeah, Shanks can be threatening if provoked, that to me is like they acknowledge Shanks' strength. Now, is he going to like no diff to the point where they're all knocked out? Like, I don't think that he's gonna knock them out, but is he going to be able to get out of that room and do some damage to people and maybe even take out a couple of them and the other ones are kind of taken back? Yeah.
But
I
we
think
weren't
that Shanks is at
arguing
that
on
level.
that. We were arguing
if Shanks gets out of the room.
No,
But
no,
we
no,
act-
no,
Down
it-
those Gorosei,
it was-
can he
No,
face
this
those
is
Gorosei
important.
and push them back?
It
Yeah.
wasn't
This is
implied
very
that way.
important. This is very important because you may think that, and I understood this after talking to Roger's base. He agrees that Shanks could get out of the room. Okay, that's one thing. Cole does not think that. Cole did not think that, and he still doesn't think that. Cole literally, guys, brace yourself. We asked him the ultimate question: Shanks versus Emu. Let me tell you, he hesitated. He stumbled. You took
I'm
a
gonna go on
good
this one,
10 minutes,
honestly.
and then we got back to you, and it was like we asked you again while you were leaving. You turned around, and you're like, all right, Emu kind of takes it. It's fine. And you didn't even say
Wait, whoa.
No way.
No. I said, Emu, because you said Emu or Shanks. Who's got this? And I'm like, close. It's close in theory. I still got the God King. I got the God King. God King, bro. God
The
King.
way we gotta talk about it like this, right? So I'm about to be nerdy, right? So there's a denotation, and the denotation is Shanks gets out of the room, right? He literally walks out of the room. We don't know what happened in the room, but he walked out of it. But the connotation, what Cole is saying, that he defeated all 5 of them and then walked out of the room. That's the divide we
That is
have
the
here.
distinction, yes.
Yeah,
Also,
exactly.
I have the translation, I have the explanation fresh in my head if you wanted me to give that. For
Go
that
for
one,
it,
if that's
yes.
pertinent to
Please
this.
do.
So are you able to pull it up on stream just or like so we know
Yes.
people know what we're talking in reference to?
I'll pull it up. So I can pull up the raws too because people were going ham on that one. That was the reason. So like obviously TCB, they translate stuff. That's the one I remember, and I think you guys even quoted that one at the dinner, and we just understood it very differently. People brought up a different one on I should not be scrolling through my
Twitter,
replies actually. I should not be scrolling just in case.
That's a real good call.
Yeah, just in case. Let's see. Where's the Cole post? Here it is, and then right under it should be the thing. And so there was another translation that was circulating that's a little bit different. We could read all of them, and then there's the raws that people posted. And even I was looking at it, I was like, it's a stretch like that way too. So now we got Professor Hidden Sensei here with his translation. I want to hear it. And then I'll keep on verifying it because if Oda came out and said that about Shanks before introducing the Gorosei, like this is the road to Laughdale, that'd be the most out of pocket thing. None of the conversations that we had about Kid and Shanks would have ever made sense if this was truly the understanding. You know what I mean? If people really read this and their understanding was the 5 Gorosei are afraid of Shanks, and then somehow people think that Kid would survive Shanks, then I think we're just not reading the same manga at that point. So I'm not going to derail anymore. Hit us with the facts right now.
So all right. So I think I saw the English translation, and it's pretty similar to what I was going to say. But the line is basically, so Sekai no, which is the world, Kinko o Anji is like the balance of the world, basically. That's what that first line translates to.
Yeah.
And
bring up TCB too.
The next line is Nemureru. Oh, well, also it's worried about the balance of the world. That's the first line. And then the next line is Nemureru Shishi, which is sleeping lion. Wa Shizuka ni ugoku, which is silently moving, quietly moving. So the translation I would give here, and that's what my wife basically ran me through, is worried about the fate of the world, the sleeping lion is quietly making his move. That's what the line says. So I don't know what the original, the English, or what the official said there. I'm curious to see.
So there's 2 different versions.
Interesting.
That's the black part. Right under it, the white part. Did you get that part checked too?
No.
Okay, because the top part is the dormant lion makes quiet moves to maintain the world's balance, and then under it is the paragraph. That's the part where I think
that's the important part.
Yeah.
Let me see what it's like a little bit cut off. Can I just see what the rest of what does the paragraph say in English?
So in English, so this is the one that Twitter is circulating, is the quote unquote more accurate one, though it's not like it's not like a reputable.
Oh, the 5 elders have noted that he can be threatening if. Okay, I got you. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I see where this is coming in now. Okay. Let me get the.
And I just want to say, I think it was just me and Hidden who was like, no, he's not beating all of them together. Like everybody else was on the same. Yeah. Everybody else was on the same agenda. I was like, there is no way.
No way.
Me? Hello?
No, ParVision, you were with us. You were with us, Par. You were with us.
Did I lose my voice?
Par was our greatest warrior.
No, you're right. No. Par, you were with us. But I'm talking about like the rest.
Hey, we could have Cole be the only guy doing Shanks.
So I can read to you right now, but like there's a guy on Twitter that posted, because Par was arguing with this guy like a lot, and then Sandman chimed in too. So the guy was okay, maybe not a lot, but like the guy but the guy was okay. The guy was like, he brings up the translation that everyone uses, where like if he was made to go on a raid, she would be too much to handle according to the Gorosei, right? That's the translation that people kind of use for one of the lines there. And then ParVision responds to this guy called Shanks Caesar on Twitter. And then I don't read, well, he has a whole paragraph essentially. But the idea is that there's some reference line about observing and then looking at the new world that Par's trying to sort out. Then he asked, or another person called How I Eat Shanks or something, I don't know, whatever. He's like, yo, Sandman, who is the watchful, waiting / careful supervision of the new world statement referring to? And then he says, clearly it's reference to Shanks. And then ParVision responds, wait, so you're saying the Gorosei has observing Shanks in regards to the new world, fight, and then it just kind of
Yeah, he didn't.
I
respond
guess some
to
guy
me.
has whole like my Discord thing, so whatever. But yeah, so
Yeah. So
I'm
the
sorry to
reason
put
why
a
I asked
damper
that.
on-
Oh, hitting your back.
I'm sorry to put a damper on the hopes for Shanks, but it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, that after I've consulted my team of translators and advisors,
Professor,
that the way it seems that it's being worded here is that it's not that they're afraid of Shanks or that they're threatened personally by Shanks. The wording is more so saying that the Gorosei specifically said that if Shanks were to make a move, it would make big waves in a bad way. That's basically what the line is saying. It's not saying that he would be they would be threatened by him. It's just that because Shanks is aka the sleeping lion in this case, if he is making his move, waves are going to be made and it's not going to be good for them. That's basically what the line is.
And I feel like they talk the same way about Whitebeard during
Yes,
Marineford,
yes,
to be
they
honest.
do.
It's a very
It's-
similar thing.
it's-
And
this is
clearly,
how
I don't
I
think
got
they were
Whitebeard.
saying we're going to lose to Whitebeard. Like, no
Yeah,
disrespect, but that's not...
No, yeah.
They
They're not saying
clearly
that it's
see
not a
him
power
as a
scaling
threat, though.
statement.
Not to
Yeah.
say they're scared of him, but they're saying he is a threat.
They see
The
him as a
world
threat
is-
as they see any other pirate as a any other major
No,
pirate.
Exactly.
I'm not
And
saying
think about how
that.
much would
Like,
be at
hold
risk
on.
if he were to
because you can't
move.
compare Shanks to because we know that the Gorosei, because it happens in real time. The Gorosei, they always are on edge. They're always sweating. All of them are sweating whenever the Yonko have a sleepover. So it's like you can't tell me that. Oh, okay, well, when Shanks is finally ready to make his move, and we see other major players like not Luffy, but like Buggy with Mihawk and company. I think in some ways Blackbeard too. I think you already even kind of stated indirectly, but it's like when Shanks kind of makes his plays are when the final section of the story begins. It's all predicated on Shanks. Shanks makes the play. Okay, now we can begin the final section of the story. And so they're putting so much emphasis on Shanks being like a lot of ways like the sort of focal point of this section, the last section of the story. You have to give him that credit. You have to give him that sort of notoriety. And I'm not too sure if it's like, okay, well, whether or not he can actually be making the waves or they're bad for them. Can they stop the waves then? That's the question. Can they stop the wave of Shanks?
They haven't stopped anyone's waves. They weren't even able to stop Luffy's waves.
All right.
Not in terms of balance of the world waves,
But
right?
that's-
It's
but
not
that's
they're going
the
to get defeated.
Right.
The
they're
balance
just
of the
talking about-
world is them trying to maintain what Garp established a long time ago. Where like you had the Shichiba guy, you had the Marines, and then or world government, and then you have the Yonko. Because the balance of the world is the Yonko have always been the ones that run the new world. They can't go in there and they can't do anything.
But I think the conversation is also like, like if you have a like a biome or like a zoo or something, right? And like you balanced everything out, and then there's just a lion there, and that lion hasn't done anything. You don't know if the place is balanced, right? If that lion starts taking people out, now everything you set up is messed up. So like that's kind of what it is. It's like as a zookeeper, the zookeeper could put down the lion, right? That's kind of I feel like how the Gorosei look at themselves, right? And I think it's kind of similar to the situation where
analogy.
it's like I think if they're sweating or they're worried about the Yonko, and this actually helps you, Cole. I think you could use this against Brago. I think that they're worried about losing like an admiral, right? Like in the same light as on Egghead, he looks at Kizaru. Kizaru's on his back against Luffy, and he's like, yo, like Luffy. It's understandable you lost, right? So if Shanks were to wake up, it's like, yeah, no one on that level, right? The admirals would take losses just like at Marineford, right? Like everyone would lose something, right? And I think that's kind of what that line means rather than like them, especially if we think about like the whole like analogy of like the ripples around the waves and stuff. Like they're on the red line, waves, ripples, none of that stuff reaches them anyways. And then I think the most important thing is also just like there's also the nuance of who Shanks is now, especially, right? I feel like when Oda wrote this, he's hiding so much of like what the Gorosei mean, what Shanks is connected to, especially when we think about Figarland, right? Like I feel like the way Doflamingo was regarded as the heavenly demon, and like now we know he ain't shit, right? But Shanks actually is shit. He's the supreme commander of the Holy Knights, like illegitimate son or whatever.
Wait, what?
And
Doflamingo's fire, bro. You can't be saying
The
it.
Doflamingo shade out of nowhere.
Doflamingo's gonna come back.
Oh, we don't think
Doflamingo's
that.
coming back, y'all.
I'm saying,
I
take
if
that
you were to
personally.
say Doflamingo's like pull to Shanks's pull, Doflamingo can't walk up to the Gorosei's room uninhibited. You know what I mean? Like, and he's like the son, whatever. He's a king of a country. He
Hold on.
still can't be doing that. He has to make a thing.
He
And
probably
Shanks-
could.
I don't know about that. He is
probably
responsible
could.
for like the slave trade that they take advantage of. I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah.
if they gave him
Yeah.
the pass actually, because
He also knows
all
a
the
lot
slaves in
about
marriage
them,
law were like
really.
auctioned off by Doflamingo's
and he never
business.
spoke to them directly, by the way. Just want to say
Let me
that.
ask you guys this about
He
Shanks
got all
though.
the things for the CP0.
Why would the Gorosei, like, cause they know what the Nika fruit is. Why would they? How have they not tried to kill Shanks? Like, how do they let him just walk in when they know that he's?
They don't want to mess up the balance of the world. That's the whole. If you get rid of an emperor out of nowhere,
That's
the balance.
true.
Because the whole thing is
Do
the
it.
emperors cancel each other out. That's the balance. Is that they
Yes.
each have their own
There's a
territories and balance
balance,
each
yeah.
other.
Yes.
So going back to the
This is a great
zookeeper
point.
idea from Par is that there's like Shanks is probably like the big king of the jungle type lion. You know what I'm saying? And so compared to the other emperors, they're like if he were to go make a move and be serious about taking on other emperors, like changing the balance of the world, he could because he's strong enough. Not that they would defeat the government, but they're like the whole balance of everything we have set up would be challenged if Shanks were to go out and try to beat these other emperors, try to take their territory, etc. And they don't want that. Like going back to the zookeeper, he's the biggest lion in the zoo, but they're still the zookeepers, so they're not worried about. It's more like we don't want the whole
Alright.
zoo getting out of hand.
Wait, time out.
That's the
No.
Can I bring the animals?
There is a misconception here.
Why would
There
they
is
let
mis-
him? Why would they
They're
let
not
him
the
walk into the
zookeepers.
room?
Ors, and then Cole.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Why would they let him walk into the room after what he did? Because the
Then the
Nika
balance
fruit's
is messed up.
number
It's
one
worse for
fruit.
them.
You think so?
Like for example,
Do
right?
they know
like,
about the Nika fruit
There's
connection with
definitely
him?
There's definitely something we don't
There's
know
no way.
about their
I mean,
relationship
who's
to
who?
Shanks.
Yeah,
Tell him.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There has to be
there's
something
There's
with
a
the
reason they're letting him in that we. Yeah.
There's a
And I
reason, yeah,
also-
but
I also feel like the earlier conversation doesn't have to be as black and white as like Shanks versus 5 Gorosei, Shanks walking out, whatever. Like regardless, like it's not like the Gorosei take no losses, right? Like I feel like the Gorosei are injured heavily, so it's like if he shows up, I think Shanks knows like if he is capable of doing something, it's at the cost of his life too, right? Like I feel like it's a mutual like, all right, if you fuck shit up, we fuck shit up, right? And it's like, all right, we're not doing anything. That's what happens with like nuclear states, right? I think like at the end of the day, it's like if you were to say the Gorosei is the US with all these nukes, we'll still talk to a one nuke state, right? Because they still have a nuke. Shanks is like maybe like 16 nukes or something, right? Because this is Shanks, but there's also the like people are saying like, okay, let's talk about it at the current standpoint where we don't know what we don't know. Why don't they take out Shanks? Well, look at what happened at Marineford. Without Shanks, Kaido comes in and assassinates Whitebeard. You know what I mean? Like, we can't just have like the random dragon guy doing stuff, right? And at the same time, it's like Shanks wasn't playing a negative role from their standpoint. From their standpoint, it's like, all right, as long as we don't make him mad, he doesn't make us mad. And as long as he's not mad, he's asleep.
True,
And,
actually, yeah.
you know, so it's like an in-between thing that I feel like the only thing that I think would change like Shanks's position is like his relationship to his family. And that Garland connection is insanely important because I asked this to Vinland or whatever, and then he responded like, "Oh, I was joking." It was like, wait, so like Shanks beats all the Gorosei, right? But like, then where's Garland? Like, where's Garland? Does Shanks just slap his dad around like too? Is that how the story is gonna go? Like Shanks just walks around one arm slap boxing every motherfucker that walks up? Like who's left then? You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I just I
Wait,
feel
what?
like
It's obvious.
also, how strong do you guys think each
Hey,
force
time out.
is?
Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I would argue, I think it's very obvious, that Shanks is one of the 3 people in the entire story that is worthy of being the final pawn for Luffy. Literally. Unironically.
okay.
It's
yes.
him, it's Blackbeard, and it's probably going to be Emu. Those 3 cats. Carte blanche. The Blackbeard's already kind of building up his forces. He's plotting something. And people have to remember that at the end of the day, One Piece is a story about pirates, not about the Marines, not about anyone. It's about pirates. Pirates first and foremost shape and move the world, and Luffy's whole ideals come from Shanks. Like Shanks is he's his real pappy, all right? Not Dragon, Shanks. All right, I don't care what anybody says. Okay, so if you have so the idea of Shanks being the person that can send ripples across the world when he makes his move, it's because other people have to move in conjunction with Shanks, one, and two, because of his status. And we kind of see this with Kaido too. Like Kaido and Big Mom, they make their move, and then they're gonna change the world because they just meet up. Because the analogy that you used before was that, okay, well, it's the zoo that they control, and then they have the lion in the zoo, and then that lion can, let's say, shape the entire, like his moves can shape the entire structure of the zoo and how they manage the zoo.
Yeah,
that's not it. The new world is the jungle, like the literal jungle that they cannot control. It's like unironically the savannah. They control every part of the world but the new world. They can't control the new world. They actually have to have precautions against the new world. That's why they literally go about their day to have the Yonko. They don't even touch them whenever they try and make a play. Like we saw with Blackbeard. Blackbeard could take an entire ship and 800 Marines captive. And these guys, the Vice Admirals company, they weren't allowed to even touch them without orders from the Gorosei and the higher ups, because they know fighting against one of the emperors is going to lead to a full-scale war that they just don't want to have at this point in time, especially when their forces are spread so thin. Shanks is the guy that, hey, if he were to, make his move, especially with the Giants on board, now that he has them, it's like, no way. There's no way. But he doesn't care about that. They care about the One Piece.
So I have a response to that. I think Dax wanted to go, though. Wait, did you?
I have a little bit of a response, and you can go, Par. All I was gonna say was, but going back to like why they, like you said, they can't control the new world, and like kind of like how they let emperors kind of like they need permission to fight emperors and stuff. Part of it is that it would take a ton of troops to do so, but part of it is also getting rid of emperors just out of nowhere isn't necessarily good for them, because then the balance is out of whack. I know I keep saying it, but it's like if they went and got rid of Big Mom, then all the other emperors and all these other pirates are gonna try taking her territory, her poneglyphs, like all that kind of stuff is going to be out of whack, and they're going to have to do more work to monitor that. They already know how Big Mom works and all that stuff. They know how the other ones work. So whenever they need permission, it's not just that it takes a lot of troops. It's that, hey, we might not even want you to defeat them right now because that's going to give us other problems to worry about. So that's,
or if they can defeat them, if they can,
they could.
I know
if they really wanted
you're a strong defender on the Yonko side in the grand scheme of things, right? But I think like we're going to find out why the world is like the Gorosei are positioned the way they are, and I feel like it's going to be something along the lines of like, yeah, like they could do it, right? But if they're controlling everything, why would they when Kaido and Big Mom were kind of doing what they wanted anyways? Like they had CP0 embedded in every single thing. They had the wars that they wanted Kaido to fuel. That was literally their main agenda the entire time. So like these Yonkos were doing their own thing, but they were also working with the world government. Like Kaido acts like he was against the world government. His entire 20 years, he was fueling everything that CP0 wanted to do, which is the wars against the Revs. The only entity in the world that's countering the world government is the Revs, not the Yonkos. The Yonkos just want their own land, and as long as they are satisfied, then the world government's not going to do anything. The world government just wants the taxes from the places that they have, and they're getting that. You know what I mean? The only person who is kind of stopping that was Whitebeard. Whitebeard was the one who was abolishing slavery and taking up the territories. So in their realm of things, Blackbeard was a problem, but Blackbeard wasn't changing things up like Luffy is, right? Like Luffy is the actual only Yonko besides like they don't know what Buggy's up to, because it's like they have all the warlords, but now they counter that with Seraphim. But the only Yonko that like they are annoyed at really is Luffy, because Luffy's the one burning down their flags, fighting them right up front. None of the other Yonkos are doing that. Kaido and
they're helping the government. Kaido's selling weapons to the government.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? CP0 is like, give me weapons. They don't want Kaido to lose.
Kaido is also, but Kaido's selling weapons, making weapons over there in one country because he wants to spread his influence across the entire like section of the new world, and also trying to amass money too. And he had a plan to build this army up so he can take over the world. Like the idea is that other Yonko would be able to stop him, and that's why there was always a stalemate. The ones that break that stalemate ultimately is like the plays of Luffy and Law. Like that Law was like, yeah, like I broke the gears that you guys have been making on this entire time for like so many decades. I'm the one that's gonna cut that off because ultimately I know everything stems from us. And Doflamingo, I think, was like the main checkpoint too. Of they wanted Doflamingo's influence because he had the connections, and then he could easily manage so many things across the new world. But once he's gone, guys can have free reign, and especially Kaido and Big Mom. But that's not to say that okay, well, like people like the admirals or people like the Gorosei, people like they can actually put their foot down on the activities of the new world. They have to rely on the other Yonko to do that, which is why if two Yonko meet up and they team up, that alone is a force that they cannot handle. That's why they always they literally defecate every time they have that situation. Big Mom and Kaido. Literally Shanks meeting Whitebeard. Jupiter is sweating like, oh damn, they're meeting? Trouble. Oh, this is not good because they know that if that force initiates with them, it is beyond their capabilities.
I would argue it's more of like the Marines are their subsidiary, right? So if you know that Kaido and Big Mom together can cause a terror for your admirals, right? That's a force for concern. I mean, Saturn rolls up to Egg and is like, this is the first time I've been out in 800 years, right? So like that at that point, they're not counting themselves on the chessboard. You know what I mean?
Niggas got one shot. What?
They're worried because they're like, I have to mobilize, right? But at the end of the day, the other part of it, Cole, is that we still have like, does Kaido and Big Mom survive what happened to Leloucia? You know what I mean? Like that was just a casual like Emu choose, you know, like, oh boom, let's just blow this up. And then I don't know who's surviving that if they're on the island. We don't even know what happened to it. All we know is that the world has never experienced that in the known history, and that's what's to come, right? So they have things that could just level out Kaido, Big Mom. And what you were saying about what Kaido's doing, he's amassed all this stuff for 20 years, and I think you would kind of agree with me on this. It's like all that force, if we replace the people on the rooftop with Shanks, what happens, right? Like it's one Yonko against another Yonko, and it'd be dubious who comes out, but you would say Shanks comes out, right? So if you have one person on that playing field that can just level the other side, right? But then Luffy, Kid, Law, and their forces and Wano were able to do the equivalent of what like Shanks could do. Now you need to have these people to keep people down, which is what they're doing in the early part of the
you saw what happened in the pre-time skip. I mean, in the pre-time skip, when one emperor made their move, they had to bring everybody. They literally brought as many things as they possibly could for one emperor when he was far from his peak or prime. One.
And
so it's not.
I would ask you: do you think that did Garp do what he did to Hachinosu and like on Marineford? Garp and Sengoku.
Garp had none of the admirals awakened either when they probably can.
Wait, hold on, but I'm not talking about like the semantics of it. Like you can argue, okay, hold on now. If you don't have a kind who try and whisper these pleasantries to Squardo, he doesn't get stabbed in the chest, and he's doing he's having a much better fight in the future. I'm just saying, like. Think about it in the terms of what they felt was necessary for one emperor. They said one emperor, an old man who's sick, who has these nurses around him all the damn time, who needs breathing tubes like he has constant COVID. This guy requires everything we can possibly muster outside of the God Knights. Like literally.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go for it.
That's what they felt was necessary for one dude.
I'm so sorry. I actually do have to get going. I have to help my wife with something. So it's been a great time. I'm sorry I couldn't stay for longer. I'm glad I was able to make it though today because to be honest, I was like not even sure if I would have been able to. So I just want to say, guys, it's been fun. Great discussion. Animenyc, we are running it back. And yeah, you guys are awesome.
Bring your best cosplay.
Yes.
Figure it out.
Bye-bye.
Before you go, hit it. Oh my God, I have that sound here. I was gonna
That's
say,
funny.
Do you have any like stream?
That's from my server.
Do you have any stream, any like video things you want to shout out before you go?
Well, I was trying to do that sound and then just like DC like
Bounce.
off of that. Now it's a little too late. I'll do it again though. I don't have anything to really plug. I will say though, I'm doing my 1099 review stream tomorrow, and I got I actually have 2 scripts that are just about done. So I have a like a little rapid fire, a couple of videos that are going to be coming out soon. So just keep an eye out for that.
All right, sounds
anyway,
good. Thank you, Hidden, for
guys,
stopping by.
peace out.
Catch you later, bro.
That's what happened to Lelucia.
Yeah.
Oh
So
wow.
far away.
We'll get that sound in a couple episodes.
Yeah.
Facts.
I
did wanna-
I'm gonna need tips from like the cosplay kings and queens over here because I don't know how to cosplay.
Yeah, we'll get you in a cosplay, King. We'll get you one. I'll tell my wife. She'll be so excited if you say that you're gonna cosplay. She'll be so excited to help out. But yeah,
People
Kev,
want
what
me
were you
to like
saying?
them, like, bro.
I was gonna bring up like a lot, like Dak was saying, they didn't awaken. There was a lot of things that could have happened at Marineford but didn't happen. And I think the main reason they did bring everyone there realistically is because Whitebeard was literally the guy. Like he wasn't Kaido. It wasn't. Yeah, he was the guy. Like everyone knew who Whitebeard was. Like he, as a symbol, is the thing that they're scared of, not his actual strengths. It's like Cole said, he was old and sick, and they knew he wasn't as strong as he used to be. So that's the main reason I felt like people actually, had him there. Had Kaido shown up, had Shanks shown up, like had everyone actually showed up, we definitely would have seen some actual crazy shit. Like we probably would have seen them awaken. We probably would have had very valid reasons for everyone actually being there. But because of not just the lack of foresight of awakening devil fruits and all this stuff, because Oda obviously didn't have all this planned like at this point. He might have, but he didn't just showcase it, obviously.
Yeah, but Kev, dog. I mean,
think
like if everyone shows up, it's over. They're done.
I feel.
Oh, of course it's over.
Here's another thing.
Well,
I
then the
feel like-
Gorosei would have to get involved.
Exactly.
Okay,
And then Emu would show up, and then it would be
So
crazy.
here's my thing.
Chestnut,
so
Chestnut.
here, yeah. So here's my big thing about this, right? If the Gorosei are this powerful and they're so strong that they're able to take on Yonkos like single-handedly, right? Why even talk to Vegapunk and why even make the deal with like York to get the Mother Flame? Like if they're so strong and they can do everything without having the power of what we're assuming is Uranus, the ancient weapon, like because let's be honest, the only reason that the world government even has a stake in anything anymore is because Emu has access with the Mother Flame or frame, however you want to translate it, to Uranus. Without it, they weren't even making moves. Like it was only when they were working with Vegapunk in order to get all of these forces, Kuma's power, the pacifistas, they're doing all this, the seraphims. Like why even do this if the world government could just be like, yo, they're getting too strong, send one of the Gorosei members or send one of the God Knights.
So
It's very hard for me to
I
think
would
about
argue that that's not a knock on the Gorosei. That's an Emu thing, right? Because in all regards, in every conversation the Gorosei had with Emu, it felt like the Gorosei were the retainers and Emu was just like this childish type of entity that was just, oh, closest island, let's do that one, right? So like if Emu has some kind of directive and they got to follow it, that's I wouldn't knock the Gorosei for how Emu controls the world. And if anything, it might even be Emu's directives that hinders their abilities and they have to pick up the slack in other ways. As far as the Seraphim go, it's very interesting because I would almost say like they don't care about the Seraphims. The Seraphims were just an ends to getting rid of using warlords and like human pirates to their bidding, and now they have like people that won't disagree. Now they won't have a Mihawk at Marineford.
That's 100% it. No, but that's super important though. That's super important because the warlords were the second pivotal piece of the balance of power,
and they replaced
like
them.
they needed the warlords. The warlords were just so untrustworthy. So they made clones.
They only got rid of them because they replaced them. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Well, yeah, but
they
like
had it way before.
Yeah, but like the warlords in themselves were part of that balance of power. It's like you needed the warlords to exist so they could help the Marines to regulate the activities of the emperors if the emperors made certain moves that they didn't like.
So
it stays in balance, right?
Because the thing is, at the end of the day, like I think a lot of people talk about the world government and the Navy with this like version, like not the Navy, because I feel like if it were up to a Kainu, it'd be different. But the world government wants there to be turmoil. They don't want a perfect world. They don't want to be like the arbiters of justice. The Navy's there for that. They're trying to do that, but the world government wants there to be war. They want there
to be control, not necessarily war.
No, they want the taxes from all the people. Look at what happens if everyone's protected, Cole, right? If everyone's protected, then there's no reason to be protected. So they don't have to pay the tribute. But if there's pirates running around and your kingdom can't handle pirates, now you're going to sign on to the Navy, their protection, all their things. What happens if you don't sign on? Warlords are going to govern the outside stuff. They don't care about you. And the pirates are also going to be running around. So they're going to be causing havoc. And now it's like, oh, damn, we're a poor nation. But if we could just sell some slaves, we'll make it to the heavenly tribute, which is what we see in like the Sorbet Kingdom. It's like, imagine if they didn't have the protection, it would be where Whitebeard grew up. Whitebeard grew up in like a completely war-torn place. They were too poor to get protected by the world government, which is the world government can easily protect everybody, but that's why they have the warlord system. That's why they want Kaido to funnel the stuff. They're upset at the Revs because they're being successful in their liberation, but at the end of the day, they don't want a perfect world. They want a world that needs them. And so if and the reason why they need them is because they have a bunch of doofuses on as celestial dragons that are just like running around doing whatever they want, right? So they need to fund that. They need to create an imperfect world. And then at the top of it, we don't know what bidding Emu has to do, because I don't know about you guys, but when Emu was just like closest island gone, I was like, oh wait, hold on, this is not as calculated as I would think the top is. So it's like, is the Gorosei the calculated part, and Emu is like another side that they have to appease? And at the end of the day, like someone said, like, oh, the Gorosei could just show up to Marineford. My guy, they have magic circles now. Like that's a thing that wasn't in existence in pre-time skip. Like that's a whole like I'm imagining they're watching down from the red line, like, oh damn, like we didn't send enough admirals. Like like you were saying before, like why did they send enough? Maybe it's because like if Whitebeard saw that like Garp wasn't there, any of the God Valley boys weren't there, Whitebeard like, yo, this is disrespectful, and then he just run up solo dolo the young kids, and they would be like, damn, I didn't know Whitebeard was built like this. And if it was any other way, maybe Saturn would just whoosh, summoning circle, all the people weaker than Vice Admiral look away.
And they thought Kaido was gonna show up. Remember, they's like, oh, Shanks met Kaido. Like Kaido was supposed to come, and Shanks did show up. So it's not just one Yonko. They had reason to think multiple were gonna be there. So that's another angle.
But that was like after the fact. Not like, oh, okay, well, like we're not too sure, because they assumed that Shanks and Kaido would have had their thing for like several days, and by then it would already been like over by the time they arrived. If one of them arrived. It wasn't like, okay, like we had planned it out. It was like, let's get this done before any other Yonko arrived. A, and then B, the same Yonko, I mean, the same Gorosei, they literally say, when Luffy transformed to Nika, we made Kaido mad. Was this really a good idea? I don't think this is a good idea at all. Like, what was the point? And then they say, okay, well, the Nika, if you had known, you know, that kind of stuff. So, like, so I can understand how, like, you can see them in the standpoint of, because they want to have an imperfect world, they let things purposefully go awry. But at the same time, it's like they care so little about human lives, particularly when you see Saturn talk about human lives being like worth like insects, and how they are like they can reproduce like that, and who cares, ultimately speaking. The fact that they view human beings like that, and ultimately they have cleansings of countries that are not under their protection, or that quote-unquote protection, that pay their taxes, where they can literally kill anything on that country, in that country, the same way Green Bull viewed it, where we can go in one country, just wipe out the entire country, because who cares, you guys are unaffiliated with the world government. They, when it comes to their control, they're trying to amass control over the entire world. But they can't actually actively seize that control over the entire world. They've been unable to do so, because certain parts of the world, they just cannot control those parts. They can't be everywhere, all across the entire planet. Even if you do have this ancient, I would say it's probably not Uranus, but whatever it is that destroyed like an entire country, that's still like a one-shot thing that they tested very recently, because they had the Mother Flame. The Mother Flame, I think, is a new thing, like the nuclear fusion. That's what they say, where should we have it? Let's test it in a nearby country, and let's test the power of the Mother Flame. And that was a recent thing that they just got So they're amassing their power per se to get ready for future events to try and do this great cleanse that Emu wants. But it's not until now they're actually building their power, and they're building their power in conjunction as the strats are starting to get better and better and better as BB makes his moves, which probably involve the world government, and as Shanks fights for the One Piece. So it's not like they can just do it like in the past, like let's destroy all of one country in one go, because they didn't have that ability to do so.
So I want to hear from Hime and Edens and Ors. I just want to ask Cole one thing just before that, and then we'll come back to it in a little bit. But before Rox's era, right? Like Brooks, like Rocks, like that's like around the same time. Were there people as strong as Roger and Whitebeard, or was like the previous 700 years not as strong?
I mean, I would say the only person I think we know that was like probably just as good, I would say, maybe not just as good, but he was strong, I think it was Ryoma. Ryoma stayed his ass in Wano country. Ryoma was in the land of gold. Maybe. I'm not too sure. I mean, like, as far as I can tell, the people that tend to be like the biggest world movers are prominent pirates. Because they, like, remember how Carrot is literally the queen of the Mokimo dukedom because she went on one journey with the Straw Hats. And then Nekomushi said, because you went on that journey with the Straw Hats, you gain that experience and you've gotten much stronger as a result, and you have certain insight that other people don't. The same thing for Oden. Oden traveled with Whitebeard and Roger and came back exponentially stronger as a result of that journey alone. So I think that, and again, it makes the most sense here because the story's about pirates. Pirates move the world first and foremost. So
I'll come back to it. I just want to get that seed planted. Yeah. He may go for it. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say something about like he said that, like, you know, how they're amassing power to do this cleansing, but like it wouldn't make sense. Like, why would they want to cleanse if they want an imperfect word, and like, you know, because they need it to be imperfect to be able to you know, get the tax money and all of these things. So I don't think they would cleanse. Maybe they would like try to, I guess, cleanse the people who are really against them, but not like a Thanos type of cleanse. And also, what did I want to say?
Like not a mass cleanse. Like in my opinion, the God.
You know, so that's Par's thing. I think Par's wrong. I think that they want total control.
But also I remember. I just want to say also, and when it comes to Blackbeard, I don't think. Personally, if we look at how One Piece is working, like, why wouldn't they want Blackbeard to like also be empowered? Like, personally, like he would be like a type of like Doflamingo, but in a better way, like he would do it better. He would be stronger and stuff. So like they would. Good take. No, but what I mean is like they would want somebody who's like, because Blackbeard want to be part of the Marishwa thing, the world government, like countries and stuff. Like he just want to be there at the end of the day. So they would want somebody like that because that would make their word imperfect as well. So I don't see why they wouldn't want Blackbeard to like achieve his dream, unless Blackbeard want to be on top of Emu. That's another thing.
Right.
Because that would connect it to Rocks as well, the King of the World stuff. So it could easily be that.
Yeah.
And Emu's right now sitting on the throne of the world, like a true throne. So Emu is essentially the king of the world. So it kind of feels like if you have someone like Blackbeard have his country be a world government country in the new world, you gain a great ally, quote unquote, for the world government. But at the same time, you also risk your whole like organization toppling down from the inside out. Because Blackbeard is a guy that he's very cautious, he's very tricky, and he's gonna find a way to seize power from the world government while inside the world government. That's what he's probably trying to do, honestly. And I'm willing to bet he's the person that Shanks warned the Gorosei about. Be wary of Blackbeard, because he probably has these plays that are gonna try and usurp your whole system and bring it down, or he'll be in control of that. He'll be the helm person, because he wants probably that power for his dream, attaining the One Piece and being the king of the world.
So
he already did that too.
I was gonna ask Edens, but Ors, I'm curious because we've talked a little bit, or actually not Preach and I, but I think he's also told me a little bit on your side too, because I'm always curious like where, you know, we make these theories, but it's like sometimes the takes don't match the theories exactly how I thought, and I'm curious with this one. It's like how do you feel about like why the Gorosei are is the Gorosei not strong enough to handle Shanks and the Yonkos, or are they willing to allow these strong entities to exist so that they can puppeteer the world? Because I look at them as like strong puppet masters, right? Like Doflamingo is a puppet master, but he's plenty strong, right? So I'm curious, how do you you know, the dinner thing or the bar time, it was an interesting thing, but let me know.
So I kind of have a mix of both, actually. I think, because I do believe that the world government wants complete control, how King Lightning was saying, but I also believe that, I think honestly the main reason the Gorosei have everyone else do their jobs is just because we see this over and over. Even now in Egghead, they literally don't want anyone to know their true power or anything about Emu, anything about like who they are actually. Like for some reason, even in Egghead, they're killing every average Marine even if they just look at them, or even if they just see like their powers. Yeah. And I think that's the main reason they kind of rely on Lulusia. And I also think with Lulusia is that I think they're kind of panicking with like, because I think they know the end, like the final war is coming too. And I think they've always kind of had that idea with like, and I think they're really panicking, maybe not even with like Luffy and just Shanks and those kind of guys, but also with the ancient weapons, because I think we see dragons say, or they at least think that Lulusia was an ancient weapon. I don't think it's an ancient weapon because it seems, in my opinion, it just seems like Vegapunk created it. But it seems like that's like a counter to all the ancient weapons, or something that can also destroy the world.
Well, and also, oh, sorry, I thought it was a beautiful segue. I don't know if you're going to keep going. Okay, it's building off what you're saying. And the Lulusia stuff, that's because those countries are rebelling. Remember, like they learned right before that like 8 different countries that like were allied or whatever are rebelling against them. So that's part of why they chose that island. Now, I also think part of it is like Emu has a little bit of future sight or something, and knew Saba was going to go there somehow, because that's like, because Emu said that, then Saba was there later. It's like, how did you know? There's some weirdness there. But I think that's part of it is again, going back to the balance of the world, like they can use that to like hammer down these countries that aren't listening to them. It's like, hey, we can put out enough of these like fires, quote unquote, to, you know, keep the balance where we need it to be. It's like, that's part of the idea of it. And it's just like an overwhelming power in general, you know, and like they probably would want that no matter what, you know, whether they're strong enough to defeat these people on the islands or not. It would probably be really beneficial to be able to just erase it, you know, no problem. So
but keep in mind that Lulusia Kingdom, even though I think there was some scam mistranslations, or I guess maybe official ones, it's in the Grand Line. It used to be a country that was a certified country on the world government that they controlled, and then they rebelled, and then as a result they could destroy it, and plus it was nearby because of the proximity to the Holy Land. So they are doing this once again to their countries that they control in the Grand Line. I think that they have to like amass more and more and more until they feel like it's time to make their move. But again, by then you're gonna have Dragon be ready, maybe Luffy join up too, maybe you already have BB like somewhere hidden in the darkness of the world government trying to do his thing too. So by then they're gonna ultimately lose. But I think the idea is that they are doing this because they don't want to have all-out war with certain pirates, because the all-out war, either they'll suffer heavy losses or they could potentially lose.
Yeah, I think they actually are scared. Like, like there's no way with all of them, because they know they're all coming. Like,
how about this? Like, it sounded also in Orz's thing. I want to go to Eden's after this, but it sounded like with what Orz was saying too. Maybe another understanding is the ancient weapons have been dormant all this time. This is the only time they've been starting to awaken and clue in. Same thing with the Gorosei. So maybe like the pirates are a problem, sure, but they may be only willing to like, you know, it's like, oh, it's just pirates fighting pirates. There's no way these insect mortal people could ever like whatever. And that could be them underestimating, you know, the whole entire situation outside of Nika, right? Because now with Nika, now things are changing. Now they're being more active. Now they're being a little bit more diligent. But I would imagine that like if Crocodile got the like actually an ancient weapon, or an ancient weapon was like known to be active, that might be a reason for them to go out. And maybe that implies that like they have the same weight as an ancient weapon, the same weight that's been carrying us through the New World, where even the Kaido and Big Mom, like all of them want the ancient weapons. The only one that seemed like kind of not ignorant of it, but like kind of not to care caring to go after would be Shanks, but I'm not thinking it's because it's like he thinks that they're nothing, right? Because if Cole, it's your favorite movie, film Red, it's like we saw what a like type of ancient weapon that was, kind of like Oda's way to code an ancient weapon, right? Ancient demon music god that can create other like that was enough to like push Shanks to a limit, right? He had to destroy an entire island apparently, and then that got his notoriety. Outside of that he went back to sleeping. So I feel like maybe the ancient weapons are something that come into the mix too, like, but that's a weird nuance too, because Shirahoshi isn't innately strong, but also Saturn showing up on Egghead, he's not giving off Shirahoshi vibes. Like Saturn is looking down Kizaru, and Kizaru's not a slouch, right? He's still admiral level, and he's still like, yeah, it makes sense you lost to newborn Nika, right? And so it feels like Saturn is decently strong, and I would hold it's just hard to say that they're like.
Summarize it and just kind of condense it. Do you think that the Gorosei are stronger than the admirals?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah. Also, one more thing.
I think there is a debate. I have to see a lot of them stronger than the
Wait, I want to hear from Edens because we've been holding off on Edens for a while.
Yeah, my bad. I know I ain't talking in a minute, but I was kind of like getting lost in the conversation, making sure I was keeping up.
That's all good.
So, I'm in the boat with Ors and Cole, where I do think the world government want full control, but for them, I think it comes down to like a lot of their decisions have kind of in a way backfired on them when it comes to certain things. When they say stuff like, oh well, we have to like now follow this person, like Luffy, for example, like in my opinion, like Luffy and the Yonko, they're kind of like anomalies where it's like, all right, these guys are problems to where okay, if certain things align, it's gonna be real bad for us. Versus like your average pirate, where it's like, okay, we can send anybody to deal with this minor issue. Because the way I see it is that like, okay, if the pirates don't exist in the One Piece world, then we're assuming it's like completely peaceful, total peace. Then what's the point of the world government? But the reason they exist, the heavenly tribute, the allied nations and all that, they use that to their advantage because they're like, yo, we'll protect you from these scum that's running around in the world gonna do you harm. So they use that to their advantage. But now you have these anomalies like the Yonko or Luffy, to where the perception is that these guys are much stronger than your average pirate. So these are the ones we can't get on their bad side, or we have to like kind of do things in a bit of a different way in order to make sure the world still believes we're the ones in control. I think it's like a perception thing, because I always think back to that line that Kid said where he's like, yo, the world is the way it is because scum like them run it. So I think that like, they want pirates around, just to a certain extent. They don't want the pirates to get so out of control to where now like they're worrying about, like, again, like I said, the Yonko, like these powerful ones like Shanks and all that. And now Luffy, who you said earlier, Par, is like burning down their flags, running around, like being a real threat. And my bad, I forgot where I was like really going with it, but I think it all comes down to like a perception thing where it's like, yes, they do want full control. Like I think if it was up to them, they don't want the Yonko to exist, but they still want pirates to exist enough to give that excuse of why to show the world why you need us. And like you said, the whole thing about demanding heavenly tributes, getting the supplies from Marijwa to still like establish like that perception that the world still needs us. I probably have more, but like it slipped my mind, but I'll come back to it if it comes back to me.
No, you're good. So real quick on that.
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna summon. I'm gonna take over to
both of you guys, like real quick.
Yeah. I want to quote the Grand Poobah themselves, right? Either the baddest dude or the thickest bitch in One Piece, Emu. All right, let me quote Emu real quick, okay? Because I think this is actually super important. And it kind of shows you that Emu is not like Emu is nasty, but Emu needs some work when it comes to their control. So this is in chapter 1085, and I had to look it up because I knew Emu had a line that actually talked about the pirates. And Emu says, and so as Cobra talks to Emu says, and I quote, The D is the name of those who once opposed us. Those who bubble up from every corner of the world bearing the D are nothing but empty husks, ignorant of the meaning of their name. However, this recent development has its roots in Queen Lily's great mistake of 800 years ago. Mistake, as does the curiosity of the scholars roaming after the void century, as does the spate of pirates seeking the poneglyphs for treasure. If not for Lily's mistake, on that fateful day, the loathsome relics called the poneglyphs would not have been scattered across the world. So, Emu kind of denotes to, Lily's actions in some way did fuse our pirates to go after the poneglyphs, but also we can't control every corner of the globe because pirates themselves run around and do this in the first place. They seek treasure, they seek the One Piece, and so on and so forth. Like, if Emu could do as you say, like literally control the world, if Emu and the Gorosei apply themselves more, this wouldn't be an issue. But it is. Clearly is. Emu's saying it.
And
I think we're using the term control the world too liberally, because I think there's layers to it. It's like control like every single small issue they stamp out immediately. They control every single island. Like that kind of control, I definitely don't think they're going for. That's like, for one thing, that's way too much work. They're spending a lot of time on islands that probably just don't matter, all that kind of stuff, right? They would rather have the whole world be on autopilot. So going back to this, and I think some evidence for them not wanting total control is pretty much what you just said, Cole, because if Lily did do that blunder, why would they let the Nefertari keep Alabasta? Why wouldn't they send their own people there to control it? Why wouldn't they control it themselves? Like that right there is telling me they're hands off a little bit for some reason, which I think is, like they would, like I said, they'd rather have it be on autopilot. They'd rather not worry about it and just let the world kind of even out and balance. And then they're just sitting there like, well, as long as it doesn't get enough to where we are challenged, like the top six, Emu and the Gorosei, then we're good. Like the Marines are a different thing. It's always like they're always thinking, do we have enough troops outside of us to do things? And maybe if the emperors did team up and stuff, that would happen, where there's like they would have to actually get involved, but they prefer that not to happen. So like control to me is more so we want to do just enough to where our Marines can handle everything and we don't have the power bubble up to where we're actually in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
But they do control Alabasta because Alabasta pays their taxes. Like if you pay the tribute,
put a different family
you're under their wing, full stop. Like like the fact that Cobra can enter the Reverie is a sign that he pays his taxes. All right, he pays Uncle Emu. He pays him.
But Lily, why would they let Lily's family keep the?
Because they weren't
island?
Too sure. They weren't too, like so. No, Emu has to.
How about this? She said she did the blunder, or Emu said Lily did.
Yeah, it was a mistake. It wasn't deliberate.
Emu didn't know about the D clan thing, but they knew about Lily doing it, and Lily knew all their plans and left Marijois. It would be like, hey, we should probably get rid of this one family that knows all of our secrets, like the terrible stuff we did. That might be a smart plan if they're going to leave us.
Even more than that, I feel like a huge. It's not like a hole. I'm sure Oda will fill it, but there's a world where it doesn't. And in your context, the thing that I think you should have said would be, why don't, because the contingency Oda put is that the poneglyphs are indestructible. We've never like really tested that sentiment, but my gripe is if they really wanted to, why don't they collect all of them, right? They could easily do that, and that's something that we don't really fully understand by this dialogue yet.
You think that the Gorosei could easily collect all the poneglyphs? There's no way.
Well, no, but here's the thing. You're saying that the Arabasta pays their taxes. There's a poneglyph sitting in there. You would think that like, oh, the Nefertari family.
Do they know that though? Wait, but do they know?
That's the thing.
They know they're out there in general. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, but do they know
they were out there?
Yeah, but hold on.
You're saying that they control Arabasta. They don't. They know nothing about it.
Yeah.
Wait. Right. Every country that pays taxes to the world government by default is under their protection. That's why you can have Marines. Like Kina comes in.
Like Kina, Sorbet, Bakori. They were paying their taxes and they kept sending Bakori over and over. They try to take places.
But yeah, but that could be like the whole Saturn thing going on. Like Saturn hates Kuma so much, he wants to make sure that Kuma suffers. Maybe, who knows? But I'm just talking about like in terms of how the world is structured, and we see this in the country. I forgot what it's called. I didn't know, Lucia. You had so many impoverished people, and the revenue come in there and do their thing, but paying taxes had them poor. But we know that the government, or we know Alabasta, they pay their taxes because they can join the Reverie. They can be a part of that discussion. And literally, the Shichibukai system ends on the dime of King Cobra and King Riku.
Technically, Arabasta.
The Sorbet paid their taxes too, and they got their place taken over.
They all paid their taxes. I'm
Right,
saying like
so clearly they do have a vested interest in taking
like,
over other countries sometimes. But
Yeah,
why do they
but
do
I'm
that?
saying, like,
to your
they
point,
must not want
though,
total
but
control.
how would they know there's a
You
point
just-
there unless they're told that? Though?
No, but you just said the thing where it's like if they under all these nations are under their protection. This is already under their domain, and they don't have control there. But if they
That's why I
wanted
use
to, they could.
protection loosely. Like I'm not talking about protection. I'm talking about, hey, like you guys pay us taxes, and we won't ether you. We won't have a cleansing and have Marines completely surround your whole country, and then you have all these crazy celestial dragons run around like woohoo, cleansing time. Yeah, you won't have that happen.
So I
No, but they
actually
want
really
that.
agree with Colt. But hold on, right? Because even if the world government could go and collect all the poneglyphs, right? They kind of did something that's a little bit smarter, where they left the poneglyphs, but anybody who could read them or who is learning to read them gets taken out. Not only does that, number one, show basically like, hey, there can be poneglyphs left in certain islands, but if you ever go to read one, if you're going, the world government knows, hey, you're a danger, and now they have confirmed proof that people are dangerous. And then also, it just takes less power. If you send like a single person to kill one person who knows, it's far easier than going in and trying to have all of these poneglyphs in one place. Because think about it. It is possible to break into Marishwa. Unless you're throwing them or it's even possible to break into Ennie's lab or break into Impel Down. Like, there's no place on Earth that's safe. If you take all of the poneglyphs and put them into one place, it takes one person to break in, gather all that knowledge, get out, and now you've just gifted Laugh-Tale to somebody.
Yeah,
so
but
it
the
actually
problem-
makes a lot more sense to keep them on different islands so that this person is going after, this person can read this poneglyph you want to one island, now we can send a person to stop them. Now
the
we know how strong they are.
Problem with that though is
like
that
I like
the
that a lot.
poneglyphs are like they compile, they compact. Like you get one, you learn about another one. So your point of saying if you have them all in one spot, someone breaks in, but they wouldn't know about them, because in order for you to know about them, you'd have to know about them, right? Like the only person who demonstrated knowledge outside of poneglyphs and outside of everything was Crocodile, and his backstory is kind of wild to me. But everybody else, it's like O'Hara, they knew because they had a poneglyph, they studied it, they researched it, they broke the code. Then Clover did whatever he did as the pirate kind of adventure he did. But like at the end of the day, everybody who had a poneglyph around them, they knew about, like if they knew about the language, they knew that others existed, and that knowledge was enough to send out more, right?
Yeah,
The
but think
only
about it,
place
Par,
outside of that would be Wano. And the thing is, Wano, they didn't touch for some reason. That's another one, because they were worried about Pluton, I'm imagining, and the impenetrable thing. But that was another point you're saying. No place is impenetrable. Apparently, they treated Wano like that. And I would imagine it has to do with like the ancient weapons side of things, right? It wouldn't have
Hold
to,
on,
like,
Par.
because at the end of the day, it's like we can all reasonably say like Wano could have got steamrolled, right? Like even with just the Navy, if they wanted to.
Whoa.
So
Right?
I do disagree. And I disagree on the portion that nobody could know, because we know that information is very easily like found. Like Guinea was able to figure out everything that happened on God Valley and just send it out to people. If a child can do it, other people will. Marines are
Yeah, but she
corrupt. They can
overheard
get
and
paid off.
wiretapped.
But here's
But-
the
and
thing.
that's not poneglyph.
Marines are
That's not
corrupt.
poneglyph.
They're going to. But Par, are you gonna say that these things wouldn't be guarded so that random thieves don't come in or other things don't come in? Like, especially like with the voice of all things, like anybody with the voice of all things is going to be able to hear certain things as well. Like it kind of leads it. Like
And there are rare.
Zunisha exists. Like, so it's like it would be like if a person comes in and they have the voice of all things, they hear it from things, because obviously you can't get rid of all information from like Sea Kings. Like think of something down there. It's like there's like, oh well, there's information. Where is it? You break into a world government base to try to figure out the Void Sentry. Where's the first place you're gonna look for something? In a government base. Oh, this one is being kept.
So
I mean,
then
I'm
here's
assuming they
another-
can take it and throw it into the ocean, but then the Sea Kings could just get it, right? And
Okay,
the Sea
so
Kings
then
would just bring it all to
here's
one
another
place.
one then. If you guys think the world government wants ultimate control, why is Fishman Island just beneath them? They can't do anything about
Yep.
that.
There's another one.
The journey to go there would literally kill
They
you.
can
Take
do
one
that.
false
No,
move. Wait,
It
wait,
was-
wait,
made
wait,
it.
wait,
Neil's
wait,
Guard
wait, wait,
made
wait,
it.
wait,
Go
wait.
far.
The
Wait, wait,
Gorosei
but-
also said
No, no, no,
in
no, no.
chapter
No.
596, the Gorosei, or 595, the message. The Gorosei literally say, "Oh man, without Jinbei, we can't keep up good relations." 200 years ago, they wanted them back into the thing. If you're saying they want total control, why can't they just get the stuff beneath them? You know what I mean?
No, because they can't. Wait, R, and this is what I think, because this is something that has to be recognized too. The journey to get to all these locations, we've seen it. It's insane. Like it's absolutely
And
nuts.
also imagine like moving the poneglyphs. Like you know how
Yeah,
hard it is.
you have to move the poneglyphs, gather them all in one location.
Apparently there's a
Like,
man
think about it,
multi-planes, a single
like,
dude
in
with
order
a
to go,
black ship, he's doing
in order to
it,
get
you
to
know
the
what I
one in
mean?
Skypiea,
I mean,
like the one in Skypiea is
where is
located on a
he?
hidden cloud somewhere in a bell. And then you have to go to Skypiea with a knock-up screen or
I'm not
through the
even
road to
talking-
High
Cole,
West.
I'm not
Then
talking
you have
about
to
the
go up there,
bell. No,
enough
I'm not-
men to grab the
What-
poneglyph.
Did they
you have
take
to
the
come back
poneglyph from
safely and
Ohara?
then put it in
Did
the
they
Holy
take the
Land.
poneglyph from
No,
Ohara?
what?
Did they take the poneglyph from Ohara? Or did they leave it there?
Well,
I
maybe
think
they
it was up
can't
there.
move them.
I don't know.
We don't know.
Well,
actually.
we know they can
Jinbei
move
did
them. They can't move them because Jinbei brought one to Big Mom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
it's
did, he
moving.
did,
yeah.
Jinbei
Also,
solo
guys,
doloed
going back to the Alabasta thing, I want to ask Dak something because I saw him texting stuff in the chat. Like, do you think, because like the Nefertari were almost celestial dragons, and I was gonna say like, do you think maybe they let them live just because maybe they thought like Lily was the only traitor? Because now that we see that Cobra and even Vivi, like they're not gonna let them live. Like it seems like now they want to let them
If you go to chapter like 907,
Cobra's actually dead.
if you go to chapter 907, they say the whole Nefertari family are traitors. So so that's before the Reverie stuff.
But
You know
not
what I mean, they said that from back then.
But hold on, but remember, only Emu substantiates that later on. They had the assumption that was the case, but they couldn't prove it until we actually found out that there was that letter with Nefertari.
That's the only thing they got was the D. They knew, so like their
D
traitors.
matters.
No, but
they were also
It
it's the
matters,
same
but the
context
traitor part doesn't
Okay.
change from the D.
Yeah,
They thought
it's
they
the
were
same
traitors
context
regardless.
as Don
I'm also
Quixote.
saying,
They're
like-
not letting Doflamingo back in because homing left, right? So just leaving this whole makes you a traitor.
Yeah.
So Nefertari are like they left the original 20. That's crazy. You know what I mean? So that's a whole.
And they know all the secrets. It's crazy
They
that
don't
they
know
let that happen.
all the secrets.
Yeah, no, they
I
don't.
mean,
know all
given the fact that
secrets.
letter was passed down through all the years from Lily, there's
Yeah.
probably
Did it tell them
so
all
many
the
secrets
But they-
that they know.
and then-
There's
But
probably
they don't
none.
know. But they don't
No,
know. They don't know that
And
it
they
was
have the
passed
poneglyph,
down
which
because
is enough.
They do have the
when-
poneglyph. Yeah.
when he went in front of Emu and he started talking about the will of the D, like they were all shook because they're like, oh, how was
Yeah.
that passed down? They were shook. They didn't know that it was passed down.
Right, but they already called them traitors, so it's like they already knew. Like they
again,
should already be.
unsubstantiated, though.
There should already be. They should have done the Bakori treatment to Alabasta if they wanted full control. That's the point
Okay,
of
but
everything. It makes
I
if
agree,
they wanted
I agree.
full control, they would not let the traitors keep a whole
Because-
country.
wait,
that would never happen.
Even if they assume they're traitors, the fact of the matter is that they did pay their heavenly tributes every month or every
didn't
year.
care
However it
sorbet.
worked out. No, and Emu's dialogue kind of proves that they thought they were traitors, but at the same time they were not too sure. And then it's not until
they
they
knew
find out
Lily
that
was.
she
The
was
only
a
thing is the
D-clan
D.
member.
The only thing is the D clan. That's what they learned. They
But
didn't
that's
learn.
the most
So hold
important
on.
thing.
We don't know.
Because we have to also remember is that they treat celestial dragons very differently than they treat other people in the Marines, right? The Nefertaris were technically celestial dragons. So when Lily made that mistake, they said they didn't know very too much, and that was true. Is that they're like,
Exactly.
we think that it was, but we also don't know. But also, this is a celestial dragon family, and
That's
so
what
they're
I'm
going
trying
to
to say, yeah.
they're going to treat
Yeah.
them with a little bit more reverence, and they're going to be like, well, it could have just been the one person because they treat
But
them
they
like
let
actual
the-
people.
But they let
rather
the
than
homing
just
family
objects.
Don Quixotes get crucified.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that was-
exactly.
that was
And then
only
they didn't
the
give them a
one person.
country or
Wait,
anything. They
wait,
lived
wait,
in
whoa, whoa, whoa.
poverty.
No,
and
the
it's
whole
not the whole
family.
family.
They didn't get a
though.
whole country.
But it's not the whole family though.
That
It was
was
only
true.
him. Just
It
like
was-
Lily.
No.
The
Homing
homing
asked-
family, right?
out.
No,
Neil's
no,
guardian was still there.
Homing asked, "Can my family go?" And they said no. So they were like, "You guys can all. You guys left." You guys are left to die. Your entire family.
You made
And
the
then if we're-
decision
if we
for
think
them.
that- if
Well,
we
that
think
wasn't the whole
Bonnie-
actual family name, though.
Like Lily makes a
If we-
decision for every other Nefertari.
If we think
wait.
that Bonnie is half celestial, then they also shipped Ginny off with the baby too. So it's like the celestial blood thing is very interesting because we don't know how hard of that carries, and now we know there's tears with the Holy Knights as well. It's like Shanks is the only one in my mind right now that's like they care about, because at the end of the day, were they not planning on killing Cobra immediately? Like they literally said like, yeah, you're dead.
No.
You're like,
Hold up.
because
That's
no.
actually hold up. So that's actually not true. The only reason for the actual like the immediate family of Don Quixote, like with Doflamingo and Corazon, is because the father specifically said, "I'm leaving and I'm taking my family. We're going to live. We're doing all of this," and they don't want that mindset back into marriage. So they said, "You left. We gave you all of this money. You need to do what you want." But also, they were treating Doflamingo with a little bit more reverence when he came back in. The second thing is
Because
that
he's
Bonnie
useful.
absolutely gets. But hold up, Bonnie absolutely gets special treatment because we actually have the statement, and I made a video on this too, with Saturn says, well, she's just a little girl, she's fine, just let her go, but then specifically says all humans are insects, none of their lives matter. Bonnie is just a little girl, she's fine, but all human life doesn't matter because she gets that special treatment. So
And also
celestial blood does get special treatment.
saw that with
Yeah,
the
and
climate
and
change
also-
when it
I'm
kind
not
of
saying it
captured her.
doesn't, but to the extent that you're pulling it is like I feel like it's going two different ways. Like we have examples on the other side where they're willing to throw it out, and then we have examples on the other end, right? Like, because at the end of the day, we still need to understand how Shanks, as a Figarland baby, is leaving their hands, and it's just like fine, and they knew about it, and they knew about Roger's ship, and Garling exists. Like the Supreme Holy Knight Commander is there, and there's like, it's celestial blood, it's fine. You know what I mean? Like under Roger, it's there's a lot of things as far as the celestial blood and what they're going to do. We have to understand, like, here's what I was gonna ask you guys before, and I think this is a good time to bring it up, is if some of you guys agree that the Gorosei cannot control the Yonko, the current Yonko that exists right now. The world has gone too wild. There's certain entities that exist that will stress them out too much, and maybe even, you know, a certain person here thinks that one could take out all 5 of them. Okay, let's just sit with that, right? But you also think that they want complete control over the world. Wouldn't it have made sense for them, like, it would baffle me if the current power, like Roger, Rox, Whitebeard, Shanks, Kaido, Big Mom, Luffy, whatever else, the big pirate names, they had that level of threats all of these years, 800 years. So you're telling me throughout those 800 years, there wasn't a reason outside of ultimate control that prevented them from doing that? Like there's not a single legend outside of Ryuma, maybe, and then there's Oars, sort of, but we've seen Oars, right? So you're telling, you'd have to explain to me in the 700 years or 800 years why they didn't take complete control. In fact, the best time to do it is right after they won. Clearly they made a decision in the Void Century to choose the world that they went, and they're trying to keep it equalized, and maybe there was a mistake here and there. Maybe someone on the inside is cheating them or something. But to me, to say that they want the current people, right? The current people couldn't have gone ultimate control at any point in the previous 800 years would be crazy to me, because then you'd have to say that, like,
and there's always been Rogers and Whitebeards and Kaidos.
Exactly.
I think every single
Yeah, because
generation
we
has
don't know.
that.
I think
Yeah, because who's to
It's
say
they're
that,
not
like,
messing
no,
with Roger.
I think-
They're not.
I think the only people
just
they
not
are
messing with
threatened by
so
were like
the only
Rox
person
and
to
Joy
have
Boy. That's
become
it.
Pirate King is in our era, right?
Yeah,
So-
no,
Hold on,
but
but we don't
the
know.
only person to
Yonko
be
guys.
able to conquer the sea. So that means no one else is able to conquer the sea.
No. Yeah, but hold on now. But conquering the sea, like across the entire world, is a crazy feat to do in of itself. And who's to say? Because they were definitely trying to control people for like centuries upon centuries. But even still, there are sections of the world where they just can't control. Hence, people in the Grand Line, people in the other blues, some of them they don't pay their taxes, they don't pay their tributes. Like, we don't know how things were for like the past, like, let's say 400 years after the Void Century, but we know at least that at the bare minimum they couldn't control every place in the globe. Maybe because their tech, let's say after the Void Century, they had to take some time to establish their kingdoms, that kind of stuff. That let's say took a few centuries maybe, and then their tech or their powers greatly diminished because of whatever happened during the Void Century War, and then they had to slowly build that back up over the course of time. And then it's only until now, because keep in mind this, what they used to destroy that kingdom, Lucia Kingdom, is a recent thing. They had this sitting somewhere on cold storage. Here's Vegapunk. I have the Mother Flame. I have nuclear fusion, my guy. Okay, let's test it out now.
So
recently.
that's a new
They didn't
thing.
have that
but
back
what about? I think that was actually.
Oh, let me.
no, what about the Gorosei? What about Emu? Are they?
Hold up. Let me.
All right,
Go ahead, Ors. Are you sure?
Just real quick. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think that was actually confirmed what he's saying, because when you look at or I guess technically Skypiea, but Jaya, like literally no one has been there. Like Nolan was the first. Like it seems like Nolan was the first one who's been there in literally like 400 years. So that means that they were trying to take just kingdoms in the Grand Line, and they couldn't even reach the New World yet. They were still trying to establish everything in the Grand Line, which means that basically right after the Void Century, pretty much all they had was just what they had at the Red Line at Marijua. So then they slowly had to work to island to island.
The Jaya one was that they were the first people welcome, like guests. There were other people and they were fighting pirates, but like for example,
they lost the Kagura. They all lost the Kagura.
For example, they showed it in I believe it's like 291 or whatever. One of Nolan's people found a map from the Marines that had the entire place mapped out. So it's like they had people there. It's just not like the separation is doing something with it. So I made a video on that. And it's like the reason. So Nolan goes there, right? Nolan leaves. 5 years go before he goes back. What happens every 4 years? A reverie. Right before he goes back, the year before he charters a ship back, there's a reverie. A reverie followed by a giant mass cataclysmic island destroying event. Hey, and then that's when I said like, oh, we're probably going to see another one right after this reverie, Lelucia. And it's like, why did they do that? And maybe they thought Nolan was getting too close to something. We do know that Nolan liberated the Tontatas, right? Nolan was doing some things that were very similar to Luffy, apparently. And like, I'm not going to say he's Admiral level like some people are, but I'm going to go out and say, like, if Nolan's running around the verse like that and he's like a testament of power, and maybe Kalgara is too, I can't fathom that, like, that the Gorosei couldn't stop him at any point at any time in the history before. Like you're saying, yes, Mother Flame is now, all this stuff is now, but the Gorosei were there, right? Or whatever was there. The Holy Knights were there.
Nolan for sure. He wasn't a pirate, right? He was.
He was an adventurer at the time. Piracy was really
Chestnut, just start talking. Chestnut, just start talking.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, before, because I was trying to edit in on the other way, but I feel like total control for the world government is subjugation based on class, right? And I think that that's something that we see in almost every single kingdom, and it's something that I've noticed that what we're seeing right now in One Piece is the fall of Rome. Because if you guys remember, the fall of Rome was like Rome eventually fell because pirates started attacking everywhere, and they couldn't control the pirates and they couldn't control their freedom. So I think that when the 20 kingdoms were originally like taken, that was the small kingdom of Rome, basically. And as they expand and try to take more and more territory, they don't have enough resources. And it's like, as they're doing this, like, especially like the Gorosei haven't fought in a lot of years, where's their hockey bloom? And that's something that I think that event, like back during the Void Century, these people were probably very strong and they had all of this stuff. But over time, and as you start to try to branch out more, you need more people in control, and also there's more corruption now. We even see in the beginning of One Piece how much corruption there is even within the systems that the world government is putting in, and that's why pirates are getting so strong, and that's why I think they're so scared of the Yonko, because they're like, our systems are so corrupt right now, like we can't even do this. Like we even see what happens with like Kuma's backstory right now, where it's like Kuma was able to basically stop the subjugation of people, whereas Dragon had to go into Luffy's hometown, which I'm totally blanking on right now, my bad. But like the same thing happened where they had all of the nobles burn down all of the people on the bottom, because who is most likely to rebel? People on the bottom who aren't necessarily slaves.
But that's
and
not
so they're
why
trying
they got
to
rid
create
of them.
this huge.
But that's the King
so here's the thing: they're doing
said...
it because of taxes. But here's the thing: why does the world government? Why does the world government do it based on that? And that's what I'm thinking. It's like, why would the world government be like, oh well, if they, this is gonna cause like genocide of people, right? If we do this, like eventually people are gonna try to lower their taxes by killing people off, because that's their plan. Because that's what they want, or else the world government would stop it, right? If the world government was like, no, you can't do that, they would stop it. But they're not, because they encourage this, because we even see that they do this on islands they don't care about human life.
Or you could also look at it like this, where it's like King Bakori and Goa Kingdom did their own decision. The world government didn't ask them to do that. Both situations were like, well, the Goa Kingdom specifically was, oh, they're coming, we need to clean up the place for them. But it's not like the Gorosei told them to do that, right? For example, the Gorosei were still upset that like they showed remorse over destroying Ohara. These were the people that were apparently going to destroy the world, right? They showed remorse for genociding people. At the end of the day, what you described, right? Like if they chose to do the genocide, right, they could do it themselves, but it's these other governments that are messing up for them, right? But that's because they're not exhibiting total control. If they exhibited total control, then the governments wouldn't be able to do their own mistakes, which is what's happening every single time.
I disagree. When you make it, so here's the thing, when you make it a societal norm, well, here's the thing, but when you make it a societal norm and you're like, oh, well, it's okay, you can't expect people to be like, oh, well, that's not okay. It's the same thing here, where it's like, when it's like, oh, well, it's okay to do this. You see like the people on the top and it's like, well, we're going to try to do it. Hey, that country in the East did it. It's fine. The world government, because the world government encourages it, and it's this encouragement
I agree
where
with
it's like
you
that's how they're doing like control. Like that's what total control is to me.
So when on my side of the thing, because Cole is saying Cole, at the beginning you were saying that none of these atrocities would exist if the world government had full power, but the problem is the world government doesn't want those.
No. The idea is that they're trying to take control of the world. That doesn't mean that they can stop every incident of rebellion or that kind of stuff, but more so, they just want to have as much power as they possibly can to maintain some sort of status quo that they maintain for 800 plus years. That's the idea. I'm not saying that okay, like they can shut down every rebellion or they can stop every slave from trying to kill a noble. But the idea is that in some kingdoms who pay their taxes and tributes, like we see in the Goa Kingdom, allow the royalty, or let's say in the Sorbet Kingdom, the royalty will go out of their way to try and appease the celestial dragons that visit them on occasion. And what they'll do is that because they view them as gods, like actual deities, at least some of them do, and they will do whatever they can to appease them. And so what they do is that they will take care of the riffraff, the poor, because it's unsightly, because they want to look as good as they can. Other kingdoms, like Dressrosa before Doflamingo, King Riku, he didn't care about, let's say, being like as wealthy as possible. They were actually quite poor, but they lived very happily. But they still paid ultimately their taxes to the Holy Land, so they can still be part of the Reverie. So it just depends. It's on a country to country basis. But ultimately, whether you are a poor nation, like let's say Dressrosa before Doflamingo, or let's say if you're a Goa Kingdom, like under Stelli's rule, if you pay your taxes to the Animenyc, to the world government, you're under their control in some respects. Not like complete, like we know every secret, but you pay us taxes, okay, that means that you're under our wing. That's what it is.
All right, y'all, everyone, real quick, I got to butt in because I got to go. I've been trying to find a good segue. This was a ton of fun, everyone. Animenyc was a blast. We're going to do it again next year. Hopefully we can get the same group together. Also,
and more.
Yeah, right, exactly. Which with my cosplay, man, it's gonna be real hard, but we're gonna figure it out. But I know we haven't gotten all the super chats yet, but there was one earlier that was directed towards me. Maybe there was multiple, but I know there's at least one that I remember. And I know we're getting into the dragon talk soon, and it was dragon related, so I'll just comment on it. It was from Mooglatan. He said something like dragon has the storm fruit. I can't see it now, but we were arguing about it earlier. Putting my stocks in on the wind, Logia. Just gonna say that now. Hopefully that gets revealed soon, but that's where I'm at. But yeah, guys, this was a blast. Par, thank you for putting this together, bro. I really appreciate it. It was nice meeting all of you guys, Animenyc, and yeah, I'm probably gonna listen to the rest of this whenever I get off because I'm about to go eat, and then I gotta do some videos and do some stuff. So, but I appreciate you guys.
Be easy.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Appreciate you. Catch you guys later. Peace.
All right, so Kev, you had an epiphany. I'm not gonna let
Yeah,
that slide.
I have been like, I have been like, fiending. No, Cole, because you said something. I'm like, yes, he gets it, right? So I know we're saying like total control or not total control. To me, it doesn't matter because this is basically they're playing like The Sims. They literally have controlled the world for hundreds and hundreds of years, and slowly they're getting more expansion packs. Like, oh yeah, now we own this thing. We're deleting this place because we're bored of it. Stuff like that. It's as simple as this. They are literally, like we're saying, they're not puppeteering everything. They're just watching everything. That's what it is. And the things that they do set up are things that are specifically made to ensure that they do not look like the bad guys. Because it's like, oh, look, Kaido, he's killing thousands of people. He's enslaving thousands of people. He wants the greatest war in all of history. He's a weapons provider. He drugs people with these devil fruits and makes people literally unable to show emotion. Look how terrible of a person he is. And then there's Big Mom. She murders her own children. She's absolutely insane. She's a monstrous, large freak that is so much bigger than any of you. Why would you guys then suddenly think these 5 old men in suits are dangerous at all? They're just normal looking humans like you and me. You know, you don't have to worry about them. But in reality, they are the monsters. They are the people that you should be the most afraid of because those people actually have some sort of will to do their own thing. Well, these guys act as though they're not doing anything bad. They're like, it's like that idea like, oh, look, it's just our favorite grandpa in the corner. He's kind of weird, but, you know, we let him slide because he's old and he's able to do some weird stuff. You know what I mean? Because he's just not used to it. But in reality, he's probably the people in charge. Old grandpa that we shouldn't be worried about. And because of old grandpa, we're going to have to keep dealing with this old crap that no one actually cares about. That's really how it is. And I feel as though the idea of the pure control versus, oh, they don't fully control it with the taxes is definitely something that's valuable. Because if the taxes weren't there and people didn't have to pay the taxes, then they wouldn't have to have any strife and disparity with all these people. And I wanted to bring this up. The Green Bull quote, that the Green Bull is racist quote, you know, the prejudice breeds stability quote, like that is literally what the Celestial Dragons do. Prejudice breeds stability with them because if the people are poor, like what Chestnut was saying, we can just kill them. We can burn them to the ground. Who cares? And the fact that that's seen as a normal thing is incredibly fucked up. But that's just how the Celestial Dragons roll because these people aren't even people to them. Now that we know that Saturn views them as literal insects. Like they are so beyond irrelevant to them. That's why I started this with like they're playing The Sims. They do not care about Lelucia or Goa Kingdom or even like any place that can matter. Like they probably could wipe off a place like Wano, like you were saying, but Wano is a huge place in the One Piece world because of people like Kaido. Because let's say Kaido actually does die to a mother flame. Like we don't know if that's going to happen, but that is the fact that's even a possibility in our minds. That's crazy because they could just wipe out this thing that they put into power by making him seem like such a threat to divert attention away from them being the problem to Kaido being the problem. If they could just get rid of him like nothing, then that just shows like their whole system is fucked. You know,
So
they're just
real
waiting
quick-
for other problems to
I
be
think
in the way.
everything Cav Dog just said outside the except for the New World part. I think the New World they just can't do it.
And that's
I
where
agree,
like because so I wanted after Eden's I saw had his hand up before so
Yeah, I didn't want to
after
interrupt.
I just want to say something because like what Kev is explaining is what is and Cole just disagreed about is exactly like the nuance here, right? Like my take is like they're exhibiting complete control and the current existence of the Yonko whatever is within like the only things that are outside of their calculations is like Nika and like whatever stuff like Luffy did outside of their knowledge, right? Because or dragons doing outside of their knowledge, right? Because at the end of the day, like Kev was saying, it's like they need someone to be an evil villain for them to be valuable, right? If the world is perfect, they're less valuable. So they want to have a constant boogeyman, essentially, kind of like what they do with the Germa 66 the story that they have in the thing. They have propaganda towards kids where there's an evil scientific army and then Marines save them every single time, and it's like it's the boogeyman is the Germa, right? The science cool Power Ranger guys, and unironically the pirates end up loving that, but those are the pirates who've seen the cruelty side of the world government, are already on the other side. But as far as the kids go, as far as the people go, that's the propaganda, right? You need that boogeyman. You always need a villain. Every hero needs a villain. You're not a hero if you don't beat the villain, right? So that's why I think, like, yeah, everybody, like, there's probably like a few anomalies that's not accounted for, and the ones that aren't accounted for are the ones they called the world's greatest criminal, right? Like, we, at the end of the day, me and Cole went for hours between Dragon and Shanks, right, about who's stronger, blah blah blah. But like, they claim him to be the problem. It's because he's not conforming to their system. Shanks is conforming to their system by being the sleeping lion. The moment he gets angry and stops stuff,
he wants to take. He's actually trying to take down the system. Like, that's
right? You're talking about Dragon, right?
Yeah, Dragon. Yeah, Dragon wants to actually take it down directly, not conform.
Right.
So
exactly. That's what I'm saying, right?
Like, and it also came out too, like,
no, but to the beginning point, Cole.
How can you say that the Yonko themselves
can't handle the Yonko? Separating that from their allowing the Yonko to operate is different, right?
No, yeah, I see what you're saying, but the problem is that if that was the case, why would they then actually frame themselves in a bad way when they have the Yonko meet up? Whitebeard and Shanks meet up, and then Jupiter is actually shook. He's like, oh my god, it's happening. They try and send a fleet to stop Shanks from meeting with Whitebeard, and Shanks decimates the fleet and meets Whitebeard. So there is no way that they're just, okay, well, we let you guys have power. No. It's the other Yonko that let each other have power. They have their stalemate. That's the whole point here. Shanks, Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard were all vying for power in the New World. Other smaller islands have to go under their banner. That's what Law and Kid said way back when. I think it was Law. Who, you have to be under a Yonko's banner to have protection and safety in the New World. Not a Marine, not them. It's the Yonko who protect your country from annihilation, from other pirate forces, that kind of stuff. And because of that stalemate, they never really made any moves because there was a balance that was maintained in the New World. But when Whitebeard died, that balance was momentarily disrupted for, let's say, a few months, maybe in a year or so, until Blackbeard came in there and seized all of Whitebeard's old territory, and then balance was once again established until, Luffy and Law come in there. They metaphorically cut the gears that they've been winding and turning, and then they make their play. So the idea that the emperors are just being they're given this this freedom by the world government because they're the boogeymen. The boogeymen are like your day-to-day pirates that are all over the place. Those are the real boogeymen. The pirates that people in the East will have to worry about, like the Don Kriegs or the Arlongs, or people in the West Blue, where like you have to deal with all these crazy mafia guys and Capone and that kind of stuff, or people in the North Blue with the Germa and that kind of stuff. Because people in the North Blue, they have their Germa boogeymen. Or in the Grand Line, you have these top-tier pirates that run around and do crazy stuff. But that applies to these regions of the world, and a lot of these places don't even know what's going on in the opposite regions. Like, people in the East thought that different powers were like myths. That giants weren't even real. Starry sees a picture for the first time. Is it a giant? He sees Neptune. Wait, is that a giant? Oh my god! And then he passes out like a bum.
I think there's something like this is just something I've thought about a few times, right? Because Vegapunk, his whole goal is obviously punk records, like a sort of like way to divulge information to everyone, right? Imagine if One Piece had some sort of faux internet at the start. What would the world even be like? All this shock and horror that everyone is around is just like, oh yeah, that's just that. And if they finally realize like the world is so connected, then they'll realize, oh wait, if we're all dealing with the same bullshit all the time, I think the people in charge of making the world kind of like this might be the problem. And I think that's what makes it such a genius. The world itself is divided. Everyone's divided because there's no way of talking to people. Like, it's amazing that he's able to get something that's so obvious, which is, explore and talk to people and learn about things, is something that's like this grand like resolution to defeating the bad guy after like 25 plus years. It's like, it's so obvious in real, you know what I mean? But people just don't realize it.
Like, that's why during the Void Century they like destroyed all of this technology because
exactly.
they destroyed that. But like They probably had forms of communication. They probably had ways to actually connect with people, and it's probably something that like Vegapunk's true goal has always been to like spread information. He's probably basing it about something on the Void Century, and that's why the world government destroyed it. They said, we're going to take you back to the Dark Ages. We're going to lower your quality of life, but it's going to be easier for us to control you then.
Because
So,
at the end of the day, like the
yeah.
word government, like they don't want people to be like, oh, this is a dictatorship. Like, these people are like, why do I have to follow these people? I feel like a slave. Like, the word government want people like the Gorosei want people to like to feel like that they can trust the word government, that they're the good guys. So like at the end of the day, they need to do shady stuff like this, and they cannot actually go and control the world because that like they need people to actually be brainwashed just thinking they're the good guys as
Agree
well.
with that.
Also,
Eden's,
why
and
would-
then Ors.
Oh my bad. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Eden's before.
I just want to clarify real quick when I was saying earlier about the total control part on the world government's end. I'm not necessarily saying like they want control in the sense of they're gonna like walk into a country and tell them, yo, like we're in charge. I think the way I always see it is they want to give the illusion to the world that they have the choice of freedom, which is why they allow these other kingdoms to make their decisions, do these things, make it feel like they're in power in some way. And then what Cole was saying about like with the heavenly tribute, yeah, you do this, and then now you have our protection. Like in their mind, they still have the idea that they're in control, but now like they have that added protection on top of that from a higher power, where now they don't have to worry about the pirates who are the bad guys. And again, like I think they want pirates to exist because that gives them the once again the perception of, yo, we're the good guys, we're protecting you from the scum of the earth who are running around and whatnot. And oh geez, my memory today. But yeah, again, all comes down to perception. I think. Kev's not gonna like this. So when y'all were talking, the movie that came to my head was A Bug's Life. So the reason, so here's what I mean. So the reason why like they won't just go in and take total control is because it's a line I think of from that movie where the main villain says, you let one of them stand up to us, then they all stand up to us. They don't realize that they outnumber us 100 to 1. And I think that's like the mindset of like the Gorosei and the world government, where the world doesn't realize if they all wanted to, if they came together, they could get rid of us. So we have to take these actions and make them think that we're the ones in total power here. Like O'Hara, yo, y'all are doing this thing. That's a no-no. All right, you're out of the picture. While slowly like going to these other countries and putting them under their protection, while still making them believe, like with things like the Reverie, that yeah, you guys have the freedom of choice because like you know, you're all coming together making your own decisions, so you think you're in some kind of control when if they did it with like, you know, they just came like say the world government just comes in with the Navy and just oppresses you, that's eventually going to inspire like some kind of rebellion. They just wouldn't be able to do it.
So they're making someone else the villain rather than themselves.
Exactly. Because if they just go into country to country and just literally taking control on the surface, then that's just going to probably inspire, like the Revolutionary Army probably would have started long before Dragon if they did it that way.
Right.
So the way I see it is like, yeah,
was such a problem because he was an agent of the world government and he was causing problem for the world government. So that's why that like they immediately took him out, not took him out, but like distanced themselves, right? Because what you just said is they exhibited what they were trying to avoid the entire time. And once they saw that a pirate ended up causing the same problem that a pirate would do, they're like, oh, we need to get rid of pirates. And so like, let's go to Sarah.
Who's on their payroll.
Right.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Ors, you had some stuff to add? And then after this, we'll transition to like, I know I said like 7 o'clock. If you guys I'm down to stay a little bit longer for like 1099 and 1100. I do want to talk about that stuff, and I think that there's a good segue into that. So, Ors, what do you have for us after all this?
All I was gonna say, hold on, let me think. All I was gonna say was like when we're specifically talking about the Yonko. Why would they allow like them to pretty much like be what they are when like let's just be honest, they're like the only ones actually capable of finding the One Piece and like completely exposing them. Like complete like everything exposed. Like I just feel like that's like their number one enemy, all the Yonko in my opinion. I don't think like cuz like I know the world government they do make a lot of like slip ups, but I just don't see how they can just allow that. You know what I mean? Like
I think you're
just
no, I think you're right. Like when Cole says like the Whitebeard Shanks meetup thing, right? To tie in what he mentioned too. It's like the Whitebeard Shanks, like all their territories are monitored, right? Anytime any one of them moves, they're notified because any one of them making alliance is a problem. But the difference is like if two of them come together, that's an issue. But I don't know if it's an issue for the entire world government. But yes, what Ors is saying, it's like imagine a world which we might get where all the Yonko band together. Now you have like the entire balance is flipped, right? If all of the Yonko work together, that is 1/3 of the pie, right? If you eliminate warlords, which they did, and now the warlords are on the Yonko side, and you have like Seraphim, whatever, the willless, lifeless, just husks of a Lunarian, right? And then you have an actual Lunarian on the other side if he's alive. I don't know what the anime showed, but if you have all that, then yeah, now you have like an actual war. It's all of them combined, right? I think that makes a lot of sense, but it's also like we have to ask ourselves what you said. It's like, why would they let them exist, right? But the thing is, like, at the same time, it's been cycling up towards it, right? It'd be crazy to me if, like, yes, like I can understand that there was probably strong people in the past that we never heard about, but at the same time, in all regards of the current history, it's like these are the strongest people like in ever, right? Like Nika's here now, like Roger was the first person in 800 years, and that's like knowledge based too, but that knowledge is also another thing that we just talked about, like the information, them preventing information is their largest way of control, them creating the boogeyman, right? Stelly also was like, hey, it's a giant, but then the other thing was that he heard the propaganda about fishmen, they eat people, which is like crazy for him to like propagate being where he was, but that's also like the Arlong Park type of thing, right? Which is why they allow those kinds of pirates to exist. It's like those, like they don't even need to do the work anymore. The pirates will do it. The pirates will make themselves look bad because they're weak and powerless, right? I think when you look at even like our world, that's essentially how it operates, right? It's like all of these proxy wars. Why would the big bads need to get involved anyways, right? And so I think the segue here, right, into 1099 is if that's the case, right? If they're afraid of the Yonko, and I'm saying that as a premise because whether you agree or not, I think like there is an understanding that there's a balance lost when like the Yonko are not conforming to the Gorosei. They are definitely terrified of that, which is currently the situation. Buggy, Blackbeard, Luffy, Shanks, none of those entities are things that they have or will willingly control. That is the line that I think makes the most sense to take from the Road to Laugh-Tale thing, is like, yo, like if Shanks gets angry, like he can make some crazy things happen. You combine that with Luffy making things happen, you combine that with Blackbeard's like the only one on their side, but they don't really know that, which is weird. And then there's Buggy, right? Buggy has all the warlords are all pissed, right? So if that's the current setup and that's the current balance, then where does Dragon fit into that? Like, how does Dragon, like, why hasn't Dragon talked to the Yonkos? Like, why hasn't Dragon talked to Shanks? Why hasn't Dragon talked to Whitebeard? Whitebeard was abolishing slavery in a similar way too, right? Whitebeard was literally, his birth was like, yo, the world government kind of screwed up my hometown. I lived in poverty. I lived in all this. Is that not similar to like the Sabo situation? Is that not similar to like Dragon's whole ideals, where it's like Whitebeard is doing this similar thing? All these years Dragon never reached out to the Yonko, and I'm curious because it's not aligned with our previous agenda, but I feel like that's an interesting perspective to look at with Dragon, the Yonko, and the Gorosei. So like whoever wants to go first, feel free.
Listen, it's a really good question of why Dragon hasn't done anything ever. So that's a really good question.
I actually just had a thought when it comes to that though. I think maybe the reason is because the Yonko, like we were saying earlier, they are a part of the world's system. There was the warlords, the Yonko, and the Marines. Maybe Dragon isn't interacting with them because they're inherently a part of the world system, and Dragon's goals go against what the world system is supposed to be. And I know a lot of the Yonko, obviously, say Whitebeard ruled the world, you know? He obviously would be a completely different system if he won at Marineford, right? But by Whitebeard being a member of the Yonko, he's kind of playing into them, in my opinion. You know, he's sort of a part of the thing that they created the whole time. While Dragon is like, no, everything, burn it to the ground, we get rid of all of it, no Yonko, no warlords, and no Marines, obviously, because you wouldn't need any of them if the world was just something completely different.
You just said a really important point about Whitebeard, because if you were to think about it, if they allowed Whitebeard to stay, Whitebeard in it of itself is a sleeping lion, except for the part where he was like countering the slavery part, right? But the main thing that Whitebeard was attributed to not doing was going after Laughtail, was not going after the Pirate King, which I would imagine if he did that, then the world government would care, but they didn't care about the abolishment. They didn't care about taking over the territories. You know, he had one of the largest territories or widespread territories. They didn't counter all of that. And he was doing that while sick. It wasn't even him. They watched his ship not move for.
Remember, they did that in the New World. They don't control the New World.
But they had him barricaded, right? So he's not doing any of that.
Barricaded.
Yeah. All the ships were completely encircled, like a sanction. That essentially they have everyone like that. And meaning the reason why I'm saying that is Whitebeard's not doing that stuff, right? Whitebeard's the entity, but what Whitebeard's not doing is going after the pirate king seat. All of his minions are doing the abolishing stuff, right? I mean, Ace is a bad example, but like there were other below ace level pirates doing exactly the same thing, right? Everywhere they go, no slavery. Whatever nation they took over, no slavery. That's counter to the world government. That's counter to a lot of the world government, especially territory wise. And if Whitebeard's not the one doing it,
it depends on the pirate. Like Kaido had slaves, but Whitebeard didn't have slaves. We know that Whitebeard has slaves too. We saw that recently on Full Island. He has slaves, but Big Mom doesn't really have slaves. She has like tributes, I guess. You know, like on some like Candace Everdeen shit. You know, tributes that volunteer their soul every year. Then they have like all this fun in Thailand. So it just depends on the Yonko. Different Yonko rule differently.
Okay, so then,
but ultimately it's under their rule.
Okay, so then to transition this into like a more targeted discussion,
and then Dragon
on Dragon, right? Like is Dragon so like obviously the Dragon fraud thing, right? Like how do you guys feel about that right now? Dragon fraud. Let's start with Orders and Edens. Let's start.
I don't think he's a fraud. Fraud in what, like power scaling or like
power? Like so people he's not strong.
Ways, yeah.
Well, like okay, so if we contextualize this, right? Like the Yonko, even Shanks alone is able to make the Gorosei afraid, right? Like if that's an understanding that this group can entertain for a moment, right? Then where does Dragon stand there? Is he not Yonko level? Is he Yonko level? Where would he be?
Dragon, I think Dragon would be. I think that Dragon would be close to Akainu just because of the history they had together. They went inside of the Marine together. So I think he would be close to Akainu. That would make a lot of sense, to be honest.
Okay, so and for context, Hime, Akainu Kaido. What do you have there?
Who wins?
Yeah.
Personally, okay.
Is it easy
so
if it's easier with Shanks? Go with Shanks.
So my headcanon would think that story-wise, narratively-wise, Akainu should be stronger, and just for the story. But if we look at the feats, Kaido has more feats. So if we go into a power scaling mode, it has to be Kaido. But if we go narratively speaking, it has to be Akainu.
Okay, so you're saying that Dragon is going to be close to Akainu. That's what kind of makes sense. And as far as the story goes, it would be depicted that Kainu would be at least Kaido wouldn't be able to be reckless with Akainu is essentially like a sound take, right? For me, I think power scaling aside, I feel like these top tiers, it's like if they blink, they're going to be worried against another one of these top tiers. Like they can't just, none of them are so far apart that they could just be.
No, of course.
disrespectful. And I know that's why I was gonna go to Cole.
And also like there's like people sometimes like you have to take into account that there's a lot of people that are the weaknesses of other people or that are bad matchup against each other. So we still don't know like what Dragon does exactly. So it's a bit hard to like, you know.
No one's gonna clip this stream and cancel you for this. This isn't Twitter.
No, what? No. Wait. First of all, I just want to say I have never. I have never in my life said that Dragon won't be strong. If anything, I always say that Dragon is gonna be strong.
No,
I question his decision making and his leadership. That's it.
I'm just saying,
strength-wise, I know he's
on
strong.
Twitter.
No, not even.
Twitter, it's
Twitter
like everybody's
this
out
is how I talk.
Even your best friends are like, one moment they're on your side, then one tweet later, like, oh my God, Tanuki, what did you just tweet? But
no. I always listen. I always talk like that. Trust me. I don't
listen, bro. Like I've literally been saying that Dragon is probably like he's gonna be like one of the strongest people in One Piece. I've even made a claim that he's probably gonna solo the Buster Call. Like on Egghead. I genuinely think he's gonna do it. But his character is unappealing. He doesn't do anything. Half of his leadership stuff, like I was saying, if you put Dragon as a Jedi in Star Wars, this man is getting demoted. This man is putting back to Padawan, bro. Like he just doesn't have like a mindset of like a general. Like
he's the Qui-Gon Jinn. He's the Qui-Gon Jinn.
I don't like his leadership.
With Dragon is that he hates war. Like he's not trying. He really doesn't want to fight people. But it seems like he's building something up to actually just completely end the reign of the Celestial Dragons, but he actually doesn't like to fight people. Like in like a war standpoint, and I feel like it's more so he just doesn't like people dying. I don't think he's scared. I think he's just maybe scared of like he doesn't want Sabo to die or anybody like that to die near him.
He wants he
Luffy. And he got captured. He didn't do much.
He didn't care if people get captured, so that means he doesn't really care if they die.
It's like he would rather have like. Oh, hold on. I was just gonna add one thing. I was gonna say I think that Dragon doesn't want people to die, but he's like human life all holds the same value basically. So he's like it's not worth it to send even if two people have less intrinsic value, like they aren't as strong or they don't have as much intelligence as like Guinea. He's like that's still 2-1, so I'm not gonna do it. And I think that's how Dragon feels. And honestly, it's one of the reasons why I think he's just like a bad general. Like he's just not good at leading a war because a revolution is a war.
Okay, so one thing that kind of like here's the thing, right? I think that the Dragon slander is a little bit overboard. I can understand why, and I think it is somewhat warranted. Where I do give Dragon credit in terms of like he is a general, he is a leader, but he's not the one that we're used to seeing in One Piece. Like we're seeing the guys that are in the front lines with the army. Like Luffy's with the army, he's in the front lines, like he's going head first. Dragon's the guy in the back. He's more like a Drew Leon. He's just kind of like a tactician in more ways than one. Where like he has to organize and plan out certain things. Like the fact that they're already fighting against the Holy Land right now in terms of targeting the supply routes. That's Dragon's call. Dragon is having his boys attack the supply routes. And then they're getting pissed off in the whole like, yo, where's my caviar? And like, where's my Michelin star food? What the hell, bro? Like, I want my good eats. However,
just real quick, Cole.
However,
yeah.
I think it is warranted to kind of be a little bit, tease the Dragon because so many characters under his watch are going through the ringer. In particular, other characters are making better gains that he has, you can argue. Sabo is a major example where Sabo, the fact that people are viewing him in higher light than even Dragon is, I think that's a crazy idea because Dragon's the leader. And then so because of all these things, it's like, yo, Dragon is, even though on paper he's that guy, and even though we know he's gonna do some nuts, he's gonna be nutty in the future, it's like his stocks are going down, are dipping so much. When they do rise, they may not reach the same height or even beyond the heights where he was when he was at his peak, when he had peak hype.
You know what my biggest problem... go ahead.
Go, Kevin.
It's just something I just saw in the chat, and I was thinking about this for a bit. And I was thinking Dragon is kind of similar to Law in a way, where they're not conquerors, but they're both like leaders with a lot of ambition, right? But I'm thinking to myself, and I just see in the chat, Dragon is just Law with more ambition from the Black Man Who Laughs. And I was thinking to myself, does he have more ambition though? Like Law is in the front lines. Law is with Big Mom and Kaido. Law is literally willing to die for all these people. And this isn't even the world government. I think Law might be more proactive than even Dragon is, because Dragon for the whole story has been very on the back burner, and that's why, like what Cole was just saying, people view Sabo more as the guy than Dragon at this point, and Sabo, like, he's not that relevant when it comes to Dragon, because Dragon's supposed to be the leader. He's supposed to be the guy that Sabo is, but Sabo is now that guy. So I just think that's really interesting.
Real quick, Hime, was your thing on the same topic, or can we come back?
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's about Dragon. Okay, so my problem is that I don't have not everybody needs to be super proactive. People can have different type of leaderships. My biggest problem, and you can also be just the king who gives the orders, whatever. This is not the type of leader I like, but I can respect that. My biggest problem is that even if you don't want to be on the battlefields because you view the fact that you're the brain of the operation and you need to stay back and just give the orders, that's totally fine. But for you to not think that your co-founder or your commanders are important enough to be saved for the next generation, for the operation to do you know how hard it is to find people to trust? Do you know how hard it is to find people to be able to be the commander of a whole fleet? It is. I think that these people's lives matters. And you would think that, okay, Genie, whatever, fine, we got over that. But Ivankov, your co-founder, come on, bro, Ivankov, the person who was with you since the beginning, who knows everything, who's gonna help you, there are assets inside of that war. This is my biggest issue. They're not just random people. At least you, fam, don't go yourself. Send a scouting team. Do something, it's just show us the intention of you know what, no, this person is really important. No, he's sipping on a beer, cracking a joke, saying, she got captured. It feels like who is this man? What is this? Can you really replace Ivankov that easily?
Yeah, and
that's my biggest problem.
I think the other part of it too is let him cook and all that stuff. There's such a thing as overcooking, but then also I feel like it's come to a point where there's been too many opportunities where one line could solve a problem, and we could continuously wait for dragon stocks to go up, but like Cole said, it's I feel like so many of the things could have just been solved with a slightly different dialogue even, but it almost Sabo's flashback and this flashback, it feels like it's Oda willingly putting Dragon on the back burner so that Ivankov and Sabo can get lines, that some of these should be dragons. Most of them, it feels like even when Dragon should be in the commanding seat, he's not doing the commanding. But I'll add to that more after I think Eden wanted to say something.
Yeah, my bad. I was away for a bit, so I missed a good portion of what was being said.
No, you're good.
I'm kind of on the boat. I don't think Dragon's a fraud personally. I just don't think that. Again, obviously, I think perception of him will change once we get to when he's ready to make his move, because I think we got to kind of look at it like this. Dragon, in my opinion, not one for one, but he's kind of getting the Whitebeard treatment that Whitebeard got in pre-time skip, where and what I mean by that is Whitebeard didn't really do anything at all pre-time skip until we got to Marineford. It was a lot of just talking about the Whitebeard pirates. All we really got of that was Ace. And once we hit that final war in pre-time skip, now we're seeing Whitebeard, we're getting his character. And I kind of view Dragon in that sense, and it's easy to kind of crap on Dragon right now because we've known about him since pre-time skip, whereas it's been a lot of very little show, not much tell, not much showing with him, and through hearsay from all these people. And at the same time, it's I can't be mad at Dragon for being too cautious, because we have to think about the way I see it. Dragon is looking at, okay, when we make the move to go to war against the world government, this is the only chance we're going to get. So when we go into this, we're going to die and probably never have a chance to do this again. And the reason for all the caution is because we have to think about it too. The world government has CP agents, these people who are pretending to be your average citizens. So from Dragon's perspective, if you're seen as the world's most wanted criminal or worst criminal, or however you want to perceive that, you have to be extremely cautious, because you never know who you could just be talking to who is secretly a CP agent. Like we saw with Kuma's flashback. Somehow it got out that, oh yeah, they got Buccaneer blood, and look what happened to Kuma just because one guy on the inside. We saw it with Morgan's. He was ready to I forgot what the story was. He's ready to put out a story, and then instantly one of his employees revealed to be a CP agent. So that's why I'm not ready to just shit on Dragon. Oh,
Yeah.
my bad. You're on YouTube. That's why I'm not
Yeah,
ready
it's
to,
fine.
to just kill
Okay.
Dragon. Uh, because it's like, I'm thinking about everything the world government has at their disposal and like the links they're willing to go to. So it's like I understand the caution. I again at the same time I understand the hate for Dragon right now when we're seeing the stuff with Jenny, Ivankov, and in the world's eyes, like Sabo looks like he's more proactively doing more than Dragon right now. It
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
Dragon is
True.
doing
Like-
all this for like one major play because that's probably the only chance they'll have at this.
So I
But I have
really
a
the
question
idea
like.
is
for Voat,
that
actually.
Dragon. The idea is that Dragon.
But
What
I
he
have a
is going to do in
question.
the future is going to offset all of this stuff. Where Dragon is going to save. He's going to take down the world government.
Yeah.
He's going to save the quote unquote world, and that's going to offset for him not saving Guinea, for getting Ivankov into prison and Izuna. That's the hope ultimately when it comes to Dragon,
Okay.
because Dragon's
quick,
morals
Ian,
are
listen to me.
his morals are way more grandiose than that. That's so good.
So
Okay,
Cole, real quick.
He-Man.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to He-Man right after, and then I'm gonna say something off of Eden's. But Cole, real quick, in order for Dragon to do that, doesn't that mean he's like more powerful than Shanks? Then, if he's gonna offset the entire world, that's kind of crazy. Okay, I was just okay. So He-Man was.
I know you. Why did I feel like you were gonna say that? Anyways, but what I want to say, okay, I'm gonna ask you guys a question, and I'm gonna say something before you guys answer. So my question to you guys is that if Sabo gets captured right now, what would you guys want Dragon to do? And don't be hypocritical. Answer it really for real, even if you're a Dragon fan. And I want to say something regarding that. Me personally, like, if he would have gone to save Sabo, that would be really hypocritical from himself. And second of all, I think that he should want to save these important people because these are the next generation of the Revolutionary Army. As we can see, Garb did the same thing for Kobe. Whitebeard did the same for Ace. The whole theme of One Piece is having the old generation step down or maybe die, sacrifice themselves for the next generation. So I think it's really important for the next generation to be saved. Because they're the future of like your whole organization. What's the point if you're the only one who's alive and just ends up dying at some point? Like, I think it's a risk and it's not even a bad thing. I think the story would have been amazing if Dragon would go and save these people. Even if he dies in the process, these people will step up and take his place, just like all other organization. I don't think it's a bad way to write a story. If anything, I would have respected him so much. So, answer the question. If Sabo gets captured right now, what's the next move?
If Sabo gets captured, I think it's the same thing we see with like Ivankov and stuff, where Dragon wants to help, like he really deep down wants to help, but he knows like it's the same reason like why Whitebeard didn't march into Wano after hearing about Odin, like, and we're gonna lose too many people doing this one thing that's probably that's gonna mess up the end game goal, probably just ruin everything that we've been doing all this and is gonna be for nothing. Does that make it right? It depends on where you want to stand.
But Sabo is the next in line.
I want to add something to what Eden's talked about before. He made the comparison of like, Dragon's current depiction being similar to Whitebeard pre-time skip. I really like that because previously I think there was a wave, several people were talking about like the final war being a Marineford 2.0 and Dragon is the Whitebeard, Sabo is the Ace. And I think that was many people have talked about it like that. And in a lot of ways it's similar because it's like Whitebeard we saw like the strength of Whitebeard through Ace from Luffy, and Luffy's like, oh, Ace got it, and then Ace like wipes out an entire fleet, and then even Ace is bending down to a Whitebeard, and then from all these other strong characters it's like, oh man, Whitebeard is that guy. We even get it from Garp, we get it from everybody else. That's like, we're going for an all-out war. Now here's my it's conjoined with what Hime said, but I think this nuance is something I'm really interested in because I feel like a lot of people aren't giving this part of it a lot of thought. And this is kind of a theory question, but when we got introduced to Whitebeard, actually, we saw we saw a man strapped down, like nose plugged, medicine. He couldn't walk. He was dying before he even got there. And so here's the strongest man. Everybody's touting him up. He's this insanely strong dude. And all this time you're wondering, like, why couldn't he just, if he's this strong, why couldn't he do other things? It's like, oh, it's because he's dying of cancer or whatever he had at the time. I think it's like liver disease, but that's a whole separate conversation. And like if we were to follow through with the analogy, and I think it's an accurate one, right? Ace's father, like Luffy's father, like, like there's so many ways you can make a parallel. Obviously that one's not the most apt one, but we are seeing a situation where Dragon, the leader, is like not able to do a lot of things that we think that he should be capable of, like Whitebeard allowing for a lot. I mean, even when he showed up to Marineford, people are like, damn, the world's strongest man let this happen. That's crazy, right? And Dragon's in a similar boat many times over the many years. So my question to you guys is, does Dragon have a similar handicap as Whitebeard, or is there a different nuance to that handicap? Like, to me, it almost feels like natural for me to just assume that, like, when Dragon shows up, he's going to have like a Whitebeard level handicap to him. And I don't know what it looks like. I've been thinking about it, but I'm curious what you guys think.
So,
Not really.
I do actually have to go because I have to go record some videos. But I just want to say my final things, because I feel like a lot of my issues with Dragon is that I know a lot about like history. I know about like generals. Even if you look at animes with like Three Kingdoms, right, and you see like a lot of the tactics they use, you just don't see that with Dragon. And a lot of the stuff is like, when I see like regular people, oh well, that's what I would do. I'd be like, I don't want to follow like a regular person into battle. You know what I mean? I feel like if Oda spent a little bit more time actually having him use like legitimate battle tactics, or even taken inspiration from like Three Kingdoms, which is like super popular right now. Like all of the Chinese animes are using it. Like I feel like it would just be better. Because when you're looking at it, a lot of people are just going to be like, oh, well, he doesn't want to compromise like stuff. And it's like, but there's other stuff that you can do, especially if you're a strong general. Like there's the one thing where like the one general was told to get a like over 1,000 arrows. And the way he did that is that he sent like fake ships into battle and got them from the other general and then handed it back to him. And it's like, that's stuff that you don't see Dragon doing. So when people are saying stuff like, oh, it's like he just doesn't want to compromise his mission, it's like, but he can do other things. And you can actually see like other generals throughout history do it. So that's my main issue. I think that Oda should take a little bit more from Three Kingdoms. I think that it would make it a lot more enjoyable to see Dragon. But obviously Dragon is going to have stuff, and he's going to have a really good backstory. So I know he's going to eventually be a character that's good, but I just don't think he'll ever be great because I don't see stuff that I expected from him. And that could be just on me, that I expected to see more from Dragon. I expected to see really good military tactics from him, and I expected Oda to kind of lean into that side. And I've just seen very subpar stuff that normal people would maybe agree with, and it's like, I don't want to follow normal people into battle.
So,
you know?
Before you go, Tanuki, the one thing I wanted to add before you go, because
wait. Before you go, because I have a question. Just a brief question.
Okay.
This is gonna be important. I'll ask a question to everybody too, in general sense. If in this arc, Dragon doesn't appear, what is your viewpoint moving forward for Dragon?
Mm-hmm.
Or let's say
when
we actually start, like how does this work if, let's say, Kuma dies in this arc and Dragon still does nothing?
I wouldn't
is
be
he,
surprised.
in your mind, like is he now like morally bankrupt?
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. Literally, I wouldn't be surprised.
And two
not
things
the
to add. I'll do the first one. Chestnut, chapter 1100. Do you think Dragon comes in? Are you on that boat?
I am on that boat. I think
And if
Dragon
he
comes
doesn't?
in. I would be incredibly upset, honestly, because here's the thing. Everybody's been like, let Oda cook on Dragon. There's a time limit, and you kind of said that, like, you can overcook. If you're continuously teasing a character and they just never show up, and it's like, at the same time, you can't build the expectation, because like these backstory chapters have been building so much expectation for Dragon. If he's not showing up 1,000 chapters after he was introduced, he got introduced in chapter 100, 1,100 is coming out. If he isn't coming like now, when is he coming? And then what's even the purpose? Why are we getting so much? So it's kind of also like Oda's been teasing this man, and it's like he hasn't done anything, and it's like, come on, just wait. It's like, I don't like to be edged, Oda. Give me him or don't
Damn.
give me him.
What
You know what the problem is? You know what the
It's
problem
Shro
is?
Oda.
Even if he doesn't come,
That's a
the
sound
dragon fans will gonna come and be like, well, this wasn't important enough. Like he has a bigger plan. There's always gonna be excuses.
I'm
Yeah.
a
And
huge Dragon fan, and I agree because like the point is like Morge posted something, and I wasn't even disagreeing with Morge. I was mainly saying like, I think it's valid for people to not like Dragon right now. These chapters weren't the best portrayal. But the one thing that I do want to give pushback on is like the historical thing, right? It's very obvious Oda's going for like he's like the communist leaders. You even said it too, like all people are equal, like that kind of a thing, right? His ship is named after Fidel Castro's ship, but along with Fidel Castro, you know, there's Che Guevara and like there's also Nelson Mandela. There's a few of these characters I think he's end up combining, and I think the Nelson Mandela one's probably the most apt to what you were talking about, because Nelson Mandela led a majority of his like, successful revolution from prison, and he was in prison basically endeared as a god because like everyone's like, yo, just wait for Nelson, just wait. And then they were right, because as soon as he got out, he like they won. As soon as the UN dropped South Africa from the world dropped South Africa from the UN, Nelson Mandela got out, led a successful revolution within a year, and then he became the president, right? But prior to that, he was in prison the entire time, and he is like to this day like an icon for freedom, liberation, all that stuff. And I feel like, and I'm saying that, but where's Dragon's prison? And that's why I was asking the other part too, right? And it's confusing to me, and I, you know, all valuable input too, because at the end of the day, like it's a perspective, right? Like we're all gonna get the chapter in a different way. We're all gonna see a different light and all that thing. I think ultimately we agree on the Dragon's gonna be absurd, but it's also like, but like how do I think the larger thing is like, how does Oda even explain like a lot of this? Because there's for me it's like, yo, you got a lot of explaining to do, buddy, you know what I mean? Like I need like an entire separate side story along with the One Piece thing, and a cover story. Like he's gonna give a cover story, a side story, and the manga all in one for Dragon, and it feels like it's necessary. But I don't want to hold you too long, much longer. We're gonna go into this right now anyways, but Tanuki, if you want to if you have like a strong feeling for what's to come in 1100 and you want to share it, feel free, and then let them know what you got, what you're recording and what you got cooking for this week and coming up.
Word up. First I'll say I don't hate Dragon. I feel like a lot of people always think that I hate Dragon, when Dragon, like Logtown is one of my favorite arcs still. I have it in S tier because of Dragon, because I thought he was very interesting. Basically, I think that what happened in Dragon's introduction is going to happen again in 1100. I think we're going to get the ending of the Kuma backstory. I think it's only going to take up a couple pages, and I think we're coming right back to Egghead. At Egghead, we're going to see that Saturn is going to get to Luffy. There's going to be a thing, and very similarly to what happened in chapter 100 when Dragon stopped Smoker from taking out Luffy, it's going to be something very similar with Saturn. And I think that the phrase that Dragon said, the world will await our answer, I think he's going to say something very similar to Saturn, but it's going to be like the world was waiting for its answer, but now it has it. And I think he's looking at Luffy like, you're the answer to the world. And then I don't know if it happens this chapter or next chapter, but I do think that Dragon will take out the Buster Call, like single-handedly. I think that's how it would be, and then I think we'll eventually get into a Dragon backstory sometime later. But I think we'll get this thing of mystery where it's like maybe Dragon was truly waiting for Luffy. You know what I mean? So I feel like that would be great.
I agree with you so much because well, like as far as like a fan, I'd want that to happen. I'm scared. I'm shaking a little bit. But chapter 100 was when Dragon did that to Smoker, so it's like 1100. It's like Oda, that's like such an Oda thing to do. As far as taking out the Buster Call, I think the equivalent here would be what, like you said, like Logtown, but like if a lot of you guys said, I don't know if Tanuki you were saying it, but like he's very precious over lives, even Marine lives. Now we know that he was a former Marine. I don't think he hates the Marines. He just hates how it runs. So it's probably something like he pulls everybody off the island that isn't able to handle the fight. And I think, as like besides the Straw Hats, like I'm not gonna say that Usopp can handle Saturn, but I think that everyone besides the Straw Hats and besides like, you know, Vice Admirals probably, although they can't handle the fight, but like they're all gonna be pushed out by Dragon dragon and saved. That makes a lot of sense if I were to tack on to something there. I'm scared, but I'm now that you said it, I feel a little bit more confident in that thought. So thank you, Tanuki, for being here.
Yeah. Because like I said, I feel like a lot of people, I don't hate Dragon. I just don't like his character right now. I never said he's going to not be strong. I feel like so many people, every time you're like, I don't like Dragon, they're going to be like, oh, we'll wait till he gets strong. And it's like, he is going to be strong. But I can have issues with it. Like, I don't want Dragon to be a bad character because the other fandoms will have a field day. If Dragon ends up being a horrible character, we are going to get so much flack. Like, I don't even want to think about it. If Dragon is a bad character.
We have you, Cole, Hime on the defense force on Twitter, right? For One Piece, and we'll add Geo. Yeah.
I'm like, Dragon will become a good character, but I feel like you have to be like, especially like when you're thinking about like other anime fandoms, like you can't just be like, oh well, just let him cook, because we're the same people who be like, oh well, Gojo is a fraud and this and that, and it's like you got to be consistent. So I'm a consistent type of person. When people have their props, they'll do it. But
yeah. Exactly.
Yep, that's basically it. Thank you guys so much for having me on. Sorry, my ending took a little bit longer, but
you're good. You're good.
I appreciate you guys so much. It was so nice seeing you, everybody. So thank you. So I'll see you guys later. Peace.
Later. Does anyone need to go anytime soon? We're gonna I just want to hit the 1100 thing and then super chats. And so you don't need to save for the super chats, obviously. If you need to go, let me know, because we're just going to talk about just real quick, like with this understanding of like where Dragon's supposed to be. I kind of get where a lot of you guys stand. But again, it's like tomorrow spoilers drop. I don't know how many of you guys read spoilers. I don't, but like, man,
ever since Dragon I do. Ever since Dragon I do.
The internet, I'm just gonna not be on the internet because I'm that scared. Like, I don't want to hear good things or bad things, and I just know that if Dragon does show up, it could be either way, and I'm worried. So someone,
I'm gonna be honest. I would be more hyped if Smoker showed up than if Dragon showed up.
Now we talk about a fraud watch.
I would lose my mind. All I'm saying, all Dragon's done in 1,000 chapters is sit behind a desk and knock Smoker, a captain, to the ground. That's all I'm saying. He has been doing jack diddly squat. R's on his phone. R's checking his phone. He's like, I can't handle this.
No.
Hey, I'll be honest. Listen, even if he doesn't show up, like that's the thing. I feel like people want him to show up just because like everybody keeps saying, "Oh, chapter 1100." But at the end of the day, if he doesn't show up, it's not that weird. It is not that weird, because this is not his battle right now. His actual battle. So like, it wouldn't be that weird to not have him show up. It would just be like another disappointment for like the people who thought that he would show up, but it wouldn't be weird, is what I'm saying.
Think about it. Like, how do you get the person like would Dragon like fly across the planet like he's a Dragon Ball character? Like he's Gotenks. He just flies where he is right now.
I love you said Gotenks. Dragon Ball character.
What do you want to do?
I love that. If Shanks can do it, why can't Dragon? If Shanks can do it, why can't Dragon? Right?
Listen, Kuma on the other hand has to show up.
Shanks is just different, bro. Okay.
Kev, I'll give you the headcanon real quick. This is what, if Smoker does show up, Dragon has to show up, and then Dragon does what he does
together.
For
They have to do it together. Yeah.
But Smoker's like, he did the same thing to me on Log.
The same thing, exactly. It's got to be the same thing.
Goofy ass line. He's not gonna.
Because they only showed 9 of the Vice Admirals, right? They only showed 9 of them. There's still that 10th one we don't know about. It's got to be Smoker. It's got to be. Like the fact they only showed 9 of them. Like
the fact that they had Tashigi over at Blackbird's Island, it's like where's Smoker? Like you don't see Tashigi without Smoker. Where's Smoker right
it's
now?
A little
where's
Smoker?
Smoker?
Bogard was there. And Smoker's
where's Bogard? I was gonna say where's Bogard? Where's Smoker?
Bro, don't say his name. Don't say his name.
Why does Bogard have fans?
Why all my friends hate my agendas? What's up with this?
Bro, Bogard is actual trash.
Bogard was drawn onto the panel. He was above a sound effect. He was drawn over after the live action.
Yeah, bro, I'm done with this guy. Yeah,
so real quick, Cole, chapter 1100. Do you agree with Tanuki, or do you have a separate, like, you have a hard set, like, this is gonna happen?
I think that we end the flashback guaranteed. I think next chapter we end the flashback guaranteed. I think that we end it on a similar line to what like Bonnie heard initially, where like I think Bonnie in 5 chapters ago she heard the line. She heard Saturn say to Vegapunk, wipe his memories, make him, like mindless. So I think we're gonna have like something similar like that, and then we're gonna end the flashback on that Saturn Kuma note, because from then on we kind of know what happens, and then afterwards we're gonna be getting, I think, is that we're gonna be getting Kuma rush in there and kind of save Bonnie from this situation, and then we end, I think, on that note. I think we end on the note of Kuma saving Bonnie, being the hero, and then maybe we have the idea of Kuma actually taking Luffy's pain and once again getting out of his body, so Luffy's back on his feet, ready to fight against Saturn. But I think that's gonna be it.
Okay.
I would like that a lot.
So no
I'll
dragon.
drag.
That's what I think too. I don't think he's gonna come.
I love the Ursa Shock idea so much. I think that's my favorite, like Kuma showing up to Egghead thing. But I now because of that stupid King Bakori crap, I just know that Saturn probably won't die from this Ursa Shock if King Bum Cory is gonna be able to live after this. Like, it's crazy. Like, Saturn, one of the guys.
He has the power though. He has the road.
Wait. He has been amassing for years, no?
That is true. He has been
around
for years.
Ever since you could argue, ever since imagine that, like ever since the time skip, he had to fight against all these people for like 2 years straight. Then he was tortured by the Tenryubito, the Social Dragons, for a period of like months. Then he had to deal with going up to the Red Line again, taking all these shots from the Marines.
His face is gone.
He got tagged by a Kainu, and it's like all this pain. Like, imagine a giant spirit ball sized pain Ursurus thing dropping down on Jay. It's like, nah, bro. Nah, it's over.
We really need.
Yo, listen. I'm telling you right now. Jay could die coming in this arc.
That would be the Egghead incident. It would be amazing. Yeah, it would just.
Okay. So Jay, that's a hot one. All right,
Gorosei,
so if this Gorosei dies already, that's crazy. Will we call them the Rorosei or the Yorosei? Yorosei, right?
The Lorosei.
The lore. Oh, okay.
Don't you think they're gonna replace him? Don't you think they just replace them?
The Snore.
No, like what? Does Garling become a Gorosei?
No, because when you think about it, like they're not the same age, all of them. So probably.
Yeah, I have a
that
theory
one
on
guy
the
is
Jupiter
for
guy.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
Ors, hit me with the 1100. What do you think? Do you think Dragon's showing up? Do you think what do you think?
Yeah, I like the theory that Dragon is, but I feel like as long as the backstory ends like halfway, maybe even less than halfway through the chapter, because I feel like after the backstory ends, we're gonna have to see Bonnie, how you guys were saying, and then we're also gonna have to see Kuma before Dragon. And if he can somehow put everything in there, then I guess Dragon could come maybe at the very end. But I really do want Dragon to come, just for the hype, honestly, just for chapter 100, that kind of thing. But I wouldn't be like it wouldn't shock me if he doesn't come right now. Maybe if he comes like a little bit later, in my opinion. But I do want him to come. And yeah, I actually do gotta head out soon, Par. So
yeah,
thank you for having me, bro. Like, it was nice meeting all you guys at New York City too. That was awesome. But yeah, that's pretty much all I gotta say.
All right, yo, I appreciate you. Is this the first stream outside of your own where you did a face reveal?
Yeah.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
Picking up the awards there. Yo, I appreciate you. 1100 locked in. It's interesting. So 2 no dragons at the moment. Or would you say you're like it's possible
50-50.
or
I'll say 50-50, yeah.
50-50. Okay. All right. Interesting. All right. So tell Preach I said what's up, and yo, have a good one. Stay healthy.
For sure, man. You too.
Yeah,
Thank you guys.
Peace out.
Have a good one.
All right. Edens. Hit me with 1100.
All right. So for me, I think Dragon makes an appearance on Egghead. I'm 50-50 on it. Just whether it's a flashback or back on Kamabaka, Dragon makes an appearance of some kind. The end of the Kuma flashback for sure. Probably gonna get like a montage like how we got in this last chapter with seeing all the locations. We're probably gonna get like a montage of Kuma at Marineford, Sabaody, post time skip Sabaody when he was protecting the Straw Hat ship, taking all that damage. Ends with maybe not ends, but it's definitely lands on Egghead finally to jump in and save Bonnie. And I'm not confident in this one because I'm kind of starting to wonder if this requires Gear 5, but maybe we finally see the giant robot get up and show up and do something. But I'm even 50-50 on that because I'm wondering if it only moves if Gear 5 is activated. But if not, then the giant robot shows up too.
Gotcha. Ooh, I like that route. So, you know, separating Kuma and Dragon, that's kind of the main opposition. It's like I think Kuma can kind of do a lot on his own, especially when you take the fact that he saved 500 people face to face to Saturn on God Valley, and he was a child. It's like, why can't he do the same if he has like some sort of capacity as an adult? And you know, you throw in that legendary Iron Giant in there. You know, I've always been a supporter of the idea that Kuma and that thing, you know, there's some kind of connection at some point. Like, I mean, my man knows the Nika dance, you know, who knows how far that goes for that legendary Iron Giant, right? Nobody knows that Nika dance except for Clap D Cheeks and Kuma. So maybe Bonnie
too.
Yeah. So, I was just gonna ask, Kev, did we get yours or Hime? I forget. I might have switched up. Did we get either of yours? I don't think we did, right? For 1100.
No.
Okay. Yeah. So then Hime, then we'll go Kev, and then we'll get thoughts out.
So personally, I do not think Dragon is gonna show up because it would be out of character. It wouldn't make sense.
Is it
with his
hater?
character? No, not at all. It's because it just wouldn't make sense. Like he didn't show up for anybody. Why would he show up randomly for Bonnie right now? You know, it's weird. It just wouldn't make sense. It would be out of character. But if he does show up, then I think it would be like people will be hyped. Like it would be cool for the hype, and I will be like, oh shit, he finally showed up for somebody. I'm gonna be like, okay. Like, is he like changing? Is he like thinking that some people are worth it? I don't know, you know. So I will start thinking, or maybe he was gonna show up just because the Gorosei is important enough for him to show up. But again, it would be so out of character, it wouldn't make sense. If we go into the logic of he has a whole bigger plan, it makes no sense for him to show up now. So that is why I don't think he will show up. I think that Kuma is 100% showing up, and Kuma alone is like, you know, gonna do his thing. But yeah, no, Dragon unfortunately is not showing up. I would love that for him to show up just for the hype and also to prove me wrong about his character, but I don't think Oda's doing that, unfortunately.
Got it. Kuma, Kuma stocks. I think this is a Kuma centric situation. I don't think it's wrong to think that Kuma can close out. I think the main question, I guess, would be like, how far does Saturn go? You know, because like, it's still blasphemous, the God Valley thing, and I need to understand that. But if the other thing is Kuma has one leg and half a head, and it's like doesn't have his own like soul. And it's like if he had an inch of his soul, I'm pretty sure he could do a lot, right? So hopefully, maybe he just lands on his memory bubble and he gets it all back, and then boom, you know, we get. You know, he doesn't need that leg anymore. He just becomes like the Terminator, and just like behind, like Whitebeard behind a Kainu at Marineford. He's just like that with everything. He's like poop, poop, poop. You know, it could be like that. But Kev, hit me with what you got.
So I just want to reiterate on what Hime just said. I want Oda to prove me wrong. I really, really do. Because Dragon, like I said, he fought Smoker, and that's it. Like we need more. We need more from this guy. And clearly he's a let him cook character, you know, as we've all been saying. But if he shows up to save not just his friend, you know, one of the top dogs of the Revolutionary Army, but also this kid that could represent the future as a whole. Like, look, she's a celestial dragon, but also a normal person. And guess what? She's completely normal, like everyone. Like, that's a huge like push to show like we are all the same. And that's a huge push for the Revolutionary Army. That's why they have like an Okama giant and a mink and a weird crow man. Like, that is the reason they have all these weirdos as the heads of the organization. That's the whole point. Everyone is welcome in the Revolutionary Army. So if he goes to show up for that, that would be amazing. But do I think he is? Not entirely. He could definitely show up in a flashback, which I think is a very easy way to have him be present in the chapter. But if he's going to show up soon, if he does show up, I don't know about the next chapter though, because the next chapter has to have a bunch of Saturn and Kuma baggage and Bonnie seeing what Saturn did to Kuma. So I'm not sure if Oda's going to be able to fit all that into the next chapter. That's
Got
the thing.
it.
And I think this is a really similar scenario to. Do you remember like a few months back? You know, it was the Shanks Divine Departure. It was the Garp Galaxy Impact. You know, and people were like, Mihawk named attack chapter, Dragon named attack chapter. Like that was a huge thing that was going around at the time, and I feel like this is just another one of those scenarios because of the 1100. So if it does happen, that would be amazing. But am I 100% on it? Not at all. Because again, the Bonnie, Saturn, Kuma stuff that's got to happen.
Real quick, I just want to take a poll real quick, and then we'll do like super chats. I'll say my thing on 1100. Largely agree with most of. No one said anything crazy, despite how much we disagreed on like world stuff. But we kind of agreed on like some things. It was just like, Oda can go either way. At the end of the day, in my opinion, like he could go Cole's way, he can go my way, he can go. I think. Oars had a different version too. Largely, we didn't get to hear Hiddens, but I think like. It's just that explanation, and it's like, where does it fit? And I guess that's where it's like very confusing. What character does it come from, right? And so on that, right, it seemed like you guys here don't think that Dragon has to be in next chapter, but if he doesn't show up in next chapter, do you all think that he's just not showing up in this arc?
Yeah.
If not next chapter, not this arc, bro.
No,
okay.
neither.
Okay,
For what?
He does
For what?
post arc afterwards.
For what? Like,
I mean,
we can maybe see him be like seeing the news or like something like that, but he's not taking action.
Yeah,
I think
if Elbaf is the next place, though, it's like that's Shanks' place. I don't even want Dragon to take Shanks' spot. Then,
I don't think.
I mean?
I'm telling you, he's not gonna be in Elbaf too.
I agree.
I kind of think he will be in Elbaf.
I don't think Shanks.
I kind of think he will.
Really? So Kev, you said you don't think Shanks would be in this arc if he's not next chapter.
Oh wait, we're saying Shanks in this arc?
No,
we're
Shanks,
saying Dragon.
Dragon. Sorry, Dragon. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still skeptical because he could show up. Oda isn't. He is very like meticulous. Like every 10 chapters something absolutely crazy has to happen. He's very formulaic with that. But we don't know how much longer Egghead is going to be. That is also true. So. If Dragon does show up in these next 10 chapters, they could be crazy, outside of this one, the next one. But I definitely think he could show up on Elbaf, though. I think that's a pretty high likelihood. Because I think Elbaf's meant to be like all the heavy hitters are coming together.
It's hard to say. I don't even know what Elbaf is supposed to be. Like, who is Loki? All right? Like, but if we talk about that, we get too far. Edens, what do you think?
It's more like 3-year arc.
Yeah.
I just don't see his role in Elbaf. Go ahead.
I'm kind of starting to lean towards now that Dragon doesn't show up at Egghead, only because like again we talked about it earlier with the whole like Whitebeard and Dragon kind of parallel thing. Because I feel like when Dragon and Luffy finally meet, that's when like Dragon's gonna be like, all right, it's time to kick this final war in. Like it's time to finally do this. Like I don't know, it'd be kind of weird because we know we still got a couple islands to visit before the war takes place. So it just kind of might feel weird to me personally. I guess I just have to see how it happens for Dragon to show up, encounter Luffy and all this, leave and not be seen again until post Laugh Tale and when the final war is starting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a hard one. I feel like, it's so on the fence. I feel like Oda could fall into his theoretical habits of like chapter 100, chapter 1100, Dragon says some kind of aloof line, but we're in the last saga, and that's where it's hurting my like ability to like be confident, because so many times now Oda has done the fan fiction route, you know what I mean, where it's like, oh, he's not gonna actually show us Shanks, and then he shows us
Shanks a kid chapter.
Yeah.
That
and
was
it's
a
like,
fan fiction chapter.
He's not actually just a white kid in one chapter, and then he does in the same chapter that Shanks. It's like
we saw Law, we saw Garb versus Kuzan, we seen Kizaru versus like this is, I think, is because I did a video on it too. My video was about the idea that what makes this arc, I think, so special and moving forward, what's going to be really cool is seeing Oda actually finally use all these legacy characters that have been kind of sitting there and waiting and doing nothing. We've seen a Kainu fight, bro. and a kind has been death-ridden for the past like 17 years. It's been insane. A kind actually attacked Kuma. Saw him do the Hellhound again. I'm like, bro, he's actually doing something. The only one that hasn't done anything is Dragon. He's the only guy waiting. We're waiting for Dragon to do something. Charging for a while.
It's hard because like I'm kind of, I feel like I'm going against my own fan part where like it's hard to choose between Kuma or Dragon, and right now both of them can take the cake, and it makes more sense in my mind that it's Kuma. But for some reason it's like Dragon, like you guys all said, if he doesn't show up now, he doesn't show up in the arc, and I don't know if that's good for him given the other side of like every single flashback has been Rev central, you know what I mean? Like even Bonnie's was to a certain extent. In the Reverie in Sabo's flashback, she was learning about the Revs, which is kind of interesting. She doesn't know anything about Kuma's life, but you know, that's a whole separate thing. And it's like even in Bonnie's thing, it's like Kuma's life revolved around the Revs. He gave his life for the Revs, and now we're gonna close out Kuma's flashback without the Revs would be weird. But I could see it if like Kuma goes like insane and maybe Egghead close out sooner, but then Elbaf, like is Dragon gonna show up there? I don't know. So that's where it's like I feel like the 1079 part, 1080 part, I'm like, yeah, Dragon showing up. But now I'm like, after all these flashbacks, after seeing Kuma, after seeing how much he built up Bonnie and Ginny, those things all like, you know, Ginny, it's almost like he made Dragon not care about Ginny so that this could be resolution for just Kuma, like just Kuma alone, you know, especially if the theory that Saturn and Ginny are like the thing, you know, like, which, you know, I don't know how that would even show up in a single chapter. Like imagine there's like a Star Wars situation where Saturn's holding Bonnie and she's I am your father. And I'm like, oh my God, what the hell? And then
she did hold a lightsaber as well. She literally had a lightsaber.
And then Kuma shows up and says, no, I am her father. You know what I mean? And squashes his ass. Like, don't say that shit to my daughter.
This is
Starting the Sapphire, yep.
These are the thoughts that go through my head. And I wanted Dragon to be here, but like when I thought about that, it's like if Saturn is the dad and Kuma shows up, that's like my fan fiction now, where Kuma gives that man the business. You know what I mean? Like the spider is squashed, you know, he needs to get his legs repaired. He's in crutches next time. He gets 2 canes next time, you know what I mean? Like I think that's the route I want to go. And then you add the legendary Iron Giant on top. It's like I think Dragon doesn't need to show up, but that's not good for Dragon, you know. So
exactly.
I do wanna hop in really quick because there's something that this is like a thing that I've sort of been feeling for a long time, and I just realized last chapter they literally showed up. But I think that the Revs are probably going to show up. Maybe not Dragon, but if the Revs do show up, Morley is going to be how they show up. Because Morley, and we talked about Dragon being, talked about Dragon being like Whitebeard as well, how they show up from underground. It's like this grand, you know, reveal. Morley being like the guy who digs through all the ground and stuff. They could just pop up in the middle of the island, not worry about any of the ships around them.
At this point,
Dragon obviously is theorized.
If the Revs show face without Dragon, it's not good for Dragon. You know what I mean? If Sabo shows up after going from Lulusia, Reverie, back to Lulusia, back to Egghead, and Dragon's like still like watches Kuma run away, Shaka literally called and said, "Yo, I'm dying, brother," and then Dragon's just like, "Yeah, about that," you know. So it's a rough time. But anyways, Cole, when he said like the flashback ends, I 100% on board. I think like first 3 pages, I think I said, I think Kuma shows up. That's a solid one. Dragon showing up would be fan fiction. I just don't know if that's the best fan fiction, and I'm leaning towards Kuma because Kuma's the best, you know what I mean? He has the title of like best dad. I think Kuma is like one of the, like, he has all the resume. He's been in every part of the world too. So whatever comes next chapter, maybe we'll have to do another summit, maybe a valley or something, because like it could be a dark times. We never know.
Broad Valley. Valley.
I mean, yeah, I say, because dark times for who?
I'm gonna run through the super chats. It's not too many, but there are some solid ones. So if you guys want to stick around, let me know. But if you gotta head out, feel free and just, you know, plug your what you're doing, what you got. Just one thing highlighting too, all these guys are active creators except Eden. So if there's anything that we could do from this is make this guy come back to the community, because only good things I've heard, especially on this stream and at Animenyc, and I'm like, damn, what the hell? Where's Eden's? We need more of this. Like, he had like, we were all shouting at the top of our lungs at the bar, right? And then Eden comes in all mature. He's like, see, power scaling can be fun. And I'm like, damn, what a sound take. Like, that's crazy, you know? So, but yeah, if you guys are down for the super chats, let me know. And if you got a piece, let me know.
I still got some time. Yeah, I got some, because I've been doing work as I've been streaming. I'm good.
Yeah. How it should be, you know, it's a peaceful place here. Awesome. You don't have to be on guard like you are with Brago. You never know when he catches you.
Listen, I have been so comfortable as of late with my power scale. I'm like, you know what? I'm good, bro. I've been good for a minute, and I'm okay.
I'll tell Brago that. Brago, Sai is here, so he can pass the message to Brago.
Listen,
too.
hey, listen. Tell Brago 2 words. Star gun. That's it.
So first, there's a new visionary. I've never seen this name. Hopefully they're still here, but dope stream to come back to. I also want to thank you guys for supporting this stream. I know I haven't been on the ball streaming. This is the first like collab in like months, and you know, I couldn't keep up with the chat, barely kept up as host, and so thank you for your patience. But with that, Phil 4975 as a new visionary, appreciate you. There's gonna be good stuff for that. There's gonna be good stuff probably this week. Terrible TJ, 8 months visionary, liked the stream, and he used an emote, which I just put up like 2 months ago. So appreciate you. Thank you, Terrible TJ. Mr. Bushido, first time coming in here and not saying carrot, but then also like supporting one of my theories right off the bat. Shout out to that 17 months visionary, which I didn't even know it's been that long, but you know, he said Bonnie never ate a fruit. She's a devil seed user, which if you guys don't know, that's one of my old theories, that like we're gonna see devil fruits and hockey combine, and there's gonna be a weird situation where there's gonna be people who don't have hockey and they're just gonna be considered like devil seeds. They're seeds for this, and they just needed one last thing, like a seed needed watering to become a plant, to become whatever. And Cole knows this because we had a whole plant discussion about Shanks, new green leaves, that kind of thing. Falls into that. And yes, I agree. I actually have a video. I wrote most of it yesterday. I'm going to edit it tonight after the stream. That Bonnie is a devil seed user, and Oda's probably going to propagate her as the first important version of that. So thank you, Lord Vegeta, 9 months visionary. Appreciate that. Liked the stream. Glad to see this stream happening. Hopefully we're going to get another one, because all these guys agreed. They signed contracts to come to the next con with me. So that's all there. Geo $5 says, how does Hime have the Luffy plot armor take but not understand dragon or the nuance of a pirate versus revolutionaries? Different temperament required. So you were saying like Luffy had all the plot armor, Crocodile, Enel, that was the Twitter thing, I think, right?
Yeah, but I never said that it was a good thing.
Yeah, you did.
If anything, yeah. So wait, his question is like, why can't I see it for other characters?
I guess he's saying like you looked in depth as to why Luffy is not the GOAT for those situations, but you couldn't dive deep on the dragon thing, which I think is incorrect based off of this conversation that we had today. So
yeah.
But I appreciate this.
But also a lot of the dragon is satire and skits. Also, but yeah.
I think also people need to separate, and Sai did a good thing with his tweet, was like, there's a difference between like he's a fraud and I don't like him, right? Like there's characters you don't like and they can still be awesome, like as far as like strength and whatever, but you still don't have to like them. And maybe Oda never comes around on that, because you know, maybe he's just another deadbeat dad. Who knows at this point, right? We got many trends, and Kuma's the main exception to the dad stuff, and who knows if Dragon follows suit, right? Muglatan with the €2 says, Dak, it's a Storm Logia. That's what Dax responded to earlier. I disagree. I do not want him to have a Logia. Anything related to gas or air I think I went off the rails on everyone's stream about that before, so we don't have to dive deep on that. But it's either all hockey or mythical Zoan, and that might not even be a good thing. So
win Logia, Jesus.
No, it's not a win low. Don't not here, Cole. We already went over this on your stream.
And I think it's ridiculous. I think it's. I remember seeing this.
Logia is inferior to
mythical
Caesar.
Dragon rat, this Amaru rat. Like I'm like, yo,
taught Sabo wind moves. You can't teach devil fruit abilities to other people.
Sabo can utilize different techniques, like just you have this Hashoken and Hashoken Shockwave. It's fine. Again, like. What I've come to realize is that people want every ability to be a mythical zone because it's like cool as hell.
I don't want
the problem
that.
Is that
that's the fallback.
The problem is that you can only have, and this is Kizaru's words, you can only have a set number of these guys that exist. There have to be more Logia than mythical zones. If not, that's retcon.
Saying there's only 5 flying.
I mean, so far there's been like only like 3 or 4 actual flying types. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. You know, clip that one, guys. That's fair game. Cole stands.
If Oda doesn't want to retcon
saw that Pell at Animenyc.
No. Clip it. If Oda doesn't want to do a retcon, there have to be more Logias than mythical zone different users.
All right. Flandy Man 91 $5 super chat says, "Do y'all think Empress before Hancock is Portgaz de Rouge?" I haven't heard that.
Wait, wasn't it Gloriosa? I'm confused now.
No, there was. No. So it was Gloriosa, then Shocky, then somebody else, then Boa.
Okay, he's talking exactly.
I thought they said she died.
Can't the Amazonians?
The person was there for
women?
2 years, I think, or 1 year.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw that like not all of them like followed the trend, but maybe.
No, like can't they? Like, isn't that like a genetic? Can't they literally only birth women, or was that
No.
like what he meant just a trend?
It's the only people that can come back are women. We don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Come back or birth?
But honestly, that would be. Really
I thought it was like
theory.
they can only.
No, I thought it was birth. Like they can only give
I don't
birth.
think it's birth.
Oh, it's birth.
Yeah, I think it's birth.
Huh.
Like, I can look at birth.
But also, what Rouge did was kind of crazy as well, and I mean, I don't know. It's not even natural what she did, but.
I think they're like an actual
That's
race
the will.
of people.
The willpower.
Yeah, rouge means red in French.
Rouge.
Yeah, the rouge thing. I have a few ideas. Stay tuned. Maybe in 2 videos actually, because I rearranged my videos. But Flandy Man with the $5 super chat says, also Tekking dropped a short pertaining to Bonnie getting her fruit in the church, where if you desire the ability, the fruit will appear close to you. Oh, I saw that short. I'm on the Devil's Seed side. You know, it could be otherwise, but I just feel like the chapter was a little weird with how like even the guy looking in the book was questioning, it's like, is this thing? And then there was like no confirmation versus like Lucky Roo saying something, and then even that was not like actual.
Yeah, because remember, like not all the pictures are. They have the names, but they don't have all the pictures. Yeah. And also, real quick, so according to at least the One Piece Wikia, it stated that they only give birth, or they always give birth to females. The Kuja clan.
Okay.
Then never mind.
And side note too, unless Oda changes it and does a twist reveal with Rouge, they said the previous empress before Boa died of the love sickness.
Well, that's also important too, because technically then Rouge would have, if it were Rouge, then Rouge died to the love for Ace, right? Like that could be a love sickness thing, like Roger, Ace, that kind of you could spin that in a weird way. But interesting.
I think were we talking about this not that like at the convention, right? We were thinking about the possibilities of it being like Luffy's mom being the empress. Yeah,
it's always up.
And then Dragon ditched her, and then she died because she got love sickness.
Something like that. It's him $10 super chat, also member, also first super chat too. Appreciate you. Says, I watch all of your videos. I thank you for everything you've posted. I listen to you at work. I work overnight nonstop. And Sai said he liked Garp in a B.D.A law stream. Look at that. Look at that. See, Sai only antagonizes me when he's talking to me, but outside of that, he's an okay guy, you know, you can. But yeah, shout outs to you. Thank you so much for all the support. And hopefully I'll be posting a lot more because I've technically been on a 4-month now hiatus, but we're coming back. This is the mark of it. Terrible TJ, I answered this in the thing. I was San Pellegrino. He asked, Par, what are you sipping on? Like D-Stream. Appreciate you. Alexander, $2 super chat, and I think you're still here because the last super chat was from you. Said Rome fell due to freedom fighting pirates. Bruh. Yeah, I mean, there's like the empire also expanded, then there was like the freedom, then all the colonies ended up gaining independence. I think, was it Portugal and Spain had some kind of like first disconnected colony of Rome or something like that. I think it was Portugal. And then from there on, there's a reason why Oda's has this like Brazilian Portuguese kind of focus, right? Because it's like the pirating central. Terrible TJ with $5 super chat says, I'm with Edens on this. One Piece is about perspective. IMO, like D-Stream. I'm assuming that's about the part like when you were talking about
Oh yeah,
how,
the world
like,
government control thing.
Yeah. Very base take. Axe, again, shout outs to you. Glad we got to meet up that night. $2 super chat says, Dragon's a fraud till we get more info. Love y'all. Appreciate you. I can't endorse the fraud thing, but I can understand where that sentiment comes from. At least now. Before now, less so. Now it's like, I'm not mad at you. Faust Hell, $5 super chat says, what firepower did Dragon have when Ivankov was captured? Just like Sabo is the Fire Emperor, he excels too. Props to MJ, but what about the coach? Ivankov was just planning to escape on their own anyways, right? Like Ivankov was like, oh, I was just waiting for a message, and Dragon just kind of like left them on red, right? Like
Basically.
he's just like,
No, if it wasn't for Luffy, would Ivankov still be in prison? I'm wondering.
no, Ivankov basically had full control, like from what they explained, because they had the Dendenmushis. Yeah, so they had full control.
Yeah.
Ivankov had to theorize, like, man, Dragon had a kid? When? I was with you the entire time, which I'm curious about too, because in this flashback with Bonnie, at some point Dragon had Luffy, and we don't know when or where. Yeah,
He's alive, bro.
He's taking time off.
Yeah. So that's an interesting one. What firepower? Apparently, all the firepower that was necessary to raid Marriage-Ra at the moment, right? He had all of that. The Black
I was thinking, do you guys think that Ivankov was like there on purpose, like to get people to join, like using like the appeal of like their fruit and like, look, you could join, you could do whatever you want, just stay here in this like middle floor, and then that's like a way to get a lot of people in, because clearly all the people are gonna hate the government anyway. They're all in prison.
What if Ivankov was trying to get Ginny? That'd be crazy.
Yeah, but for a decade, I feel like it's too much at this point. It's too long.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
no,
like-
she
it's
already
like-
died when Ivan. Oh, yeah. I think she already died at that point. So,
But I think that if anything, it could be the case here where Ivankov did plan out, because we also know that Morley made that area before Ivankov. Maybe Morley and Ivankov kind of coordinated something, and then they got purposely captured to set up some sort of base in Impel Down until the right time. It's very possible. Because they have a huge army by the time they get.
Yeah.
There wasn't that many people that escaped with them that are like they didn't like get that many people with them. Like Ivankov didn't bring like an army with him or with them. So like
they left.
Okama like Okama troop or something. It was like
these were already on the island.
Oh, and Impel Down.
A lot of them stayed though, Cole, because Bon Clay is ruling them right now. So it's like Zuma and a few, but
unless like they got recaptured during Impel. I mean, during Marine Corps.
I think there's not a deeper meaning to it. I think Ivankov got captured with Inozuma, and Dragon was keep going with his plan, and just Luffy was there, and Ivankov was like, okay, let's get out with Luffy as well. Like I don't think there's a deeper meaning to it.
Unbiased.
She's trying to get down. I'm trying to give Dragon some gas here. Like maybe actually get something.
I think there is going to be something. It's just my question is when. If you guys don't think it's this arc and then not next arc, then it's like, goddamn,
Hold on.
Wait for Dragon.
Hold on, but to be fair, it could still be next arc because what we see in this arc is that Oda, he's left the Straw Hats for like 5, 6, 7, like 10 chapters damn near, like most of this year. So he could do the same thing as in Elbaf, where let's say in Elbaf, we actually, let's say we have some event that goes on in Elbaf, and we leave Elbaf for, let's say, 5 or 6 chapters to go and cover Dragon and Sabo. So
Could be. Better Call Saul then, right? Like it's got to be through someone relevant to that arc, and I question who, right? Elbaf has never been tied to anything there. It's always Shanks centric, so it's like.
I mean, Egghead didn't have anything.
Yeah,
well,
Egghead did. Vegapunk.
Big Mom is all about Elbaf, baby. Oh,
and Vegapunk, Vegapunk and Kuma.
It's just like for me the way, my headcanon or theory or whatever, how like when Dragon and Luffy finally encounter in the story, I think that's gonna be through Robin, because Oda's already shown he'll do stuff like this. He'll throw in some random thing where you question like, wait, why is this getting mentioned now? Like, or for example, right? Like, he did it this arc where he had a little flashback moment where Beppo went Sulong with the help of Chopper to get Law away from Blackbeard. So in my head I can imagine a scenario where Robin just randomly brings up, oh yeah, I have this way of getting in contact with Dragon. It just was never important until now because I knew you wouldn't care, Luffy. But once I think once they Robin runs into Saul at Elbaf, assuming he's there, probably get some big information, and then it's like, okay, Dragon could use this or whatever, and then Robin makes the phone calls to Sabo, Koala, or Dragon, somebody.
Yeah,
I would
it's
hate.
interesting.
I would hate if Robin can get in contact and never told them about it.
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised.
I'm just saying, I would hate it personally.
All this,
Luffy didn't know he had a dad.
We're not going to get into all that. Like, I can go for years on this stuff, but I do have to start going. So I'm gonna. There's not that much. I'm gonna read backwards order now because it's like this one's Alexander $20 super chat says, Shiryu hinted the Navy would have the poneglyph. We were told it was protected by a man with a black ship and a burn scar. Since found out Dragon was Navy, maybe he stole it on his way out, making him the world's worst criminal. That's not awful. It's just weird because we know Dragon ship isn't jet black because Oda has the official coloration.
Not just that too, but it helps. But it helps out the social Dragon. If Dragon is the one who had this on his ship and it was flying around, because it's like they don't want the pilots to get it. So it's like, bro, it's counterproductive. No, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not. Real quick, you guys think Dragon has it? Just quick.
No.
No. Hime? No. All right. Sorry, Alexander. I know a lot of people are on that. I knew this was gonna happen, but it's still like I just can't see it at the moment. I want to shout out Eric Terlato. If you guys don't know, he made that sick Yonko, the new Yonko animation, which you guys should know. That was nice. Super viral. Sorry for the no link. My wife is a little bit on my ass, but I'll also get Brago to fly you to Animenyc so that we could do like a IRL reverie with you. But he also super chatted, Saturn's about to get one shot. I wish I asked who by who. I'm assuming he said it when we were talking about Kuma, because the one previous to that is Lord Vegeta with the $2 super chat says, I think we get a scene of Kuma smiling happily in chapter 1100. I beg, I pray, I beg. I'm going to Kuma's church. I want him to see
Luffy in Gear 5.
Yeah, him seeing Gear 5, him dancing with one goddamn leg. Like, I need Clap D cheeks to come down from heaven. Like, I need all of these things to happen, and I pray at least we get a smile, Santorio with the $5 super chat says, theory, Bonnie's father is a powerful celestial dragon. They all have the same disease. Maybe God Knight, that's why Akainu and Blackbeard wants her. Blackbeard is weird in that context, right? Like, man, does not help that.
Blackbeard just being a pirate. He's just a pirate, bro. He's just acting like a pirate.
And he didn't know. He didn't get the SBS or whatever. He didn't get the flashback, so he doesn't know.
Hachinosu is actually Epstein Island.
Akainu may be a little bit unwatched, but it's all fine and dandy, I guess. That makes sense. I think powerful celestial dragon or Saturn, since I think Saturn is a possibility, I agree with you. Whole God Knight is a possibility as well. Is there anybody who here thinks that not celestial dragon dad?
Not what?
Bonnie does not have a celestial dragon dad.
Oh, she 100% has one.
Yeah, okay. I definitely think she does.
All right, I just wanted to check. There's a world, but I don't think it's a big world. All right, there we go. Oh, it's 2 left. The black man who laughs, which I got interrupted before, and I just said the black man, but $5 super chat says, Dragon didn't save Ginny for some reason, or for same reason Luffy hit Vivi in the face in Alabasta. Luffy isn't even going to save Vivi now, even though she's missing at the moment. I mean, he had to get pulled off the train. He was about to go, but then Zoro primarily was like, it's fine, you know. Yeah, I'm not too sure about the Dragon Ginny thing. I think is going to have more context. And I think it has to do with Dragon's like personal trauma. I think there's something, in my opinion, like some kind of shackles that Dragon needs to like deal with, and maybe it's something that it gets dealt with. But ultimately, I do agree with something I think Vinland and Mordge were saying. It's like Dragon's not the main character, so he shouldn't be the arbiter of like solving all the problems. Luffy's gonna be that. So maybe there's a flaw in Dragon, and Luffy ends up teaching him in his goofy, silly way, right? Would be a great way for a father-son reunion. And then we have Alexander, $10 super chat says, have we not seen many grassroots rebellions Dragon has orchestrated? Do we need everything told to us and not just shown? Do we really not understand why he didn't raid Impel Down and Mary Joie? Yeah, I don't think we've seen or understood like a lot, because Ivankov left us with the whole like, you know, we want to empower people, and that's fine, but we also get the line where Vegapunk is like, I thought you were a pacifist, and then now he's starting wars. So it's like there is like a change in Dragon's character, but we don't have any context of any of his decisions and any of his commanders. All we know contextually, in my opinion, is that his commanders are all passionate people with their own agendas, and yet they lay down their lives for Dragon. And that to me is insane. Ivankov, Kuma, and Sabo at this point have shown so much passion for what they stand for, and yet they're all devoted to Dragon. And that to me speaks volumes. I just don't know what those volumes hold, right? That's the main thing. And hopefully Oda fills up those volumes. And then we got two last things coming in. Alexander, $2 super chat says, great stream, guys. Have a good day. Yo, I appreciate you, Alexander. And we're gonna have many more. I want to thank everyone who's here, everyone who was on the stream as well. Hidden, Preach, I mean Ors, but there was a moment Preach's symbol came up and I got so happy. I was like, oh, Preach showed up, and it was Ors, and I was like, Ors has been here the whole time, and I was like, ah, damn, it was. But then I felt bad and I was like, oh shit, I shouldn't say it out loud, but I said it out loud anyways. But anyways, Chaozu, 3 months of Visionary membership. Appreciate you. Says the difference is Vivi went to Mary Joie willingly. True. Okay, yeah, that's a big difference between Ginny and Vivi. That fair, valid, 100%. Vivi definitely walked into Mary Joie. Ginny did not walk there. Hopefully, she was still allowed to like not be in chains by then. But yeah, that's a fair difference, valid difference, 100%. So I just want to shout out everybody who has been here. Hime, Kev, Edens, Cole, all. It was phenomenal to meet you guys. Well, Hime already met in person, but everybody else, oh, Cole, we met in person too. You guys don't matter. No, I'm joking, but appreciate you guys. Hopefully we get many more. The conversations are great. I'm glad that like the chapters, everything, the conversations, they all like lined up like this super memorable moment. A lot of core memories made. Thank you everyone in the chat for supporting the stream. Thank you guys for being here. I read through a lot of the chat. Again, I want to apologize for, you know, my hiatus, so it's hard to keep up. But I think a lot of people had fun. Hiddens, Dax, a lot of people were very active. Twitch, you guys know. Kick, we don't care about you, but we stream there anyways. And so as far as future things go for me, I just have a few videos. Hopefully I get them out. I know I always say next week, but now it's already it's starting to happen, as you guys can see. Doing the stream, getting back into things. We'll do a lot more. I might do a bonus stream this week too. Some giveaways are coming up, holiday season. So I appreciate you guys giving your time. And again, Edens, Hime, Cole, Kev, apologies for the abrupt ending, but if you guys have a short outro, let them know where you guys are and what you guys are planning. We'll start with Edens. Appreciate you guys.
Oh yeah. First of all, thank you for having me, Par. This was a great time. was not expected to again be on a ParVision stream, but this was amazing.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, no, said it earlier. Like I haven't posted in a while, so I'm working on a little comeback on the Eden's Blue channel. Working on the Kuma vid, so hopefully I get that out by the end of the year. Excited for that. Second channel working on the side, just talking about anything else animation based. And that's pretty much it for me right now. So I'm just excited to get back on the YouTube grind.
Sounds good. Links are down below too, so definitely go give Eden some extra motivation to post up, you know. Cole, hit him with what you got. I'm a little worried though.
Just follow me, bro. Look up King Lightning. That's it. That's it. Just you know, from there you know the drill. It's easy.
Appreciate you. And keep in mind, guys, when you see Cole in person, make sure to shout, "Is that King of Lightning?"
No.
Can I get a picture with you?
I'm gonna start charging at this point, bro.
Yo, we need a meet and greet spot.
Yeah, exactly.
Kev, hit them with it.
Yo, obviously appreciate you for returning from the depths, Par. You know, it was great to see the voice of all things finally make a return once again. And I was glad to be a part of it and meet all you guys in New York. And to all the people in the chat, appreciate you guys for being here and watching us ramble like insane people about this series we all love. So, yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Kev. We got to get more of these streams. I got to get there's one video I told you about a while ago. That one's on the docket now. And I told you I'd stream with you afterwards. Remember the Jetsons conversation?
I remember we also talked about the chips too. If Sai's still in the chat, we can talk about the chips.
We'll get into that. But Hime, close out the stream. Let me know. Let everyone know.
Yeah. So Ohime Tenshi on every platform, and I'm also super grateful for having meeting everybody. Like I've only met like Bar and Cole in the past, but for the rest, I'm so happy. I'm grateful. I really love you guys. I love this community, and if anything new with me, well, I mean, me and Chestnut always do stuff together, and we're actually opening a Discord very soon. I'm working on it next week probably, so tune in for that. Would love to have you, everybody. So yeah.
Send me the link, I'll share it as well. And that goes for if you guys got anything, let me know, share it up. Thank you guys again. Oh, what was that?
I do want to say something really quick. Yeah. So I'm planning on doing a Christmas time charity thing, and I just wanted to say, since you all are literally here, you're all invited, obviously, to be on it. So yeah, I just wanted to drop that really quick. So I'm still in the planning phase, but just wanted to slide.
That's what these are about, making connections and making them last. So thank you guys for connecting with me and listening to the voice of all things with all these powerful voices and friendly voices too. Definitely a lot of people I appreciate and hang out with, spend many nights in New York City together shouting in the middle of Manhattan. So that's a memory I'll cherish. So appreciate you guys and looking forward to talking to the chat. Everybody, hopefully next convention I see somebody, make sure to come up, get a picture, whatever it is, so we can remember the moment. So thank you guys again. Peace out. See you guys 1100 this week.